How did the gluttony sword become like this? Rosaria's artifact was just summoned, and Field couldn't hold it back. Originally ferocious and domineering greatsword is now more appropriately called the greedy dagger. It is only the size of a palm. The key is that the terrifying and deep magic eye at the hilt now reveals wisdom, like the eyes of a husky, blinking and very silly. Don't interrupt. Rosaria also wanted to laugh, but bit her lips and tried to pretend to be serious. She stamped her feet anxiously. After the artifact dissociates, it takes time to recover. If you don't believe me, look at Ashina. I don't believe her dog can still be domineering now. It's a wolf, Ashina emphasized. Field was amused by the two funny guys and could only suppress the corners of his mouth that kept rising. Okay, I won't interrupt. HMPH, you must make good use of it in the future. Don't waste this lady's first time. It's also the only time. After Rosaria finished her incredible remarks, before Field could complain, Rosaria turned into blood and drilled into the gluttony great sword, and then a pure bloodline with a beautiful arc drilled into the back of Field's neck. Fug! Field was startled and immediately felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck. But he immediately calmed down and comforted Ashna beside him. Don't be nervous, Rosaria won't have any bad intentions. I only felt a hot current pouring in and a stream of energy that had never appeared before, passing through the meridians and channels, pouring into every cell in the body. In an instant, Field's pores were dilated, but his mind was like riding a roller coaster, suddenly tensed, and then his mind was empty, as if his thoughts flew into a higher dimension and his soul and body merged. Then, pure Dukai began to slowly appear, flowing through every corner of the body. This is it. Field felt full of strength and could beat a cow. Of course it's Dukai, this lady is awesome, hee. A soft and cute voice sounded from my ear. Permanent Dukai only level 1, but if this lady advances, she will pull you to advance with her. Field was confused and didn't know what to say. He missed the age to practice Dukai, but he could regain Dukai in this way and enter the extraordinary realm. Dukai is not something that can be found everywhere. Countless ordinary nobles have fought for it all their lives, but Field got it easily. If they knew, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Especially his younger brother, who took Dukai potions and went crazy, but still didn't become a first-level knight. It's awesome. No wonder countless people seek the Chosen One. Field sighed. Each Chosen One has strange abilities, which is too scary. Rosaria was of no help to the territory, but who would have thought that it would be a huge improvement for him personally? This is the only time that Dukai is reborn. Please don't waste it in the future. Of course, you are the Lord. Don't rely on Dukai to show off. Leave the fighting to us. Please protect yourself. As soon as the voice in the ear finished speaking, Rosaria's bloodline left, and then condensed into the appearance of a little lowly. I repeat, protect yourself. Don't show off. Rosaria put one hand on her waist and stretched out her white index finger with the other hand, looking like a teacher. No problem. Now that he has advanced to the first-level Dukai Knight, he has the ability to protect himself against ordinary people. If he encounters the Chosen One, he will still be killed in one blow. Field has a clear understanding of this. Don't pretend. Pretending will be struck by lightning. Field added, thank you for your generosity. If she doesn't want to say it, then he definitely doesn't know. The panel is flawed, and he doesn't know a lot of information, such as the artifact can be dissociated. Maybe his Lord ability has not been upgraded. Just don't bully me from now on. The maturity in Rosaria's eyes disappeared, and she turned silly and cute. So, Field, your bed will belong to me from now on. Just after saying not to bully you, you turned around and started to occupy my bed. This thinking is too jumpy. You want to sleep together. You are conquered by my body fragrance, but I am not married yet. This is too fast. Marriage is no small matter. Rosaria hesitated. You should make another bed. I allow you to stay 1 meter away from me. Ashina stood behind the little Lolita at some point, picked her up like a doll and pinched her face. Miss Noble, of course you are in the same room with me. Don't disturb the adults to rest. Ah, welcome to disturb. It's better if you two come together. I, Devil Muscle Man, can withstand it. Demi-humans are so annoying. Let go of your sharp claws. Lord Baron Field, save me. Rosaria's pupils trembled and she waved at Field. My knight, do you want to just watch the evil dragon do evil? Ashna was very angry. You are the evil dragon. If you don't obey, I will let the black wolf bite you. Bite me? Impossible. It must be in a weak state. Rosaria broke free and said proudly, look at your puppy. Field also cast a curious look. What does the dissociated dragon wolf look like? Satisfy you. A flash of blue light passed, and a black puppy that looked like a full moon fell to the ground, looking very stupid. Havada hey. If you have something to say, you can talk it over. Don't let the dog bite people. Before Rosaria finished laughing, the dragon wolf chased Rosaria and bit her, scaring the little girl to run around and finally had to lie on Field's back. Field covered his face. There will be fun in the future. No wonder Ashna always enjoys teasing Rosaria. It turns out that she has seen Rosaria's nature of teasing. The next morning, Ding Rosaria flicked her finger on the gluttonous sword, making a melodious long sound. The 3-day period has passed and my gluttonous sword has returned. Although it is not in peak condition, it can be used. After the artifact is disintegrated, it takes 1 day to recast, 3 days to use, and 7 days to restore to full condition. Rosaria slept for 3 days, and it is just right to use it today. Field next, I need to kill to recover. Let's go chop things together. No matter what creature it is, as long as it blocks your way, chop it. The little lowly put her hands on her hips, carrying a big sword, with an expression that the boss will take you to fly. Calmly stuffing the bread into her mouth, Field nodded. It just so happens that I also want to try fighting spirit, so I'll trouble you today. Do I have to be on duty today? Ashna was aggrieved, her animal ears were wilted, and she looked at the duty list in her hand, not to mention how sad she was. On the duty list there were dog heads and bone wings drawn every other day, representing the schedule for guarding the winery. Field quickly patted his head to comfort him. Tomorrow we will team up together. The territory needs your protection. Okay, Rosaria, you must protect the adults. If you lose a hair, I will let the black wolf eat you. In the night territory, in a small hidden iron mine, Roar, a corpse with shackles on its body, rushed towards Field with a strange cry. Puff Field drew out the iris longsword, stepped close to the corpse, and with the strength of his shoulders and elbows, the longsword hummed out. There was no sense of obstruction, just as easy as cutting into tender tofu. The sword light slashed into the corpse's cheek, cutting off his entire jaw, and the broken teeth fell to the ground. The corpse's dirty blood splashed out like it was free, and then fell to the ground, making a terrifying ghost cry. Field stepped forward and stepped on the corpse's body with his foot, and added a sword to kill it. The corpses in the mine are almost killed. They should have been criminals before they were corrupted. This place is not far from the big winery. In the future, when the territory extends here, we can mine. Shaking his hands that was slightly trembling due to excessive force, turning his head to look at the 12 corpses dressed in the same clothes behind him, Field felt full of accomplishment. Yes, but most of the criminals in night territory have been sent to the front line as cannon fodder. Fight against the orcs. Not many are left here. By the way, have you adapted to the power of fighting spirit? Rosaria rummaged through the box beside her and complained, "It would be great if the soldiers could help. I have to find things myself." The cold, dirty blood flowed over the sword and flowed down the long sword. Field felt his right hand become sticky and slippery, which was very uncomfortable. I've almost adapted. Dukai has greatly enhanced my strength and speed. If I had Dukai secrets, I could practice faster. Rosaria patted the dust off her hands, shook her head and said thoughtfully, "There's no rush for secrets. Your talent shouldn't be wasted on Dukai. We should build a good territory. The prosperity of the territory will promote the advancement of the chosen. In addition, most Dukai secrets also come from the chosen. It's nothing great. You can contract talents of different chosen. I've never seen it before. Contracting more chosen will be more helpful to you. You're right. Fighting is not suitable for lords. It's enough to have the ability to protect yourself. Field would not give up being a good lord and play a berserker. If he played too much, what would the girls do? Clang, 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 found it. Rosaria happily showed off the key in her hand and the simple little key kept shaking. What is this? Field's eyes lit up. With Rosaria, a native noble, there are almost no secrets in the night territory. This hidden mine was not marked on the maps sold in the market. It was not visible on my own small map either. Rosaria, on the other hand, was very familiar with the mine. Come with me, there will be something good. Rosaria covered her mouth and laughed. You will definitely be happy. Good, it's a new game. Come on, it's more exciting than the game. The two turned around in the gray fog and finally stopped in a hunter's cabin. After Rosaria entered the house, she smashed the floor with a big sword, revealing the iron cellar door below. Hey, inside is the dowry that I secretly saved. Rosaria was very proud. I have saved it for a long time. My mother is a stingy person. In order to protect her treasure, I am not allowed to contact men or get married. She even plans to send me to a monastery. Field was shocked and stared at the little lowly in front of him. Is this something I should know? Similar to the East, women in this world need dowries when they get married. Dowries are not limited to huge amounts of money or servants. Some generous nobles will even use cities and territories as dowries. It is troublesome to meet stingy family members. For example, the king of Franvia has thousands of miles of fertile land and countless gold. But in order to save dowry money, he sent all his daughters to monasteries to become monks. Of course you can know. Rosaria slid down quickly like a happy magpie. My dowry is a first-level divine artifact. The basement was very damp, and from time to time there was foul-smelling dirty water dripping down, hitting the slightly decayed golden treasure chest. On the display stand in the middle of the basement was an exquisite crystal cup, but it did not have the luster of an artifact, but instead had cracks. It's broken. Rosaria held it in for a long time, holding the cup with trembling hands, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. It's only been 11 years, and its power has dissipated completely. As a kind of energy, divine power still cannot escape loss. Without the nourishment of the Chosen One, the artifact will gradually degrade and eventually turn into dust. Flawless creation. Worthy of being the lady of the Starry Night family, your vision is perfect. Field touched the little lowly's head to comfort her. Seeing that Rosaria was still silent, Field was distressed. Isn't there still a box of treasures? If you want a magic weapon, I will buy it for you later, and you can save it up again. Stupid, stupid, who am I saving my dowry for? It's all your property. Rosaria punched him with her little pink fist, and when she calmed down, she wiped her tears. Don't touch that box, it's a treasure chest monster. It will catch people and make them give birth to babies. I don't know if it's dead in 11 years. Goddamn treasure chest monster. Puff. Field couldn't hold it in. Why put such a perverted thing in the house? To prevent thieves. After putting away the damaged crystal cup, Rosaria dug a hole in the corner and took out a key, but she was obviously not as excited as before. There is still some private money, not much, let's go and see. Field was curious. How much is it? More than 1,000 gold coins and some jewelry if no one finds it. Awesome. Field was ashamed. The girl could save so much wealth. She was dead for 10 years and still had money to spend. When I came here, I was penniless. It's a pity that the wealth of the Xingai family, which has been built up for generations, was taken away by others. Rosaria said seriously. What's the matter? In fact, I am very confused about this question. Why didn't you leave the northern province at the beginning? As nobles, you didn't know about the news that the Empire released the death haze. This is outrageous. Field was puzzled. Yes, this is very strange. For the gray fog broke out, my mother, Miss Sophia, took the family's chosen ones and secretly packed up all the wealth, artifacts, and magic potion formulas in the family treasury and transported them away. I don't even know where they were transported to. The war was in full swing. The orcs broke through 17 fortresses in 3 days. Even the main city in the center of the north, Lionheart City, was blood-bathed, and as many as 20 fallen chosen ones. But the major families didn't even have a basic reaction. I couldn't contact my mother, and there was no fortress. In Nightfall territory, I had no choice but to shrink the defense line and send out scouts to try to send all the people to Starry Night City for refuge. But the scouts haven't come back yet, and the guards reported the news of the corpses. A large number of corpses in the lumberyard caught the Night Lord off guard, and then the corruption followed the river into the Starry Night City, and the entire city was instantly infected. The Night Lord did nothing and became a corrupted place. I wanted to gather the troops and rely on the main building for defense. You know what happened later. I was killed by the corrupt dragon that suddenly appeared, and when I woke up I had become the corrupted god. Field thought of the strange rune array in the lumberyard. He rubbed his chin. The rumor is that the former empress communicated with the power of the devil, sacrificed everyone in the Night Lord, and killed the orcs and their servants. I don't know. Rosaria shook her head. The previous things are no longer important to me. Now we are here, that cave's where my private money is. That money will be shared by you and me in the future. Under Rosaria's guidance, the two found a hidden cave. There are still many broken corpses around, all fresh. Something is wrong. Field, take care of yourself. There have been living creatures here recently. Rosaria frowned and summoned the gluttony greatsword. There are people moving in the cave now. I hope they are a few stupid thieves, so I can enjoy the taste of human blood. Are you sure it's a living person, not a goblin? Field took out the iron shield from behind him and drew out the iris long sword, making a defensive posture. Yes, I'm sure. The unique sweet bloody smell of humans and The smell of amniotic fluid. It's incredible someone got pregnant and gave birth in the gray fog. When it came to pregnancy, Rosaria was stunned for a moment, secretly glanced at Field's expression, and then licked the corner of her mouth with her small tongue. But my perception is far inferior to Ashna, you be careful. Without being blocked, the two walked into the cave smoothly. Fog lights. Field saw the bright, small fog lights at a glance, emitting a soft light, dispelling the fog in the cave. It's really amniotic fluid. Then Field saw a spicy scene. The women fell to the ground, and the monster made their stomachs swell like balls, and they couldn't look directly at them. This is indeed the world of H-games. Field was shocked, and he leaned down, subconsciously wanting to rescue these women, but he stopped immediately. In the strange northern province, he couldn't touch anything casually. Field said vigilantly, "Is it the work of goblins? No, how can goblins have fog lights?" "No." Rosaria smiled, glanced at the big stone in the cave, and then said nonchalantly, "These women are useless. Their brains have been damaged, and they have become carriers of monsters. The babies in their stomachs can be born at any time." Field saw Rosaria blink her right eye at him and immediately understood what the little lowly meant. He also pretended to be nonchalant, but slowly walked to the corner, holding the long sword in his right hand, and said nervously, "It's so pitiful. I don't know who the murderer is. Then we have to ask the owner of this place." Before he finished speaking, a black shadow fell from the top of his head, accompanied by a violent sound of breaking wind, and hit Field fiercely. "Go to hell. You actually tricked me." Fortunately, he was prepared. Field raised his body slightly and raised his shield. Before the impact came, a ferocious sword tied by an iron chain, shining with a strong killing intent, hit the sneak-attacking figure in mid-air and cut it into two pieces. Like a bursting watermelon, blood was splattered everywhere, and several pure life energies were plundered by the gluttony sword. "The lord who dared to sneak-attack this lady is tired of living." Rosaria snorted coldly and then showed a happy expression. The taste of the fighting night is so delicious. Since she had already started, Rosaria was too lazy to pretend. She turned her head and smiled at the big stone and threw out the gluttony sword. The red and black ape light lingered on it and suddenly passed through the huge stone. "Get out and kneel down to this lady's lord." The sword passed and the stone opened. Two figures flashed out at the same time, both women. "Damn, I was discovered worthy of being the chosen one. I can't run away, so let's drag them to death together." The two looked at each other. Field crossed his arms and asked in a dignified manner, "Who are you and what are you doing here? Tell me the truth and I can consider letting you go. I am not a bad person." "I am Baron Field, nicknamed the Northern Lion." This is of course nonsense made up by Field. From the moment they saw the chosen ones, no matter who they were, they either became part of the Night Lord or were buried in the ground. The northern province is far from being as simple as it seems. Field smelled the smell of conspiracy. "Haha, let us go. Watch out for yourself." The red-haired woman in the lead laughed wildly. "I'm sorry to tell you that even the chosen ones will run out of power. If you stumble into our business, you must pay the price of your life." "The price of life? If you are really awesome, you don't need to sneak attack." Although Field analyzed this, he was still vigilant. "Be careful, Rosaria, retreat when you encounter danger." "No problem." Rosaria smiled. "Everything is under control." The two women tore the scrolls in their hands. The tied women all wailed in pain, and the next second, putshai putshai. The deformed monster with spider legs broke out of the body, blood splattered, very curious. As soon as the spiders crawled out, they climbed to the top of the cave in a weird posture. The red-haired woman shouted in a high voice like a devout believer, "Let you taste the taste of the resentful spider." Rosaria's mouth drew a lovely arc. "I will taste it carefully, and my stomach is empty." Squeak 13 screaming spiders burst into strange screams at the same time. In an instant, countless red skull icons burst out on Field's small map, almost painting the small map red. It was more spectacular than the monkey corpse tied at the beginning. Countless corrupted spiders rushed to the cave. Corrupted spiders, common corrupted creatures, are the size of hounds and are good at attacking and biting prey. One or two do not pose a threat, and even slaves can be trampled to death, but spiders like waves are really hard to say. The sound in the ears is all rustling, crawling sounds, which makes people's scalps numb. "Ahaha, do you hear that beautiful sound? Countless spiders will flood this place, and you will be buried with us." The two women laughed crazily, like lunatics, and Field took a step back in fear of being infected. Then they actually stripped themselves naked and showed themselves in a big letter shape. We are willing to sacrifice our flesh and blood to the coming of God. May the glory shine on us. Tusk, what a bad figure, all clumsy muscles. I guess you are from the Imperial Army. Rosaria glanced calmly, neither killing the resentful spider nor chopping the two people. Field, please don't stare at me, believe me, my figure is much better than theirs. The little lowly proudly put her hands on her hips, with an expression that said I was awesome. After being pointed out by Rosaria, Field still adhered to the gentleman's principle and admired their performance art openly. What are you doing? By the way, can you take a bath? This shocking ocean smell can be smelled from 20 meters away. The two women closed their eyes, did not reply, and muttered incomprehensible prayers. They are waiting to be eaten by bugs. They look like cultists who are hiding in the army. Rosaria grabbed the gluttony greatsword and swung it twice casually. But their hopes may be dashed. Be careful. Field was vigilantly holding up the shield to prevent the attack of the resentful spider. In less than half a minute, countless corrupted spiders poured into the cave, like a slowly advancing black wave. Before the little spiders rushed to Rosaria, a motorcycle-sized resentful spider couldn't help it. It twisted several times in the air in a weird and twisted posture, and then popped out a sharp spider leg and stabbed Rosaria fiercely. A newly born first-order creature dared to act rashly. In front of this lady. When the two met, Rosaria grabbed it casually, and her white and tender little hand firmly clamped the spider leg and then swung it violently, and the resentful spider was like a kite with a broken line, crashing into the stone wall. Before the resentful spider could scream, the gluttonous sword was thrown over, splitting the spider in the middle, and the juice splashed everywhere. Squeak, the rest of the corrupted spiders have arrived. Just food. Rosaria grabbed the chain and maximized the range of the slash, then suddenly slashed the gluttonous sword in a fan shape. The moment her palm swung, the air was cut by the terrifying force, and a sharp sonic boom sounded. Boom, where the gluttonous sword, and the chain of the sword swept past, a large blood mist exploded in an instant, accompanied by the screams of countless spiders and the sound of objects being cut, and the open space in the cave was immediately covered with dirty blood and body parts. Hiss, what a terrifying killing area. Similar to the dragon flame of the dragon wolf, it seems that Rosaria can easily cause damage to the whole group. Field looked at the spiders that were cleared out and felt relieved, but thinking that Rosaria was once an enemy, he was still afraid. If Rosaria didn't care about Ashna at the beginning and directly rushed into the crowd to chop. Countless life essences, storms poured into the big sword and were transformed into blood threads and returned to Rosaria's body. Come more, I'm more excited the more I kill. Rosaria's pupils trembled with excitement. She directly slashed out several terrifying sword lights, divine skills, endless slashes. 3 big sword kai containing the breath of corruption and death swept through the air, even the rock wall of the cave was cut open. Then the sword kai slammed into the surging spider tide, plowing the land for several miles, and everything it hit during the period, whether it was spiders, trees, or stones, all collapsed and disintegrated. Using divine skills now, you're really courting death. The 2 crazy women stopped reciting prayers and sneered. Field spread his hands and said calmly, "Why can't we talk? Maybe our territory can achieve mutual benefit and win-win results with your organization. We can talk about arms, artifacts, or slaves. I recently got some good things called happy beans, which can help you get rid of your anger and restore your femininity. With you, are you worthy?" The red-haired woman laughed loudly, but unfortunately, because of exercise, her rabbit was as hard as her chest muscles. Even if the woman laughed and trembled, there was no beauty at all. You short-sighted nobles will never understand what a great world we want to build. Is it the society? Field's eyes widened, but when he thought of these guys who were killing women just like crazy fanatics, he immediately extinguished this possibility. Field showed a disgusted expression. Don't say half of the words, Riddler, get out of Gotham. He, in short, nobles such as you must die. The red-haired woman said coldly, don't think that the Chosen One can protect you. The divine skills can't be released casually. Divine skills, endless slash. As soon as the red-haired woman finished speaking, Rosaria slapped her face. She had accumulated enough life energy and released the divine skills for the second time. This time, the range and power of the sword light were more terrifying. There were 7 waves of sword energy, which was slowly slashed out in the red-haired woman's confused eyes. Wherever the sword energy went, the spiders were all shattered, and the broken limbs and blood was scattered on the ground, forming a disgusting carpet of flesh and blood. Savage woman, make your spider-flavored food stronger, more. Countless pure life forces poured into Rosaria's body, slowly growing the little girl's body into a young girl's form. And even her voice became mature. What kind of monster is that? The two crazy women took a step back together. They really didn't expect this scene. Shouldn't the divine power be quickly consumed, and then fled in panic, and finally be swallowed by spiders? Field's patience was limited, and he imitated their tone and said coldly and arrogantly, "You are worthy of knowing, get off me." Unlike ordinary chosen ones, Rosaria's skill of burning life is the most suitable for her. With the ability to absorb life, she can become stronger with each battle. Therefore, you can't fight Rosaria head-on but should adopt guerrilla and kite tactics, or simply crush her with firepower. For example, Ashina's skill can directly knock her out of one form and damage her artifact. In just 1 minute, Rosaria used the third endless cut. Countless mixed sword energy almost flattened the area around the cave. The corrupt spiders were slaughtered. In the cave, the remaining resentful spiders even had hoarse voices, but they couldn't summon any corrupted spiders, so they could only stare at each other. Field could even see the fear in the compound eyes of the resentful spiders. Is the dance over? This lady is only half full and hasn't had enough fun yet. Rosaria turned gracefully, and then the sword wrapped in blood and fierce momentum burst out. And at a very fast speed, the resentful spiders were beaten into a ball of paste one by one and rotted on the stone wall. Seeing Rosaria's unfriendly eyes sweeping over, the pupils of the quiet female madman trembled, yellow urine flowed down her thighs and her eyes became clear again. Now you know how powerful I am, right? I was so arrogant before, and Field almost laughed to death. Wait, stop, you said before we can talk. I will tell you everything we are from. Perhaps because of the intense fear, the woman's crazy look suddenly became clear. She grabbed her hair and said painfully, "Please stop. We are the Imperial Survey Corps. Go and save Miss Shirley Gassina. She is on Claudia Road on the way to the Night Territory with important information about corruption." What she said should be true. They were mentally broken before. Rosaria nodded seriously and said to the two women, "For the future of the Empire, tell me the important information quickly. I feel that there is a force in your heads that is rapidly expanding. We were attacked by a terrifying corrupt monster. Miss Shirley asked us to retreat with the wounded, but in the Night Territory we were taught." As soon as a certain keyword was mentioned, the heads of the two women exploded at the same time, and yellow and white filth splashed everywhere. Rosaria flashed in front of God Field and waved her hand to block the filth. They triggered the ban. The caster does not allow them to think or mention something. No wonder they are insane and look like fanatics. It turns out that they are parasitic. Field frowned and looked serious. He crossed his index fingers and thought for a moment. The Imperial Survey Corps is mainly responsible for investigating the degree of corruption. Logically, no human would attack them. The spread of corruption is related to the safety of all mankind. Field paced back and forth. It may be a personal grudge of the Survey Corps or a conspiracy organization. She wanted to say a certain word just now, but unfortunately she failed. It's really annoying. Corruption, pagans, heresy, and cults are all a mess. Field felt confused. Why are all the forces ready to move? The pagans' westward expedition has such a great impact. Rosaria thought for a while, shrugged her snow-white shoulders, yawned, and covered her mouth with her hands. I know nothing about the current situation in the Empire, but this matter has nothing to do with us. No matter how bad it is, can it be worse than staying in a pile of corrupted creatures? As Field's chosen one, Rosaria has no awareness of corrupted creatures at all. She has become a complete, corrupt traitor and has no mercy on killing corrupted creatures. That's right. After being reminded by Rosaria, Field nodded. I am a small baron and can't control the affairs of the Empire. There is no benefit to be plotted. All the major forces are troublesome. As long as you don't provoke me, it has nothing to do with me. Feld felt relieved, put away the iris sword, turned it into a brooch and pinned it on his chest, shaking his wrist. I have to think carefully about the Survey Corps. Let's go back to the winery first. I'm glad to see you relax. Rosaria lifted her skirt and smiled at Field. I think my hidden private money is still there. Rosaria, in her girl form, seemed a little noble. She tiptoed through the spider's corpse and dug out an iron treasure chest in the corner of the cave. That's it. Well, golden legend. Opening the treasure chest, Field felt that he was flashed by the high beam and all he saw were shining gems and coins. All kinds of beautiful jewelry, all made of gold and silver, inlaid with various gems, look so dazzling in the dim environment. In addition, there is a box full of gold, silver, and copper coins. It can be seen that she usually hides even the copper coins. For you. Rosaria lowered her head slightly, and her voice was much softer. Her white jade-like feet seemed to have nowhere to put, and her knees rubbed against each other, even rubbing red, showing that she was uneasy. Are you really going to give it to me? Field was a little confused. This was the first time he received a gift from a girl in his 2 lives, and the object was such a beauty. Besides, Rosaria said that this was her private money, prepared as a dowry. Could it be? Rosaria's dress will change due to changes in form. Now the upper end of the dress, a ring fixed on the neck, seems to be full of creamy white skin and snow grooves, openly exposed in front of Field. She was right before. Rosaria's figure is really good. The queen form will definitely be better. Of course, Sir Field, these are all your wealth. You can use them as you like. Rosaria looked up and smiled. From now on you will be my foot slave. Hurry, hurry, what should I do if a noble lady confesses her love to me? This plot is too fast. I wonder if we have only known each other for a few days, and we are going to get married. Field's old face turned red, his head was dizzy, and he subconsciously wanted to hug him. I really can't do anything about you being your husband. Wait, what did you say just now? Be my foot slave, although this is my first time trying it, but I believe you will do well. Rosaria covered her mouth and laughed elegantly. Foot. What is a slave? Field slapped his forehead, cold sweat dripping down. Of course you are responsible for taking care of this lady's daily life, making this lady happy, rubbing this lady's jade feet, and relieving fatigue. Of course, when you greet me in the morning and evening, just kiss my instep. If you want to kiss other places, it depends on your performance. A question mark slowly popped up in Field's mind. Give me back the cute little lowly version. This perverted little sister is too scary. I originally thought Rosaria was an M, but now I see that she is an S. Please don't be too outrageous. Field refused righteously, and then knocked her head with his knuckles. Asking Rosaria to eat a sugar-roasted chestnut, and said angrily, "Little girl, don't be too outrageous. If I don't beat you up today, I think you can't recognize the big and small kings. Rubbing feet is fine, but it shouldn't become a ritual. I love to do it, but it doesn't mean I have to do it. Liking jade feet does not mean being a licker." Inequality seconds. Rubbing her head, Rosaria chuckled. I was just kidding you, dear Field. How could I bear to let you be a slave? I don't think you are kidding. Field sighed, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity. You can keep the jewelry. I will use the coins to build the territory and compensate you 100 times in the future. Just be nice to me. I like your gentleness and sense of responsibility." Rosaria was very happy. Don't take the joke just now to heart. In fact, I want to be your foot slave. Puff, please stop talking. Field almost vomited blood. At least don't say it now. You are a fucking M. I didn't misjudge you. If you continue like this, you will be killed by the law of the Great Tao. By the way, let's check nearby. Since they are the Survey Corps, they must have equipment nearby. Field thought about the business. He was almost going crazy because of poverty. In the battle of the main building, a large number of weapons were lost. He was now very greedy for weapons and equipment. After searching around the cave, the two actually found the Survey Corps carriages, a total of 5. Horses pulling the carriages were dead, with tentacles and tumors growing all over their bodies. They would soon become corrupted horses, so Field had to finish them off. In the first 2 carriages, there were several male corpses lying. When the white cloth was lifted, it was seen that they were covered with tooth marks and torn wounds. Perhaps they were wounded soldiers of the Survey Corps. They were all dead, with eyes wide open, full of unwillingness. There are no living people. Rosaria shook her head and swung her knife to chop off the heads of the corpses to prevent them from turning into corpses. Field said, as a matter of course, if you can arrange such a thing as the resentful spider, you won't make a low-level mistake. The other 3 carriages were all good things. Field found armor that was better than the border fortress, 10 sets of heavy chainmail. In the absence of gunpowder weapons, the defensibility of chainmail is terrifying. Most weapons cannot cut through it, and blunt weapons will also share most of their power. The value of 10 sets of chainmail is enough to buy a farm. In addition, there are 17 heavy horse armors, several fine weapons, 2 boxes of fighting spirit potions, and a box of blood-stained personal belongings, such as jewelry, coins, suicide notes, and family flags. There is no doubt that they are out of ammunition and food. Apart from hard weapons and armor, there are no potions or food. Field saw the key at a glance. He only found half a piece of gnawed bacon, which was still hidden in his heart. Field shook his head and said, "Even the wounded who retreated first are in such a predicament. I dare not imagine Miss Shirley's situation. 80% of them have been defeated, and then they performed the defeat animation with the corrupted creatures. After all, there are no supply warehouses or villages along the way for them to plunder, so the knights of the Empire cannot get food." Rosaria put one hand on her waist and swung the meteor hammer with her right hand like a propeller. She said playfully, "Even the chosen ones need to eat, of course, except for the invincible me. Rosaria killed people just to eat. You will get my title, the first model worker in the Night Territory." Field was so happy that he gave her the title. From now on, the dragon wolf that can survive by eating rotten corpses and Rosaria, who survives by chopping rotten corpses, are both called the first model workers in the Night Territory. "No," Rosaria protested loudly. "I will punish you by not kissing my feet for 30 seconds. Compared with the crazy titles such as Stunning Dancer or Blood Rose, the first model worker in the Night Territory is simply stupid. So, in the future, our army needs to establish a complete logistics system." Field automatically blocked Rosaria's outrageous remarks. Unlike the Eastern concept of food and grass go first before troops move, the nobles of the Empire did not attach enough importance to logistics, and often resorted to looting to supplement food. Only the Kingdom of Franvia, under the influence of mercantilism, began to improve military support. But the mainstream of the continent is still willing to take from the enemy. Rosaria tied up several carriages with chains, dragged them all back to the territory, and then wrapped her jewelry and hid it in a place only she knew. She is a hoarder, so fond of hiding things. Field complained and returned to the winery first. Just after commanding the slaves to store the spoils, Field hadn't even sat in the chair. "My lord, Tate wants to see you." Wagwin was holding a rag in his hand and he was cleaning the entire winery. "Let him in." As soon as Tate came in, he talked about work without saying a word. "My lord, I found that the slave group has serious internal fighting problems." "Slaves are already at the bottom, can they still fight each other?" Field sat up straight, raised his head and said, "Go on. It's like this. Strong slaves will rely on their physical strength and combat power to privately divide the territory and population, form gangs, and fight each other, such as secretly pulling out the crops planted by opponents. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, even slaves are no exception. And within the gang, there will be superiors and subordinates. Strong slaves will not only work less, but also leave the work to the weak, and use force to rob the weak of food and money." Field exhaled a foul breath with a bad tone, "So a large amount of materials will gather towards those who don't work, and the more people work, the less they get. My food is constantly fattening up lazy guys, while those who work hard can only struggle in hunger." "Yes, your analysis is very accurate." Tate was indignant. He hated termites the most. "We need to pull those guys out and hang them." This, you seem a bit extreme." After the war, the Night Territory had a total population of 427 people, and they couldn't afford to lose any more. Killing was simply not an option. Completely solve the problem, and it will also reduce the population and happiness of the territory. No one wants to live in a territory where they can be hanged at any time. Hang one group and there will be another. It is the instinct of living things to gather resources. It cannot be blamed on individuals. Don't expect everyone to be a saint, Tate, otherwise why manage? Field was very rational. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. "Tate, I selected 30 people yesterday for training as new recruits. Let them help suppress and punish gang members and temporarily serve as the security team." Turning his head to look at Cow, who was joining in the fun, Field said, "In addition, Cow, you take an hour every night to teach soldiers and security teams. Just teach a few of the most commonly used words and numbers." Why teach them to write? Once they go to the battlefield, they will die at any time." Cow looked reluctant, "And they are all stupid and can't learn. Just do what I say." Field waved his hand. Cow looked reluctant. I heard that someone spread rumors that I peeped at. Female slaves going to the toilet." Field took a sip of tea slowly. "Oh, I don't know which damn bastard said such an outrageous thing. The goddess will definitely make his mouth rot." Cow was so scared that he was sweating all over and his legs were shaking like noodles. "I will definitely teach the soldiers to write. I will definitely. The Lord gave me not trouble but honor. I will cherish it." "Very good, go." Field put down the teacup. Cow rolled and crawled away. Tate looked puzzled and stood up and said, "My lord, I'm going to work too." Don't worry, I plan a new way of working. Subdividing the work into individuals. For example, a slave will be given 5 copper coins after he cultivates 1 acre of land, and 3 copper coins after he deals with the corruption of a piece of land, instead of working together in a mess and getting wages together. Of course, I plan to abstract the copper coins and call them work points. You just need to do simple addition and subtraction after his name, and you don't have to give him real money. After all, money can be robbed, but work points can't. Field spread his hands. When the value reaches a gold coin, he can be pardoned as a slave and become a free man. In addition, when the territory has more supplies, work points can be exchanged for extra bread, daily necessities, or other things. They will work hard for a better life. Tate's pupils trembled. Yes, as long as the work points are recorded, strong slaves can't rob them at all. In addition, only when a person does the work and scores on the spot can he get work points, and the strong can't embezzle them. Field was about to end the conversation, but suddenly remembered that the ban on random defecation had expired. No, I'm too civilized and kind again. This is a big step. Field patted his head. Work points are a long-term goal. Let's move forward slowly, one step at a time. First, let the security team strictly deal with gang problems, encourage reporting, catch the perpetrators, confiscate their property, whip them in public, and then send them to the hardest jobs to work hard. Field slammed his fist on the table. Hanging the population, then severe punishment and labor reform. Your fairness is shocking. Tate was trembling with shock. He sighed secretly that coming to the Night Territory might be the most correct decision he made. Go and do it. I will follow the process in real time. After sending Tate away, Field found Ashina. He planned to discuss the Survey Corps with the 2 chosen ones. Rosaria hasn't come back yet. Come first, I have something to talk to you about. Field pulled Ashina into the room. In broad daylight you have to. Ashina's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally she simply covered her face. Yeah, waiting is a waste of time. It's a good time to study magic. Field took the quick magic from the bookshelf and handed it to Ashina. Can you master it, or copy one? After flipping through it, Ashina said, I can't copy or use it. This is the creation of the chosen one, just like a divine weapon. Instead, you or others can learn it. Do you want to try it? Just like the fog lights and purification potions of the church, they are also products of the chosen one. No wonder they are so expensive. Field was very disappointed. No one in the territory has magical abilities. It seems that they can only be left to accumulate dust for the time being. Ashina drew a beautiful smile at the corner of her mouth and said in a doting tone, but it is precisely because it is the creation of the chosen one that divine power can drive it. If you want to play with it, I will lend you some divine power. Okay, if you perform it yourself, it should be fine. Can I borrow it? Field was shocked. Then I can be a great wizard. No, it's not that I'm hiding it. The divine power can only be transmitted to the contractee, and the effect is very weak. So it's hard to use. It's not like Rosaria sharing Dukai. You'll know if you try it. It's less than 1% of a first-level magician. Ashina tiptoed and sat on Field's desk, then crossed her legs, her toes hooked in slippers. Her pink soles couldn't be covered even with white silk, and her perfect arch of the foot outlined a bony arc. Don't blame me if you're disappointed, sir. It's best to find a magic book with extremely low magic consumption. Field stared at the squeezed-out looming and was stunned. This little girl is getting bolder and bolder. When I first bought her, she only dared to sit on the floor to eat, and in a blink of an eye, she dared to sit on her desk and cross her legs. After a while, I'm afraid she will sit on my face, although it's not bad. Field cleared his throat. I won't blame you. Okay then. Ashina's wolf ears suddenly swayed twice cunningly, and she felt like playing. She sighed and said in a helpless and seductive tone, if you want to get divine power, you must kiss to transmit it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ashina's face turned red and she quickly stuck out her tongue and waved her hands to dissipate heat. Oh my God, what did I just say? Ashina has regretted it. No problem. I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Field stood up suddenly and walked to Ashina in a straightforward manner. Hey, I'm kidding. Ashina was scared and her hair exploded. She was a conservative person. She dared to tease Field simply because Field spoiled her on weekdays. Field didn't care so much. He stretched out his hand and locked her hand suddenly. The other hand had begun to wander around, slippery. Then it was soft jade in the mouth, and the mouth was sweet. This is not an exaggeration in night novels, but it really tastes sweet. The hot wind brought by the breath blows on the face, which is extremely comfortable. I don't know if Ashna is confused or afraid of hurting Field by running away, so she just closes her eyes tightly, trembling slightly. Knock, knock, knock. Lord, I'm here to fix the floor. You told me this morning. Greyhound knocked on the door. Ever since Field caught him and brought him to the Night Lord, he had to do all the carpentry work in the camp. No time, come back tomorrow, Field said unkindly. He actually forgot about it. Greyhound was startled by Field's terrifying tone. There was a sound of grunting and rolling outside the door. Ashna was also startled. She seized the opportunity and broke free from Field's arms. She rubbed her head and said, next time, let's talk about divine power. No, Field was very angry. Let me go. I'm kidding you. Don't need to kiss here to transmit divine power. Ashna smacked her lips. She was almost suffocated just now, although she felt inexplicably high. Field was shocked. Then where do you want to kiss? No need to kiss anywhere. Lord, you are so perverted. Asana covered her face shyly. Okay, I'll let you go. The contract of the Chosen One is much more solid than the marriage certificate, so there is no need to rush. Asana reached out and touched Field's forehead. A pure force, carrying a terrifying pressure, poured in. Field felt a towering snow-capped mountain flashing in front of him, which made him breathless. Fortunately, the pressure was only for a moment. Field's reason returned to reality, but he found that he was sweating profusely. That's all. Asana saw Field's tired look and was a little worried. Her knowledge came from inheritance, and there would always be some deviations in practice. She didn't dare to mess around. Are you okay? There was only a trace of divine power, but it was enough to drive quick magic. Of course, this trace of divine power was of no use in other aspects. It's similar to borrowing 2 batteries from AI to play with a flashlight, but it doesn't mean that you have the computing power of AI. Taking out the feathered beast empathy, Field dripped blood into it, and the magic book immediately flipped, and the strange runes burst into shining light. Field immediately mastered the magic skills of feathered beast empathy as if he was born with it. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning of the runes, he could activate them. I'm going to try it now. Taking a white pigeon out of the pigeon cage, Field cast a feather beast empathy magic on it. Silver energy flew out from his fingertips and drilled into the pigeon's head. Instantly, Field felt that his vision had expanded, as if he was watching a split-screen video, and for a moment he didn't know which side to look at. Interesting. Fortunately, Field came up with a good idea, and his main body lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. The screen immediately went black on one side, and only the pigeon's vision could be seen. Ashna let the pigeon fly out. Okay. Opening the old wooden window of the winery, the pigeon soared into the sky. Field immediately gained a god's vision and saw the full picture of the night territory. The overall tone was the brown-black color of the soil, with a little light gray. The soil was full of erosion from the death haze. Although it had been purified, it still had some color left. Looking down from a high place was like watching an old black and white TV. The slaves all lived in tents made of broken wood, old cloth, and dry grass. The broken wood was swept out and was a scarce resource. It was good enough that the decayed plants did not kill people, so don't expect to build houses. Those with poor conditions did not even have sheds and could only sleep wrapped in rags and leaning against each other. The life of the free people was slightly better because they did not need forced labor. They were already digging mud to build houses. Field saw the most classic fire pit, a facility built in the middle of the house, which was equivalent to a stove plus a kang in the northeast, used for cooking and heating. Women were weaving cloth next to the fire pit, and from time to time, they looked at the pot of porridge on the fire pit. Coo the pigeon smelled the fragrance and fluttered there. Wings to land on the earthen wall built by the free people. Oh, I miss the days in the bull territory. Although I can't eat, at least I can live in a house with a roof. Shut up, you were whipped 5 times last time, have you forgotten? The weaving woman glared at her husband fiercely. Don't expect me to take care of your rotten ass. I would rather marry a slave soldier in the guard than live with you. Oh, damn you short-sighted shrew, you actually want to marry a slave. The man was very angry. Slaves will never turn over in their lives, and their sons and grandsons will be slaves in the future. The woman spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm in a very tasteless manner. Bah, the Lord said that as long as you earn 1 gold coin, you will set the slaves free. Do you know how much the guards can earn? Money. It is said that Iron Hammer has a deposit of 1 gold coin. I have never seen so much in my life. If this money is returned to bull territory, he can become the richest man in the village. The humiliated man almost fainted. Then can you go out? There are no merchants, taverns, and markets in night territory. There is no place to spend money. It will happen sooner or later. The woman was not convinced. Don't use this excuse not to work. I am weaving cloth. I can go directly to the winery to exchange oats. The nobles don't keep their words. Barren takes away so many little girls every year, saying that they want to be maids and choirs. In the end, none of them came back, and our little Fanny is also missing. The room fell into silence. Field listened silently. It's time to establish a market or an exchange system to allow commodities and goods to circulate. Otherwise, the production enthusiasm of the free people will be hit. As for the little girl, it is estimated that she encountered an accident with Barren, but she can't control Barren, at least for now. The pigeon was attracted by the aroma of porridge in the pot and could no longer resist, so it flew down. The porridge in the support pot had not yet boiled, but there were already tiny bubbles, and bran floated on the surface. In modern times, this thing was not even as good as rice washing water, but in the night territory, it was already top-notch food. Oh my God, where did the bird come from? Go away. That's for the children. The couple agreed on the food and immediately waved their hands to drive the pigeon away. It was not that Field had a bad taste to tease the people in the territory, but that he could not control the pigeon at all. This little magic could only gain visual and auditory abilities. The pigeon fled in panic and kept circling around the big winery. Field was worried several times that this stupid bird would crash into the gray fog and then turn into a pigeon monster. Fortunately, animals were very alert to the death haze, and the pigeon finally landed in the farmland where slaves were working. Field could see that the slaves were planting broad beans on the crooked ridges. A male slave absent-mindedly dug a shallow pit with his hands, then threw the seeds in and then stepped on them casually. The seeds were even kicked out of the pit. He didn't even bother to look at it and then dug another one. This was not bad. The other one had already fallen asleep in the ridge. Field even saw that some people were eating the seeds raw. Damn, there's no way this can produce any yield. Field almost jumped out of bed, then ran to the farmland to catch them and beat them up. No wonder slavery is doomed to be eliminated. Even dogs would shake their heads at this productivity. Fortunately, at this time a voice said, "Damn stinky shit, get up and work." Tate came with 2 security teams, which were recruits recruited by Field, holding sticks and whips. They kicked and beat the slaves severely. The idiot who stole the seeds will have his food halved in 3 days. The guy who didn't work seriously, you supervise him and make him go back to work. This acre of land will not be paid. As for the lazy sleeper, go carry wood. You don't want to sleep when you run back and forth. Get moving, don't waste the adult's bread. Tate quickly made a series of judgments, and the 2 recruits looked gloating and went up to execute them quickly. Very good, reasonable punishment, neither cruel nor saintly. Field saw all this and nodded with satisfaction. The decree was implemented in place, and Tate was able to execute it as soon as Field finished speaking, which made Field very satisfied. A person who can properly execute government orders is the wealth of the night. Sister, look at the pigeons over there. SHH, Field was still thinking when he heard the girl's voice. The pigeons also looked in the direction of the sound, only to see 2 dirty little mud monkeys, blinking at themselves with big eyes. It's really rare, or twins. Field compared them back and forth and confirmed that the 2 looked exactly the same, but their temperaments were very different. The one holding the stone looked strong and powerful, while the squatting girl looked timid and melancholy. Wait, stone? Field was shocked. Bayou held the stone in her hand, and her mind kept recalling the bird-hunting skills her father taught her before his death. She leaned down slightly, holding a sharp stone tightly in her right hand. Sister, don't do this. Bayou exclaimed in panic, wanting to scare the pigeons away, but feeling her sister's gaze. She still shrank her neck and dared not do it. Licking the corner of his mouth, Bayou thought of the smell of meat, and his stomach couldn't help but twitch, and saliva kept flowing down the corner of his mouth. Sister, don't make a noise, there will be bird meat to eat soon. The pigeon was very stupid. It didn't know it was going to be hit. It refused to move and just cooed. Field couldn't control the pigeon, so he could only pray silently that it wouldn't hit. Sister, don't. Seeing that his sister was about to throw the stone, Bayou waved his hands in panic. Stop. This is the property of the Lord. Idiot, birds are not. Bayou said, and without listening to his sister's explanation. He threw the stone whoosh, and accurately hit the pigeon that was flapping its wings in a hurry. Field felt dizzy in front of his eyes, and when the pigeon's vision became clear, he saw a pair of clear big eyes staring at him. Very beautiful eyes, like clear and pure sapphire blue, but Field could see pure appetite from them. According to the imperial law, everything on the land belongs to the local lord. This is also a core concept of the Griffin Empire. The land belongs to the nobles. But this law has loopholes and does not stipulate the ocean and the sky. Therefore, hunting birds is not illegal, but private hunting, even if it is hunting squirrels and rabbits, or picking branches and cutting wood, as long as it is related to the land, it is illegal to take it privately. However, the Lord will also issue regional decrees to make changes to the imperial decrees. For example, a special area for collecting firewood will be set aside, and hunters will be allowed to prove it. Field's face was dark, and he was about to ask the servant to take the pigeon back. "Sister, send the pigeon back to the Lord's castle." Blackfeather's teeth were already trembling. There are no normal birds in the night territory. Only flying monsters, so the pigeon must be raised by the Lord. What, right? Bai, who realized it later, immediately had a pupil earthquake but still stammered, what if it is really wild or God-given? And I have been seen. Other slaves have seen them hunting pigeons, and greedy eyes are looking at them from all directions, and everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. Bai knew that using excuses such as picking up injured pigeons would not work. "They beat the Lord's pigeons, report it quickly." Lord Tate said that there will be a reward for reporting. Isn't it wild? I saw a caravan carrying bird cages. It must be the Baron's pet. Pets and wild animals are two different things. If the noble master knows that his pet has been beaten, he will definitely use torture. Woo woo woo. The sister has squatted on the ground and cried. Her tears washed away the dust on her face, leaving a trail of tears. I don't want my sister to die. Their father was hanged because he took the Lord's branch. Bai also fell to the ground in dejection. It was not right to throw away the injured pigeon in his hand, nor was it right to hold it. It was like a red-hot iron. If she died, her sister would be bullied by the bastards. She didn't dare to think about it, so she had to say stubbornly, "We will cure the pigeon." Poor baby. Rubbing his eyebrows, Field tried to cut off the supply of divine power of the feather beast empathy. After trying several times, it really succeeded. Field sat up, but saw Ashna curled up beside him and fell asleep. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned, her toes were long but round, and her smooth toenails revealed a light pink color, as if she was painted with light and elegant nail polish. The smooth and white skin and perfect arch of the foot set off a feeling of pity. Field helped massage her feet without hesitation. It was miserable, too miserable. Being a lord, you have to massage your subordinates. The girl hummed with a sleepy and vague nasal sound. "Big pervert lord." Then she glared at Field with a reproachful and charming look. It's better not to use criminal law on the little girl. Although pigeons are not cheap, Field, whose soul comes from the modern world, will not really hang the little girl who made a mistake. If he whips her, one whip can make her go back to her mother's womb to be reborn. Directly exonerating or punishing too lightly is not feasible, because it would leave the Lord with an image of being too kind, even cowardly and saintly, which would immediately cause other slaves to follow suit. In the Holy Griffin Empire, where the weak are the prey of the strong, Field needs to maintain absolute majesty. "My lord," a slave came to report that a foolish fool hurt your pigeon. The servant Walken hurried up and knocked on Field's bedroom door. Field stretched his body and said, "I know. Take 3 black breads and reward the person who reported it. One thing is one thing, and people who are loyal to you should still be rewarded. Your generosity is convincing." Walken praised and immediately went to get the bread. This kid has been flattering a lot recently. And he also reported that Cow spread rumors. Field rubbed his chin. Walken is indeed very loyal, and we have to try to let him learn management. The castle will recruit more servants sooner or later, and it needs a reliable people coordinate. Field stood up and opened the door and went downstairs with Ashina. The 2 sisters were already huddled in fear downstairs. Bai had imagined many times what it would be like to meet the Lord, how she should salute, how to kneel, but this time the situation was different. She had made a mistake, and her mind was full of fear. Perhaps Baron Field was a demon with a face full of flesh who specialized in eating children, and now he just found an opportunity to eat them. The 2 sisters remembered their father, who also knelt in front of the castle, waiting for the Lord's verdict. They prayed for a miracle. But their father was finally hanged in despair. Squeak, the door of the winery opened. Bai Yu saw a very young man walking towards her, wearing a black slim robe. With a beautiful silver brooch on his chest and a fine steel sword hanging on his waist, he walked briskly, completely different from the cowering male servant. It is probably the Baron's knight. Bai Yu guessed that he had heard the bard sing the knight's handsomeness and might before, and now it was completely confirmed. The only difference from his imagination was himself. How nice it would be if I were a princess or a noble lady, instead of a slave waiting to die. Kneel down, don't look directly into the eyes of adults. Hua Guan was furious when he saw the two people's stupidity. They actually violated the adult's property. There were only 3 pigeons in the night territory. The 2 little girls knelt down trembling, and Field rubbed his temples. As a young man who received compulsory education and was born under the red flag, he really couldn't bear to see the people suffer. In fact, it was not a big deal. It was an apology in modern times, and the maximum compensation was 100 yuan. How did you shoot the pigeon down? Field asked knowingly. Seeing the little girl tremble, Field said in a gentler tone, "Don't be afraid, talk nicely." I threw a stone. The 2 of them shrank like kittens, and Bai Yu whispered, "I swear, I didn't know that the pigeon was the private property of the Lord." Field was happy. I really don't know whether it was luck or skill that he hit the target with 1 shot. The pigeon was in good condition. Its right wing was injured. Now it has become a free-range chicken looking around foolishly. I will cure it. Hai Yu mustered up his courage, clenched his fists, and begged with tears in his eyes, "Don't kill my sister, please, I will do anything." "Haha, poor little girl, I don't want to kill anyone." After all, the Night Territory has not issued a decree prohibiting bird hunting. Field gave himself a way out. The imperial decree only stipulates that the land belongs to the nobles. Only the territory decree issued by the nobles themselves will stipulate the wealth of rivers and the sky. But the pigeon is indeed my private property. I will punish you too, to do labor reform. Every evening go to the chicken coop to shovel clean the chicken manure for a month, and there is no pay. Do you have any objections? The 2 sisters were dumbfounded. Field asked in confusion, "Do you have any objections?" No, thank you for your grace." The 2 responded excitedly and cried with joy. They had never expected that the punishment would be so light. Is picking up chicken manure a punishment? For the 2 sisters who have been doing farm work since childhood, it is just a daily routine. Go to the courtyard behind the winery to find the butler cow. He will tell you how to do it. Start today. After Field finished dealing with it, he looked at the 2 running figures and said with a confused face, "Why are they punished and still happy?" Ashina winked playfully. "I guess they feel honored to work for you." The 2 returned to the room and found that Rosaria had come back first without knowing when. She sat at the desk with her legs crossed and drank Field's black tea, but she was holding Field's development plan in her hand, looking confused. "Why can't I understand any of your words?" Rosaria was confused as she turned the paper over and over. "It's a ghost if you can understand it. It's written in modern Chinese. I want this effect, so that some spies won't sneak in one day and read all my little secrets." Field shrugged. "Since Rosaria is back, let's discuss the Survey Corps." Field told Ashina the details of this trip. To save Shirley Gassina, or not to save her, of course. "We may have worked in vain, so let's not discuss this for now." Pointing to the paper map of the northern province, the 3 outermost territories of the northern province are Cloud Vale, Night Vale, and Morning Vale, which lead to the High Castle Province and Rick Province. Among them, Cloud Vale territory can also lead to the homes of elves and dwarves. Originally, Cloud Vale territory was a place where elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs fought in a melee. The corrupted monsters there are definitely much stronger than Night Vale territory. In contrast, Night Vale territory and Morning Vale territory, because of the Imperial defense line and the cleaning of the royal family and church troops, there are not many powerful corrupted creatures. The deeper you go into the northern province, the more terrifying the enemy will be. The Claudia Road is the only way from Viscount Griffin's territory to Nightfall territory. If they still have mounts, they can probably reach Nightfall territory in one day. Field was very conflicted about saving people. He was not kind-hearted, or that thing would react when he heard that it was a woman. Gassina, if I remember correctly, it is also a big family with a history of 600 years. Right? The family believes in the goddess of war, relies on bravery and loyalty, is deeply trusted by the royal family, and is a rare duke with real power. There are 7 electors in the empire. Electors can even be earls, viscounts, etc. And the title is related to strength, but not absolute. The throne is theoretically elected by voting, but in reality, the throne will always belong to the Griffin family. Even if the previous empress turned the northern province into a corrupt place, the current empress is still the lady of the Griffin family. The nobles of the northern province did not vote against it. After all, they are all dead. In addition, there are 13 dukes and 67 marquises in the empire. Among them, there are not even 1/3 of the real power holders. Most of the duke's territories are only nominal. The land is managed by the county officials of the empire. The power of the Gasna family is less than 1,000 of what it was 10 years ago. Field spread his hands and looked amused. It is true that the loyal dog of the Empress is the Gasna family, but the vanguard against the orcs is the Gasna family. They are shrouded in the gray fog. The main force of the expeditionary force is still them, and the main force of the Survey Corps is still them. The family members are almost dead. In short, too inward-looking, so that all the work in the company was given to him. Puff Rosaria spit out all the black tea, and then wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Then Miss Shirley's value will be greatly reduced. As a noble, Rosaria knows what Field wants: benefits. As long as the nobles swear to promise benefits or have a legally binding agreement, it is really possible to gain benefits. If Shirley can be saved and an agreement can be negotiated, Field can gain something. Whether he is alive is still a question. Field sat down, looked at Ashna, who was confused on his left, and then looked at Rosaria, who was drinking tea. Except for himself, all those who participated in the discussion were gods chosen. Field was distracted. There will be more gods chosen in the future. Will we have to vote then? But you still have to listen to me in the general direction. It's best if they die. The equipment and treasures they leave behind are all ours, and they won't cause us any trouble. Once they think from the perspective of interests, everyone's words are cold, and Rosaria is no exception. But it's unlikely that everyone will die in battle. The Survey Corps must be escorted by the chosen ones, and at most they are in very bad condition. If they are in very bad condition, either snatch the chosen ones or kill them all. Field said coldly, but if they are still in good condition, you can earn favors and benefits by helping them in times of need, or simply negotiate with Shirley. Negotiating with other nobles is different from the original owner's previous chaste money giving. It is really profitable. Will that expose the territory? Asana asked. Field said in a very organized manner, it doesn't matter. First, they are willing to destroy the corrupted creatures along the way, which can also relieve our pressure. Second, the law of night territory is claimed by me, and no one in the empire can invade it at will. Third, night territory is worthless. The night territory they care about is worthless in the eyes of normal nobles. Otherwise, the northern provinces would have been occupied by nobles long ago, and no one is willing to invest precious power in the corrupt land. The only thing worth worrying about is the malice from the family, but Field went to Maple Leaf territory before, and he had already exposed his life. Night territory can't be closed in the gray fog forever. Without development, sooner or later people will know. Of course, the most critical things, such as the existence of the chosen one, cannot be exposed. I have to arrange this well. Late at night, in the dark gray fog. Tap, 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 the sound of horse hooves exploded. And 6 knights galloped wildly on their horses, galloping southward. Roar, 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 after a sharp cry. A dark mass of rotten corpses cast shadows everywhere. The corrupted creatures were all over the mountains and plains. At a glance, it was like a river bursting its banks. The rotten corpses crowded along countless passable narrow roads, like a series of small, black or gray torrents, infiltrating into this broken world bit by bit. The knight at the front of the team, holding a fog lamp in her hand, shouted hoarsely and hysterically through her helmet, "Rush out, it's almost night, don't let them surround us." After that, she used the exquisite dagger tied to her leg to penetrate the body of the warhorse. Because of the severe pain, the warhorse neighed, and its speed increased by 3 points. Shirley's heart was bleeding. This was a rare beast horse that she had grown up with. Now that she had been forced to use a knife to use up its full potential, it would be completely useless in the future. "Hurry up, young lady." The knights around followed suit, squeezing the last vitality of the warhorse without hesitation. This cavalry team was like a small fish bravely rushing forward in a rapid current, barely hanging in front of countless corrupted creatures. "Be careful." Before running a few steps, a knight covered in blood squeezed the horse's belly, howled, raised his lance, and rushed forward. "What are you careful about?" Shirley's face and forehead were covered in sweat. She even began to feel dizzy and didn't know what her teammates were shouting. When she reacted, a distorted corpse jumped high and was about to pull her over. There was a violent bang, and the long-handled lance hit the chest of the corpse at the critical moment. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and the corpse flew backwards with raging dirty blood. "Thank you, Knight Cabra." Shirley was suddenly startled, cold sweat dripping down, but her voice seemed to be blown away by the bloody storm as soon as she spoke. Lifting the helmet, a handsome and tender young man showed a sunny smile. "I will become Miss Shirley's chief knight. It is my honor." Shirley's tired face froze before she could smile. A huge halo shining with purple light came in an instant, and without warning, it split the Knight Cabra from the forehead to the body of the warhorse, cutting the man and the horse in half. The young man's bright smile was still on his face, and the next moment, the man and the horse were shattered and collapsed to the ground like rotten meat. Warm blood splashed on Shirley, and the blood penetrated the armor, making Shirley feel a terrifying warmth, a warmth colder than ice. "It's that light wheel again. I want to see what it is." "Let's fight." An old knight laughed loudly. His send value was emptied, and he went completely crazy and rushed towards the corpse with a strange smile. Although the slogan was awesome, there was not even a splash, and he was directly torn apart by the corruption and robbed. Shirley's pupils trembled, and she also wanted to charge to the death, but on the hill behind, a dense black and purple light flashed behind the corpse group. Shirley still shouted woodenly, "The corpse is going to launch a long-range attack." Sure enough, the next moment, a large number of black and purple javelins fell like rain. Fighting skill, vitality slash. Shirley's real chief knight decisively took action. The powerful fighting spirit slash made the javelin rain seem to hit a wall and bounced off one after another. "Well done." Shirley squeezed out a trace of courage again and encouraged loudly, trying to maintain the heartstrings of everyone to prevent people from having mental breakdowns. Every knight is one of the few foundations of the family and cannot be sacrificed again. Before the words fell, 300 corrupted cavalrymen rushed out from the flank of the corpses, including Shirley's former knight companions. "Damn it, I'll stop them for a while." The last female knight in the team couldn't stand it anymore. "Valtteri, don't go, your divine power has run out. I've rested for a long time, the goddess of war will bless me." After that, the female knight called Valtteri roared, "Divine skill, army-breaking armor." Several streams of light quickly fit together, and Valtteri was like a steel tank, crushing the corpse group fiercely. In an instant, the attack of the corpse tide was stagnant. Another cavalryman also rushed forward. "I also want to embrace the battle and help Lord Valtteri." And all this was seen by Field and others. They adhered to the concept of, whether there is fish or not, throw 2 poles, and wandered on this road for 2 days. Field, Ashina, and 15 subhuman cavalrymen hid on a small hill, while Rosaria acted alone and hid in another place. "Ashina, do you think that the Chosen One can survive? Or can Shirley survive?" Through Ashina's explanation, Field can refer to the map and know everything that happened. Ashina said with certainty that they can all survive. There is also a third-level fighting knight in the team. Although Rosaria and I can kill Shirley, the opponent's Chosen One is rampaging, which may be difficult to deal with. Shirley's Chosen One has not even dissociated the artifact, and it is estimated that there are still some trump cards. The artifact has not dissociated, so it is not a crisis at all. In addition, the corpse side also has a Chosen One. The light wheel just now is it, but she doesn't seem to want to leave the Viscount's territory. To be precise, there are 2. Field looked at the 2 red dots marked on the map, greedy. "I wish I could catch them immediately and train them hard, but now there are so many corrupted creatures to help, it is a dream to capture 2 Chosen Ones in the crowd of thousands of troops. Then save more people, exchange for benefits, and send a signal to Rosaria." Field mounted his horse with a gun. "Be careful." Boom, boom, boom. Valtteri rushed into the zombies, his heavily armored fists opened left and right. With the power to destroy the world, no matter what monster came forward, he smashed it with one punch. In an instant, 1 man guarded the pass, and 10,000 men could not open it. The warhorse neighed, and the corrupted cavalry raised their spears and began to attack Valtteri. "Haha, come on. Let me show you the thickness of the broken army armor." The armor that can reduce 80% of physical damage is just a tickle to the corpse's attack, not to mention that she herself is wearing 3 layers of heavy armor, all of which are excellent armor made by masters. After smashing a third-level corpse with one hand, Valtteri charged the cavalry head-on. Valtteri, Shirley shouted, watching the chosen one of her contract being overwhelmed by the corrupted cavalry, and she was anxious. "Don't worry about her," the chief knight shouted. While the two were stunned, Shirley's horse was grabbed and bitten to death by the rotten corpse that emerged from the ground. "No! Damn it!" Shirley fell off the horse, her eyes instantly red. A beloved warhorse, which had been like a family member to her, had died in front of her. She staggered to her feet and swung her sword wildly to chop the rotten corpse into pieces. The chief knight was shocked and quickly got off the horse. "Miss, take my seat quickly." "Tab, tab, tab. Enemy, no, not." Shirley had just felt desperate, but when she saw the gray fog being dispelled, she was instantly ecstatic, and her eyes could not help showing joy. As the fog was dispelled, a cavalry wearing black robes came out of the gray fog. Before they met the enemy, the knights raised their crossbows, heard the sound of the mechanism exploding, and the surrounding corpses fell down. Field put down the crossbow that had been shot in vain, then raised his spear, and with his hands flying, he poked two corpses. The subhuman cavalry also rushed up and quickly killed the corpses around. "Please help us." When Shirley saw that the visitor was dressed as a noble, the ecstasy in her eyes could no longer be concealed, and she waved her hands to ask Field for help. "I am Shirley Gassna of the Imperial Survey Corps, and our mounts are exhausted." Before Field could speak, Shirley threw something at Field. "Take this, we need horses. I'll give you more rewards." Field spread out his palm and was almost blinded by the dazzling light. It was not a flash bomb, but a divine weapon. The main body of the divine weapon was a conical frame woven by golden silk threads. The shape was similar to the 1,000-year-old building blocks in Yu-Gi-Oh! The difference was that there was a beautiful ruby in the middle of the hollow frame. "Fuck, so generous, this wave of blood profit." He didn't even say the conditions. The other party threw a divine weapon over without saying a word. Field couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This woman was so terrifying. "Isn't this too rich? The old nobles are really awesome." Field took it decisively, pierced his finger directly, and dripped blood on it. Accompanied by the comfortable power, after the blood was absorbed by the ruby, Field immediately felt clear-headed, as if infinite wisdom poured into his head. Then, there was a great and vast breath that made Field daunted. The divine weapon, after recognizing the master, seemed to have an extra pair of hands. There was an extra item in the column of God's gifts on the Lord panel. God's gift, eyes that see through the mist, first-level artifact, source, goddess of wisdom effect. The wearer can see through illusions, illusions caused by first-level divine power. Active, activate the artifact to gain a farther and clearer field of vision. Special effect, only available to the chosen ones of wisdom. Telescope, Field's mouth twitched. "When I teach the craftsmen how to make glass in the future, telescopes must be wholesaled." Right, but Field immediately put aside his dissatisfaction. This artifact will be very useful at least now. Even if it is useless in the future, it can be sold for money, which is at least hundreds of thousands of wealth. Looking up and seeing Shirley's hopeful eyes, Field showed a sunny smile and said, "Nonsense. Hello, dear Miss Shirley, I am the Baron of Night Territory. Field, you can call me by my title, Partner of Justice." "Puff God, Partner of Justice. You threw your own artifact over and took it away without even a second's hesitation." Shirley was so angry that she almost vomited blood. If she hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, she wouldn't have exchanged her precious artifact for a horse. But she had been constantly attacked by the zombies along the way, and now she had no warhorse, so she really didn't have the courage to go on. Endless zombies, companions died one after another. Ashina said that the three of them would not die, which was Ashina's judgment, but Shirley didn't think so at all. Her reason was on the verge of collapse. "Hello, Baron Field, please help us." The chief knight on the side also knelt on one knee. "Baron, for the sake of our compatriots in the Empire, please give us help, and may the goddess of war shine on your future." Field thought that the fighting knight would rely on the strength of the third level to come up and grab the horse directly. He also arranged Rosaria to pretend to be wild and corrupt, ready to assist at any time, but he didn't expect that he was too dark. "Of course, we have spare horses." He was not the kind of person who would take money and not do anything. Field decisively gave up 3 spare war horses and said politely, "Besides, nobles should help each other." "Thank you for your generosity." The two poor people showed tired smiles. The 1.5-month reconnaissance mission had tortured them. Seeing Shirley's body shaking, Field wanted to go forward to help her and be polite, but as soon as he approached, a terrible smell of menstruation mixed with rotten internal organs and pickled in stinky salted fish for 49 days filled the air, almost killing Field on the spot. "Oh my God, it smells worse than the old widow's 3-year-old loincloth. Let's go, let's get rid of the rotten corpse." Field looked ugly, but he couldn't vomit. He could only turn his head and gently pull the reins. The warhorse immediately turned around. Glancing at the small map, Field urged, "Follow me, I'll take you away." "Where's Valtteri?" Shirley, who was on the horse, looked at the chaos in the distance with concern, and then shouted, "Don't fight, hurry up. We got the other. I have received the help of his nobles, got it. You go first, I'll follow." The voice in the distance also became louder. Valtteri cheered up, blasting the corpses around him while taking big steps to catch up. Sure enough, her chosen one still has the fighting power. Looking at the distance, Field swore silently. Wait until I grow up. I will catch them all and train them. Then add them to the maid group." Rosaria and Ashna fought separately in the gray fog. Although Field wanted to hide them, it did not mean that they would not contribute. Field was not so fierce that he dared to save people with 15 riders. The big sword slashed out sword energy, and the dragon flame of the dragon wolf sprayed everywhere. The two frantically blocked the incoming rotten corpses. Buzz, a purple light flashed by, carrying a heart-pounding, tearing sound, and quickly attacked Rosaria. Ashna's wolf ears shook, and she immediately drew her bow and arrow, and the silver light shot out like a meteor. As if a sharp weapon broke the glass, the purple light wheel was shot by Ashna. "Be careful of sneak attacks. I didn't expect you to help." "Thank you." Rosaria realized it later, carrying a big sword and looking around. "So, who is attacking me?" "You corrupt human breath, strange." A brown-haired woman with stiff limbs and occasional twitching walked out slowly from the group. Of corpses like the nurse in Silent Hill, and like a large, exquisite porcelain doll with a twisted and weird posture, but with a different kind of beauty. On the chest, there is a large area of white, and the mole on the left chest is not abrupt, but rather charming. The red ribbon is tied around the slender waist, and the white skirt fluttering in the wind is short and split, showing a flawless figure. Since Rosaria signed a contract with Field, the rotten corpses no longer regard her as the same kind and will attack without hesitation. Rosaria is also used to it and greets her openly. "Hello, I am a noble. Where are you from, little dessert?" "Violet, corrupt, vampire hybrid creature. God's first level." "Hello, I want to kill you." "It's so weird to talk, it feels stupid." Rosaria covered her mouth and chuckled. She swung the chain with her right hand, and the gluttony great sword seemed to come alive, permeated with cold death like the god of death. "It will be fun to kill you." Violet licked the corner of her mouth, showing a perverted smile without any fear or hesitation, and flashed in. A huge sickle suddenly appeared in her hand, and the sharp blade shone with purple light, with a buzzing sound and strange blood fiercely intertwined with the great sword. However, in just a moment, Rosaria suppressed Violet with her terrifying power. "You dare to confront me head-on, so cute. You deserve to be eaten." Rosaria raised her chin gracefully, and then the great sword smashed down with powerful force. The imagined collision feeling, or the silky feeling of cutting the flesh, did not appear. The great sword flashed down and smashed into the soil. Ah! After splitting the loneliness, Rosaria looked up in confusion and found that Violet was like a ball of liquid. After a ripple of light and shadow, it returned to its original state. Before Rosaria could react, the sickle in Violet's hand turned into 2 double knives, stabbing Rosaria's back fiercely, and then the double knives turned into a pool of blood and drilled into Rosaria's body. Divine skill, blood explosion. Ugh! Rosaria's pupils shrank sharply, and she felt a violent blood in her body, like a torrent bursting through a dam. Strands of blood condensed by divine power exploded violently in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a dull explosion, and all the meridians in the body exploded. Countless purple-red streams of light exploded from Rosaria's body and were taken into Violet's hands. Is the artifact a pool of purple-red blood? Seeing this, Asuna took a breath and patted her chest. "Fortunately, I didn't attack rashly, noble lady. Have you learned your lesson? Don't always be a reckless man." "It hurts. How can such cold words come out of your hot mouth?" Rosaria supported the greatsword with one hand and stood up with her wounded body. "You actually performed acrobatics for me. Fortunately, I have been dead for 10 years and don't care about this injury at all." The vitality stored in the gluttonous greatsword quickly turned into blood to heal the owner. If it is used on a normal God's chosen, you might really succeed, but I don't care. But after a few breaths, Rosaria rushed forward quickly as if nothing had happened. The gluttony great sword almost turned into a black shadow, flashing a cold light close to the ground, and suddenly swung it at the dull-looking Violet, aiming at her neck. The violent explosion in the air clearly showed that Rosaria showed no mercy. It's useless, it's the same. Violet didn't care. The ball of purple blood quickly drilled into her body. Her body was like ripples again. The great sword went straight through her, unable to hurt her at all. Damn it, this trick again. Rosaria swung the sword in the air, almost tripping herself, and saw that Violet was about to use the knife again. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Ashna commanded the giant wolf to spit out a flame and forced Violet to retreat. Leave it to me next. Neither of you can kill the other. Violet will not escape. The subhumans must also be killed. Although she felt threatened by the dragon flame just now, Violet's pupils were calm and she still looked at Ashna woodenly. A gust of fishy wind came, and the brown hair brushed the vampire's pointed ears slightly, making the earrings sway gently. It feels so dull. She is completely different from Rosaria. Ashna saw despair and sadness in Violet's purple-red pupils. I don't know why, but I feel that she must have loved to laugh before she was corrupted. PFFT, Ashna, don't analyze a vampire with a problem in the brain. What we have to do is to eliminate the corrupted creatures or defeat her, bring her to field, and then make her pregnant, and then you can have more godsons or daughters. Rosaria said and began to speak against the sky again. Ashna's mouth twitched. Corrupted creatures, their brains don't seem to work very well. However, Ashna had forgotten that she was the first to say the outrageous statement, catch her and make her pregnant. Okay, take her back. The adults will be very happy. Ashna cheered up. The spear in her hand instantly pierced out 17 beautiful gun flowers, and dragon flames were surging in the mouth of the dragon wolf. Just as the two were about to start, the ground shook violently, and a huge corrupt worm broke out of the ground, and sand and rocks flew in an instant. Ashna subconsciously dodged and watched the worm swallow Violet in one bite, drilled into the soil and disappeared. Hey, she was eaten. What does it smell like? I want to eat it too. Rosaria was shocked. After sniffing the smell left in the air, Ashna shook her head. She is not dead, she just left the night. We will continue to block other corpses and then lead them away. After that, the two went in different directions. The Viscount of Griffin is a very legendary place. In fact, the Viscount is a strange place. This title does not come from the Earl's fiefdom. The Viscount's status is lower than that of the Earl, but there is no superior subordinate relationship. It is similar to the Emperor's special appointment. Sometimes it can become a prince who dominates one side. Of course, it doesn't matter now. After all the people in the Viscount are dead. A mountain that can overlook the night territory is surrounded by countless corpses, and there is a strong smell of blood and black and gray corrupt substances everywhere. There is only a touch of white, surrounded by corpses. Pooh, the corrupt worm popped out its head, twitched twice, and vomited out a person. Violet is not a good child. You can't leave the range of the Viscount. The plan is to let the Survey Corps run away. Disgusting, worm, pure white, you deserve to die. Violet looked up at the girl in front of her. She was all white and wrapped in white bandages. She didn't look like a rotten corpse at all. Her pure white hair was as pure and elegant as snow. Her pupils were clear blue, flashing a pitiful look. On her delicate little face, the makeup embellished by divine power was elegant and peaceful. Don't blame me like this, Violet. We are companions. The corrupted girl called Pure White smiled gently. Companion, you smell so good. Maybe we can merge into one. As soon as the words fell, the exquisite music box in Chunbai's hand opened. The large mass of indescribable objects squirmed out, and countless tentacles controlled Violet. Puff, Violet's hands were torn off and blood gushed out. Violet groaned in pain, but found that the divine power was controlled tightly and there was no way to resist. Crack, crack, the indescribable monster ate both arms in a few bites and wanted more. Okay, Violet, I won't really kill you. Chunbai closed the music box and showed a harmless smile. It's just a punishment for a bad child. You are a cute vampire. Your hands will grow back soon. Don't cry, don't cry. This is my castle. It looks like a big winery. I mean no offense. Shirley looked at the square stone building in front of her, holding back her complaints and forced praise. It's unique, a castle with artistic taste. I like it very much. Yes, it's a big winery. Field waved his hand indifferently. The two walked side by side, and the horses' hooves stepped on the muddy dirt road, always splashing mud. Although they said they were walking side by side, Field kept a considerable distance from Shirley, not out of gentlemanliness, but simply because Shirley smelled too bad. The subhuman cavalry behind them were all covered in black robes and lined up in 2 rows in silence. As soon as they entered the territory, the leader's silver claw stretched out his hand and made a gesture, and the cavalry team left in another direction. Wow, look at those cavalry. They are not inferior to the knights of the Gassana family. Shirley's chosen one, Valtteri, opened his eyes wide and praised with an exaggerated and enthusiastic tone. Chief Knight William carried a huge sword and a spear in his right hand, and the pennant with the family emblem fluttered again. William said in a steady voice, "Yes, Lord Field is a respectable nobleman. He dares to take root in the knight territory for the future of mankind. He is awe-inspiring." "Ha-ha, low-key." Field scratched his head shyly. No wonder he became the chief knight. Who doesn't like this flattering skill? He was forced to enter the knight territory, otherwise he would die in assassination or be deprived of his noble title. There are so few people in this place. And it's so shabby, Shirley added in her heart. The slave camp in the distance was full of rotten wood. The big winery was a little better, but the brick and stone buildings were filled with mud and moss. These were to prevent wind, but they didn't look beautiful. The only advantage is that the air here is 100 times fresher than in the gray fog, with only the smell of rotten wood. Because I asked the slaves to work in the lumberyard. The crops here are almost saturated. New farmland cannot be cultivated, and the purification potion has been used up. Field shrugged. He didn't want a lot of slaves to mix here. After all, the slaves knew about Ashana's existence. Although a strict ban was issued in advance, they might not say anything. Therefore, most people in the territory went to clean up the main building and the lumberyard. Well, I just mentioned it casually. In fact, it is already amazing to lead people into the gray fog to open up. Seeing Field intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance, Shirley closed her eyes slightly, and she was very angry. Whether in the family territory or the royal ball, she always became one of the focuses. The dazzling golden tulip was her title. It was the first time that she was disliked by a man, although at this moment she was indeed in a mess. "Humph, when I wash up, you will know what a proud, noble lady looks like." Field smiled. "Thank you for your compliment. It is a great pleasure to be praised by the young lady of the most loyal family in the empire." "Don't be so polite, Field. Just call me Shirley. I think our meeting is very pleasant. We are already friends, aren't we?" Although Shirley was dissatisfied with Field taking the artifact, she was grateful in her heart. She held the reins with one hand, turned around, and smiled. "I know your father, Count Cote, a brave and fearless knight. You are very similar to him." Field glanced at Shirley with a strange look to make sure that the woman was not being sarcastic. Another boring, polite remark. Field sighed silently. The nobles love that. Indeed, his cheap father is a brave and fearless knight. He is so excited to ride that beautiful stepmother that he looks like a thin mummy. Let me ride it next time, thank you. I also want to be a brave and fearless knight. Yes, for the future of the Holy Griffin Empire. There are no weaklings in the Ross family. Field also answered politely. After that, Field glimpsed Ashana and Rosaria from the corner of his eye. The two of them waved to Field stealthily. Knowing that they had completed the task, they immediately felt relieved. "Dear brave knights, I have prepared guest rooms for you. Please don't mind the simplicity of the territory. I have shown the highest sincerity." Having given them a shot in advance, Field was extremely distrustful of the nobles. After all, none of the nobles he met were normal for the time being. The corrupt Simon, the weird bull baron, and a bunch of bastards in the family. In comparison, Rosaria, who spoke against the sky from time to time, was already the purest noble girl. Field was completely on guard against them like a thief. "You are too polite. This is a perfect safe haven. Our cavalry team has been traveling in the cursed land of Hatching for a month and a half. You can't take a bath, I can't wash and change clothes and even have to sleep like an owl. It's really torturing me to death. The big winery is as simple as a slum. Shirley dislikes it, but she is really happy. Then don't worry, there will be enough food and clean water. The food will depend on the number of dishes we serve," Field added silently in his heart. The cook of night, Mr. Plate, ushered in the busiest day. "Hurry up, do you want to embarrass the adults in front of the guests?" Cow kept urging and glanced at the earthenware pot that was chopping meat unfriendly. "Sparrow, Scissors, are you just watching me busy alone? Bring me some flour quickly." Plate said in a muffled voice while wiping his sweat. He rotated the big steak on the grill, "Oh my God, what kind of guest is it? So much meat is needed." "I'm not lazy, but you go and move the flour yourself. My shoulder is almost dislocated in order to boil water," Sparrow replied while washing vegetables. "Why are you all here? Who will serve the adults and guests today?" Scissors was a little confused. She couldn't imagine a noble without servants. "I will take good care of Lord Field. As for the guests, well, they will take care of themselves." Asuna appeared at some point. She was wearing a maid outfit and took the plate from the table. "You need a bag of flour, right? I'll bring it to you soon." As soon as Asuna left, everyone looked at each other. "Guests take care of themselves? This is too outrageous. The adults are worried that we will expose the chosen one." As a knowledgeable person, Cow naturally understood the truth. It is the servant's duty to keep the secret for the adults. "We are very loyal," Maid Scissors pouted. "Of course, but we must be careful. There are inevitably chosen ones who have the ability to read memories, so it is better to be careful." Cow suddenly thought of something, shuddered, looked around, and whispered, "You don't understand how strange some of the chosen ones are. They can even make people into puppets." Cow was showing off and couldn't suppress his trembling voice excitedly, saying, "Do you know who is the greatest enemy of the great Ross family? It's the elves. After the family's most powerful god-chosen blood, Rose died in the war, the next few god-chosens also died in the elf war. Now the family's god-chosens are declining, and the strongest god-chosen is in the hands of the second lady. But I heard that there is a god-chosen who can make puppets and has been living in seclusion in the Ross family's castle. You know all this. You are not bragging, right, Mr. Cow?" The maid Scissors rolled her eyes and immediately questioned. She was one of the few people who was not afraid of the housekeeper. After all, always serving the Baron personally will gain invisible power. "Of course. This is what I overheard when the Earl's eldest son was fooling around with his wife's sister. It was on the balcony on the top floor of the castle. It was even a windy day that day." Cow was very proud, and his thin face was full of joy. The scene was dead silent. Seeing that the servants fell into silence, Cow gradually realized that he was talking about a very dangerous topic again. Cow looked at everyone, especially the harmless expression of the clay pot, and suddenly sweated profusely. "You won't tell anyone, right? Now I know why the adults don't let us receive guests." Sparrow was speechless. Scissors nodded. "I'm afraid even the color of the adults' underwear will be revealed by the insider." On the other side, "How comfortable." Finally cleaned up the nasty mucus and blood stains. After washing, Shirley wore a loose shirt and coat, and her wet hair fit her shoulders properly. With a confident smile on her beautiful face, Shirley glanced at Field, but found that Field didn't react much. Damn, if there was a suitable long skirt, it would be better, instead of wearing the ugly clothes provided by Field. Otherwise it would definitely confuse him. "Looks much better, radiant, beautiful lady," Field praised indifferently. Shirley hummed, then smiled and said, "I like your honesty." Chief Knight William and Valtteri also came in. After the blood and stains on their bodies were cleaned, the two really looked like characters from a TV series. William was a square-faced macho man, serious and determined, and perhaps it would be no problem for him to cosplay the power of Demacia. And Valtteri, like a female bodybuilding champion, had explosive muscles all over her body, but her face was very beautiful, and the appearance of the chosen one would not be bad. Goo, a loud noise came from the stomachs of the three people, making them blush. Sorry, Baron, we are really too hungry. We haven't had a piece of bread for 6 days." Valtteri laughed, then scratched his head and said it was rude and carelessly eased Shirley's embarrassment. "Please take a seat. The food has been prepared. I was worried that you would not like it." Field quickly extended his hand and smiled gently. "I think we understand each other. This is a corrupt place. It is difficult to achieve the luxurious standards of the nobles. I can only provide this help. As long as there is food." Valtteri could no longer bear it. He sat down and grabbed a piece of meat and swallowed it greedily. Shirley also found it difficult to remain elegant. Using a knife and fork was the greatest restraint. Originally, Field had prepared an explanation to explain why the maids were not used to serve, but Shirley and others did not care at all, which saved Field from talking. It seems that there are also nobles who are easy to get along with, Field thought. He was too sensitive. He used to guard against them like thieves. "Hey, so satisfied." The three of them rubbed their watermelon bellies with a comfortable look on their faces. They ate 15 servings of food. Field was worried that they would die of fullness. Seeing that the guests had stopped eating, Field put down the teacup, washed his hands with a wet handkerchief in the wash basin, and then rang the bell on the table. Ashina walked out quickly and quietly cleaned the table. I didn't expect you to keep a subhuman maid. Shirley wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, looking surprised, and then showed a look of pretending to be disgusted. You are so perverted, but I understand you. Field was amused by Shirley's ugly expression, knowing that the lady in front of her did not mean to mock, so she asked back, very cute, isn't it? Indeed, everyone has different hobbies. And I respect everyone. Shirley tilted her head, but as if she thought of something, her expression suddenly became serious. Respected Baron Field, there is bad news. Although it will make you unhappy to say it, I need to warn you. Oh, Field immediately straightened his back and leaned forward slightly. You might as well say it directly. It's corruption, a lot of corruption is gathering. Shirley changed her previous smile and smiled with extreme sadness, even with fear. A fearful voice said, they are everywhere from the Lionheart main city, all the way to the Viscount's territory, and they are even gathering. It is a terrible natural disaster that has never happened before. Valtteri nodded. My lord, I am Valtteri, a second-level chosen one, I can swear on my faith. Of the 200-member investigation night group, only 3 of us survived. After that, the 3 of them were silent, and Shirley's eyes were filled with tears. Field sighed and followed in silence. About a minute later, Shirley wiped away her tears. Corrupted creatures have always been aimless and illogical. To be precise, their goal is to kill and corrupt others. In the past, when our Survey Corps entered the northern province, although there were constant waves of corpses, we never felt like this. Field frowned slightly. What do you feel? Please tell me in detail. Corrupted creatures began to cooperate with each other, deploy troops, use wisdom, and form a superior subordinate relationship. I feel that corruption has given birth to an existence that can control all corrupted creatures, that is, the Emperor. Shirley's face was gloomy, and with the endless gray fog outside the window, it gave people a chill in the spine. Damn it. Field slapped his forehead. He has been corrupted for 10 years. It turns out that as soon as he came in, the corruption gave birth to intelligence, right? So, Field, leave the northern province quickly and return to the Imperial defense line. The Knight territory has no defenses. Once attacked, it will fall in an instant. Do you know when they will launch an attack? Field suppressed his inner irritability and took a few deep breaths. At the fastest, it will be a year, and at the slowest, it will be 3 years. They will definitely launch an attack on the defense line. Shirley said firmly, I followed my father to fight in the south and the north when I was 8 years old. I am very familiar with the nature of various monsters. Time is really running out. 1 year. Field was silent for a moment and said bluntly, abandoning the fiefdom without authorization is against the laws of the Empire. Besides, I have nowhere to go except the Knight territory. The nobles were not just sitting around waiting for death. They also had obligations, such as paying taxes to the royal family, fighting wars, and guarding the territory. Although the existence of the Knight territory had no impact on the royal family, if Field fled privately, he would have to say goodbye to the nobles in the future. You are very courageous, and if I am not mistaken, you are a first-level fighting knight, right? Shirley said in a bewitching tone, why not become my knight? I can give you a Knight territory, and you will have the opportunity to rise in military merit. The noble emperor values the Gasna family very much. Field immediately thought of the boxes of relics of the Survey Corps and the girls who were sacrificed as spider monsters and shuddered unconsciously. Does the Empress really value the Gasna family as Shirley imagined? Thank you, but I have my own plans. Field thanked her sincerely and then rejected Shirley's kindness. The knights of the Gasna family are simply consumables and filler babies. They have no chance of promotion and are buried in various battlefields. It is better to fight for yourself in the Knight territory than to follow a master who is easily annihilated. Shirley shook her head. Anger and confusion made her stand up. Your stubbornness will kill you and your people. Staying here is just waiting to die. Please look at the long term. That's not necessarily the case. Isn't there still a year? Field leaned back in the chair and said in an unquestionable tone, escape is not my style. Let the corruption come, I will kill them. By the way, kill all the corrupted gods. Well, countless people have tried to open up the north, but they all died here. Now that the corruption is gathering, the North Province will only be more dangerous. In a year, it's extremely difficult to even defend this 1/3 acre of land. Seeing Field's unmoved look, Shirley sneered but secretly regretted in her heart. Kill the corruption. I'm afraid he was corrupted and rotten. He's a handsome guy, why is his brain not so bright? Following the Gasna family, his future is bright. You'll rest for one night and leave early tomorrow. Morning. If you change your mind, you can go with us tomorrow so that we can take care of you on the way. After that, Shirley and others went back to their rooms to rest. Field stayed alone, holding his cheek, and remained silent for a long time. Before Field could get up, a pair of slender hands touched Field's shoulders, and Ashna said calmly, "My lord, do whatever you want to do. I will protect you until the last moment of your life." Field was stunned, turned around, and unconsciously put his hands around Ashna's waist. "You said that so I won't be polite." Hey. Perverted lord, that's not what I said." Like a frightened rabbit, Ashna jumped far away, laughing and crying, "I'm worried about you." "Don't worry, things are not that simple. Besides, our night territory is not a lamb to be slaughtered, it's just the beginning." Field snapped his fingers, asked Scissors and others to clean up the table. "By the way, where is Rosaria?" "She went to the main villa to clear out the remaining corrupted creatures." As a corrupted creature, Rosaria is very active in killing her own kind. "Okay, Ashna, how are the happy beans and the northern divine oil?" Ashna shook her ears with an expression that she wanted to brag. "It can be handed over to the people of the territory to make. As for the effect, I haven't tried it yet." "Very good. I will go to Maple Leaf territory again soon. These new products will become our economic pillar." Field rubbed Ashna's head happily. Ashna, black circle the next morning. Shirley and the other two simply said goodbye, took food and water supplies, left the winery, and went to Maple Leaf territory. They left so quickly that Field's arrangement seemed useless. They have no interest in Nightfall territory. They didn't talk to anyone, and they didn't even look at the territory. Ashna reported, "Miss Shirley left a certificate of 1,000 gold coins, saying that it can be exchanged in Maple Leaf territory. In addition, she said that you can go to her when you encounter corruption invasion." What a good person with a good temper. Giving artifacts and money. I don't understand what she likes about me. She actually wants to recruit me. Maybe she heard that I am the Iron Rod and has good vision. Field snorted and laughed. "Since she is so kind, next time send all the relics of the Survey Corps to her and say that we only found this." In the battle between Rosaria and the Spider, Field swallowed a lot of things from the Survey Corps. Armor and weapons cannot be returned, but family emblems and wills should be returned. Field yawned and looking at the surrounding fields. The current territory is not as good as the villages in the normal world, so she naturally looks down on it. It's a good thing that she is not interested. Wait, why do I feel someone sobbing and crying? No, come back soon. Kao stood on the second floor of the winery, looking sad, and shed sad tears towards the distance. "Hey, Mr. Cow, do you know Miss Shirley? Why are you crying so sadly?" The maid Sparrow, who was cleaning with a broom, looked puzzled, but her hands kept moving, and she swept the dust on the ground skillfully. "I don't know them, but I've heard of the Gassina family." The butler Cow was very sad. "What makes me even sadder is that the Baron rejected Miss Shirley's invitation." "Just refuse it." Sparrow didn't understand. "My lord is always right." "Stupid. If you follow Miss Shirley, can't you leave the northern province?" Sparrow couldn't bear to hear this and got angry, knocking the broom hard on the ground. "Don't always escape. We are only loyal to Lord Field." "This is not a matter of escape, alas. You don't understand, even if I tell you. If you have the recommendation of a great noble, you can keep your reputation and leave the dangerous area. I am also considering your lord. If you run away because the battle is not favorable, you are a coward, but if you leave because of the invitation of a great noble, it is called honor, do you understand?" "I don't care, my lord is definitely right." Sparrow's main hit was deaf. Field naturally didn't know about the servants' quarrel. He received good news. "I have chopped up all the rotten corpses in the main villa. I promise that nothing will be left out." Rosaria, who was completely covered in a black robe, returned to the winery. She was carrying the gluttony great sword, and her face was still stained with rotten blood. "Well done, we will have a big villa to live in from now on. And you can choose any room." Field was very happy. Although the big winery was nice, it was not comfortable to live in and it was not very convenient. After all, there were only a few rooms. "Great, I didn't want to live with a demi-human for a long time. I want to live under your bed," Rosaria cheered. "The bed is too outrageous." Field almost couldn't hold it in. "This is too scary." Rosaria covered her mouth and laughed. "Then I'll live upstairs." Finally, it was a little more reliable. Field nodded and agreed. "This is okay. When the time comes, I'll cut a hole under the bed and you can climb up when you can't sleep at night. I don't mind it being scary." Rosaria began to speak indirectly against the sky again. "This will also make it convenient for you to greet me in the morning and evening." Cleaning a hole in the wall, right? Field was ashamed. "Anyway, I don't want to live in the same room with a subhuman." Rosaria said with a smirk. Field, you don't know that when Asuna sleeps, she always smirks and licks people, and I can't sleep well at all. No. No, Asuna was confused, then clenched her fists and said angrily, you are annoying. Every day when I wake up you hold my head, just like a baby, suffocating. Okay, you are driving the silver pick without me, right? Arriving at the main villa, Field was led by Rosaria and spent 3 hours walking through all the rooms and secret passages of the main villa. The main building of the manor is extremely magnificent. Even if it has been damaged by corruption, the main structure is still preserved. As long as the landslides and holes are filled and the traces of corruption are removed, you can move in normally. The main building covers an area of about 6,000 square meters, most of which are decorated with sculptures, gardens, and corridors. Excluding the ruins, the effective living area is not large, but this also shows that there is a lot of space for transformation. The artistic decorations with carved beams and painted buildings are useless to Field, so it is better to transform them all into turrets and battlements. There are 120 rooms with different functions, including 36 large bedrooms. There is also a very large basement, which is an underground shelter to be precise. It has a study, bedroom, and living room. Before being recruited, Rosaria would sleep in the basement. With the crisp sound of the rising flame, Rosaria lit the candlestick full of aristocratic atmosphere, lighting up a soft light in the basement. Field sat at the long table and spread out a huge map. This is a specific map of the Night Territory, marking all the industries, positions, defense bases, and the most important Starry Night City. Rosaria introduced that this map is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the family and has been hidden in the study in the basement. Very good, with this map, our actions in Night Territory will be much more convenient, especially in the future attack on Starry Night City. Field nodded with satisfaction and snapped his fingers. In addition, I want to renovate the Starry Night Manor. We don't need so many villas and gardens. We need stone walls and towers. Field made 2 virtual marks on the map. It is best to build it into a bastion and then set up a large tower to place large crossbows and cannons. Cannons, both gods chosen, looked confused. Haha, this is not urgent for now, and there is no rush. The Starry Night Castle will focus on repair first, and the expansion still requires professional castle planners. Field thought for a moment. As for the big winery, don't waste it. In the future, it will be used as a small fortress and shelter in the region. Besides, the slaves and free people around have already built a village of a certain scale. Ashina nodded in agreement. Yes, if all the villagers are moved away, it will be a huge project. Then in the future, the area of the big winery will be renamed Fenki Town. The main building of the big manor will be renamed Starry Night Castle. After Field named it, he pointed to the location of the quarry on the map. Next, we will change to infrastructure, Rosaria. You go to eliminate the rotten corpses in the quarry. Ashina will be responsible for security work and protect every inch of land where people exist. Yes, sir, you still have to rely on me. The 2 took the order. Besides, if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. Field used gestures to connect the winery and the Starry Night Castle. We need to connect this road. The damaged Starry Night Castle has produced a lot of stone waste. Break the waste and pave it into a road. Although cement is better than gravel roads, the Night Territory does not allow Field to use such excellent materials now. Besides, there are so many stone wastes that it would be a waste if they are not used. Now let's all take action. Field was full of energy. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the stained glass and shines in from the narrow high windows. The originally brilliant light is turned into mottled and weird light by the stained glass. Fulan City is a border city in Rik Province. It has extremely fertile plains and steep mountains. Fulan City is located at the junction of mountains and plains. This place is famous for beer, goats, and horses. And the owner of this city, Adrian Ross, sitting at a long table under the mottled sunset, reached out and picked up a cute rag doll, frowning. The stained glass is green, so the light coming in is also green. The mixed light makes the originally heroic noble boy look a little scary. My dear big brother, why do you always give me these boring dolls? I'm not a child anymore. Damn, he is humiliating me. Adrian became more and more excited. He stood up and threw the doll to the ground, clenched his teeth, and his face was hideous. I will kill him, and my sister and that cowardly 3rd brother. Oh, and that damn sister. Alison Marius, the chosen one standing aside, casually fiddled with the rose ribbon around her waist. The soft bunnies that were about to come out were supported by beautiful clothes. The cute hair accessories on her head made her look very playful, but she looked melancholy and didn't look lively at all. She was used to seeing the Lord lose his temper. Although her Lord had a bad temper and would abuse her, he would not hurt her. Adrian was just crazy for no reason. "Do you want me to burn them?" After saying that, her originally gray hair immediately turned into a wine red like lava. As if burning, one by one red hollow butterflies fluttered. A ball of fire in Allison's palm was like a sun, immediately illuminating the entire hall. The servants bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. The fire seemed to dispel the bad luck. Adrian sat down on the chair and rubbed his eyebrows painfully. "No, put it in the storage room. If you are okay, leave here." "My lord, I have a request." Allison's cold face showed a trace of sadness. "I hope you can accept the refugees from the Purple Gold Empire and give them food and water. They are my compatriots, Allison, and I can't just stand by and watch them die." With gray hair and the surname Marius, Allison is a survivor of the Purple Gold Empire. However, she moved to the Holy Griffin Empire with her family before the empire was destroyed. The last capital of the besieged Purple Gold Empire also received news of its fall a week ago. The city of World Desire, the Purple Gold Royal City, completely fell into the hands of the pagans, and the Emperor and the Chosen Ones were all killed or humiliated. And there was a massacre of the residents. Fortunately, the pagan emperor had good character and pardoned half of the residents. Therefore, refugees from the Purple Gold Empire could pour into the Griffin Empire. Adrian was silent for a moment. "I will accept wealthy merchants. If there are chosen ones, mages, or fighting knights, I can also provide help. But the one who really needs help is..." Allison wanted to continue talking, but was stopped by Adrian. "You don't think I'm in a good situation now, do you? I don't have the final say in Fulen City alone. Most of the power is controlled by my father, and he has arranged officials to supervise it. It's really damn it. Of course, even if there are supplies, I won't give them to the refugees. They are useless except for shitting." "Well, I know." Allison lowered her head aggrievedly and accepted this answer helplessly. Adrian didn't want to say more, looking in another direction. "Has the murderer of Kuchai's death been found? Is it that bastard Gareth? He seems to have evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace." "No clue at all. We have found no survivors or witnesses. Baron Simon also wrote to you to express his condolences." Adrian's consultant stepped forward to answer. The consultant hesitated for a moment and then said, "There is another thing. Baron Simon mentioned your brother, Baron Field. Not only is he not dead, he also earned a lot of money from Simon." "Do you think I don't know?" Adrian began to lose control of himself again, his body trembling slightly. How could he not be dead? He must not have gone to the northern province. Yes, he must not have gone. The cowardly loser has violated the laws of the Empire and is simply a disgrace to the family. But he brought out the monster's head and fine wine from the death haze. Moreover, Maple Leaf, once the garrison of C, also confirmed his entry into the northern province. Adrian was so angry that he almost flipped the table. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Now, Allison, go to Maple Leaf territory and kill Field. I will never allow my property to be divided by trash." Adrian slammed the table and said angrily, "Also, kill Simon too. All my goods are gone on his land. It must be him, it can't be my useless brother. Sending the chosen ones to other noble lands and murdering nobles is equivalent to declaring war. We are not the opponent of Maple Leaf territory." The consultant said calmly, "Sending the army to go is also not okay. It is also an act of declaring war. In addition, you don't want to be called a brother killer, right? The reputation of the nobles is greater than the sky. It can oppress the lower class at will, be kicked to death by war horses or drowned in the toilet, but if they harm their relatives, they will be nailed to the pillar of shame and will never have friends again. That's it." Before Adrian spoke, hurried footsteps came from outside. "Sir, the untouchables of Idaven province were instigated by the cultists and rebelled directly." The messenger crawled in and handed over the letter. These words made everyone present gasp. The Shadow World cult launched a rebellion in the rich city of Nog-Isk in Idaven province. The border Viscount Lucius and his family were killed and sacrificed by the cultists. Several barons around were also caught off guard. 3 were killed and 1 escaped with the help of the Chosen One. A retainer widened his eyes. This is not a rebellion of the Untouchables. The Untouchables can't beat fully armed soldiers, let alone the Chosen One. A weaker baron can easily deal with several times more peasants or slaves by pulling out 5 knights. 100 fully armed soldiers, and 500 or 600 conscripted serfs. Not to mention the Viscount who has the chosen one and the fortress castle. Yes, the royal family has noticed that this is a conspiracy. The fall of the Purple Gold Empire has made the dark forces ready to move. The governor of Idavan province was furious and asked the nobles in the province to suppress the rebellion immediately. The imperial family also asked the surrounding provinces to help. As a neighbor of Idavan province, Fulan city will inevitably be affected. Everyone fell into deep thought. In the northern province, field was very busy. Ding ding dang dang, a large gray stone, even with exquisite patterns carved on it, depicting philosophical discussions about the starry sky and humanities, but it was thrown on the ground casually, and then the dragon wolf slapped it and smashed the stone. Break it into pieces. The slaves took the small stones and broke them into smaller pieces, laying them flat on the compacted roadbed to build the gravel road. After a week of construction, the road took shape. Without theodolite distance measurement, the road would inevitably be uneven, and the materials would be unevenly laid, which would affect the service life. But Field was already very satisfied. This road was temporary and would be replaced by better materials in the future, such as cement or magic materials. The raw materials from the quarry and the lumberyard were also continuously transported into the territory. The poor quality scraps were bought by the slaves to build sheds. That's right, they were bought back. Field built something that could barely be called a market at the entrance of the winery, selling some obsolete things. For example, wood waste. 1 copper coin could buy a large bundle, which could be bought back to make fire or build sheds. The profit of the market was almost zero, and Field did not expect them to buy much. This market was just a simple expression of Field's domestic political direction. Tell the people that their coins will be spent sooner or later. Because of this behavior, the enthusiasm of the free people has risen. They are willing to work for Field to earn money, transport stone to the quarry, or join other work. After the first batch of grain is harvested, the food supply can be cancelled. Field looked at the disappearing grain, his heart bleeding. Let the free people be responsible for their own profits and losses in the future, or use money to buy food. The food of the entire territory is supplied by Field, including the free people. After all, they can't starve to death. My lord, the first batch of happy beans is out of the pot. Ashna ran over and cheered happily. I made a lot and it tastes sweet. Don't eat that thing as candy. Field was speechless. Ashna was too greedy. How is the experiment? Ashna blushed. This call is responsible, I don't know. When Field found Cow, he was hiding behind a mud wall, peeping at the scene inside the house with 2 freemen. Yes, that's it. I swear to the goddess you are really strong. Muda muda muda. Ola ola ola. The 2 people in the house fought madly and 10,000 words were omitted during the battle. Anyway, even the avenue was erased. Goddess, please don't let me fall into the chaotic hell. Cow's eyes were wide open and he made a prayer gesture on his chest. The 2 freemen were even more unbearable and they didn't know where to put their hands. Oh my God, is that really what Tom the Bean Sprout can do? The free people looked at each other in bewilderment. Tom is notoriously weak. How could he torture the widow like this? Look at her, it's unbearable to watch. Of course he can. He took the magic potion developed by Lord Field called Happy Beans. Cow couldn't bear to watch and silently noted down the time. The effect of the medicine is 1 hour, the effect is good and stable, and the side effect is a weak state. 5 data have been recorded in the notebook. It's amazing. The free people's faces were full of want to have. No one would refuse to be an invincible man. Lord Barren is a genius, a man who masters miracles. That's not right. The Baron's research in that area is the pinnacle. I heard from the maid that the Baron's bed always has the scent of a woman and it's not Miss Ashna's. I guess the Lord must have a lover. The free people wanted to gossip, but when they glanced behind Cow, they immediately took a breath of cold air, kept signaling with their eyes and said, Lord, how can there be other women if you are not married? You must be mistaken. Oh my God, he played so much before marriage, and he will be even more after marriage. Let me tell you, the Lord watched the goats reproduce for a whole day. The Lord is simply the king among the nobles, and he has so many tricks. Cow became more and more excited as he spoke. He didn't notice that the 2 free people were sweating on their foreheads. I know that the happy beans are a gift from the God of love to the Baron. The Baron is actually a believer in the God of love. Cow. Field smiled and put his hand on Cow's shoulder. Hiss. Cow took a breath of cold air, rolled his eyes and fainted. In the afternoon, Cow, who was whipped in public, handed the documents to Field with an honest face. One young grass can make about 1,600 happy beans. As for the North Territory God oil, the output is determined by the number of glass bottles, so it is not included in the statistics. This is the experimental data. According to your instructions, we found 5 men to do the experiment. We have been observing it continuously until now, and no side effects have appeared. Well, very good. The trip to Maple Leaf Territory must be prepared as soon as possible. Prepare supplies for 30 people for me. I will still lead the team in person. After Field carefully looked at the data, he took a sip of black tea. What do you think about the pricing? Happy beans are 5 silver coins and North Territory God oil is 3 gold coins. Cow said carefully, do you know why I didn't beat you to death? Field smiled horribly. You gave me inspiration to make up a story today. These medicines are no longer magic potions, but divine medicines, given to me by the God of love. Don't mention Yonkow anymore, this is a gift from God. Could it be? Yes, 25 silver coins for happy beans. 50 gold coins for the northern divine oil. Field's eyes revealed a desire for gold coins, and he licked the corners of his mouth. Those who take it will receive God's grace, cleanse their meridians and marrow, and be reborn, hee. Cow was sweating profusely. He had seen the making of this medicine with his own eyes. Crush a magical plant plainly, then add water, water, and water again, and finally pour in some flour and roll it into balls. You don't even need to add sugar, the Yonkow itself is sweet. And that kind of magical plant, Asana always brings back a bunch of them easily, all planted in the room on the 2nd floor of the winery. What if they don't get the expected effect? For example, they will be reborn. Field imitated the priest of the Holy Light Church and said in a tone of regret, it's because they are not pious that they should buy more. Go make more pills, I will take them away. Field waved his hand, don't spread rumors about me in the future, especially weird rumors. Things in the castle cannot be known to the outside world. Yes, sir, Cow limped out. Wait, Field stopped him, go to the warehouse to get a bottle of potion. In addition, if the pills sell well, I will give you a salary increase. Thank you for your grace, sir. Cow's nose was full of snot bubbles. This old guy is really well informed. It's a bit of a waste of talent to let him be a butler. Field rubbed his chin. It's difficult for people to find the right position and a qualified lord. We should make the best use of everything. Maybe I should set up an intelligence department. He really guessed that he had hidden someone, but it was not his lover, but Rosaria. She always hid in his room to sleep, and the reason was, Field's bed was the softest in the entire night collar. I really can't do anything about her. After clearing out the debris and rocks in the Starry Night Castle and having enough rooms, we can solve this problem. Wow, the adult's pigeon, it's over. Ashana's exclamation came from upstairs. Field was full of doubts, put down the teacup and hurried upstairs, but saw that the room where the magic plants were planted was open. Field immediately thought of a bad thing. Humans would not enter this room, but it did not prevent pigeons from flying in. Alas, the pigeons bought at a high price are not of much use in reality, and they are worn out very quickly. Field was speechless, so he had to pinch his nose and walk in, but saw Asana coming out holding a black bird. Your pigeon ate the magic plant by mistake and became like this. It's all my fault. I forgot that the pigeon shot down by the slave could fly. Asana looked aggrieved. This is not your problem. I didn't expect it. But I'm curious about one thing. Is this thing really a pigeon? Asana was holding a black crow with a black body and feathers shining like steel. What's even more weird is that there is a scarlet eye on the forehead, and the whole body is full of evil. Meow, even the species has changed. This is clearly a crow. How did it become a nigh pigeon? Could it be that Yonkow has side effects that can turn people into black people? Field frowned. It would be bad if there were side effects. It's not Yong grass. I've tested it and it's non-toxic. Ashana shook her head and gestured. Remember the corrupted crocodile we killed? It was during the battle at the lumberyard. I got a purple potion from the crocodile's head. The pigeon accidentally ate that potion and became like this. It's dead now. No life. Field poked the pigeon with his hand, his face full of confusion. Why do I feel that the feather beast empathy magic has not disappeared? I had played quick magic on a whim before and cast feather beast empathy on the pigeon, which was equivalent to establishing a spiritual connection with the pigeon. I'll try this magic again. Field closed his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to fall into the deep sea and suddenly surfaced, unimpeded. The next moment, the three-eyed pigeon slowly raised its head, opened its red eyes, and said in a hoarse and deep voice, Isn't this a visual Field? This pigeon is not dead. Hey, Lord Field, why are you talking with a pigeon? Ashna held the pigeon in front of her, and Field was also confused, staring at Asana. Don't panic, I seem to be able to control this pigeon. Field asked the pigeon to turn its head, and sure enough it saw itself with its eyes closed. It was surprised and said, "We seem to have accidentally improved this quick magic." The original feathered beast empathy was very useless. It could not control the movements of birds. The pigeon could only act on its instincts, and it would even be thrown down with stones. Now, it is completely different. Spread your wings. The pigeon spread its wings, and its black feathers were like blades spreading ferociously. Its originally weak feet also turned into eagle-like claws. Field exclaimed, "It seems that the strange magic plant has transformed the pigeon's body, but it has also killed its consciousness. It just so happens that my magic has left a mark of consciousness." Letting consciousness return to itself, the pigeon seemed to have lost its power supply and fell straight down and was caught by Field. I will have a drone from now on." Field was overjoyed. Since the species has changed, it should not be called a pigeon, it will be called a black crow from now on. Field casually named it and touched the iron-textured feathers of the black crow. It really looks like a Prussian eagle. It would be nice to use its style to make a flag in the future. Now let's test its data. Then, Field seemed to have found a new toy and released the black crow. Letting it fly around the territory. Shockingly, the black crow flies very fast. In normal conditions, it is just like a peregrine falcon sprinting. The slaves can only see a black afterimage. Moreover, it can enter the gray fog without being corrupted. Perhaps it has become a corrupted creature. A blessing in disguise. Field was playing in the room when someone knocked on the door. Field straightened his collar. "Come in." "Sir, the meeting is about to begin. According to your order, I have summoned all the people in the territory to the open space." Tate is still as capable as ever and never talks nonsense, but he is a workaholic. He has been working day and night for the construction these days, and even carried gravel by hand. As for his wife, children, and his mother, he has long forgotten them. His wife has been left in the big winery to help make happy beans. Happy beans have no technical content. The workers hired by Field are all female freemen. They are careful, and there has been no poisoning incident for the time being. Even if it happens, the female workers will not cause a major accident. Tate's daughter Alexia plays with the little girl Wormwood in the gathering place of freemen during the day. She's one of the few unemployed characters in the entire night territory. As for Wormwood, a standard silly name for freeman, she comes from the bull territory. When the villagers offered tribute to the bull baron, she was intercepted by Field. They are taken care of by the freemen and maids and have no worries about food and drink. Their daily job is to cook porridge and provide it to the slaves. Field did two things at once. He stopped the black crow on the roof of the big winery and stood up and hung the long sword on his waist. "Very good, have you distributed the bread?" "Yes, all of them have been distributed." Tate smiled and nodded. "You are so generous." "Haha, it has nothing to do with generosity. I just want them to realize that listening to me is equivalent to having bread to eat." Field did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. Since he had two chosen ones, he has been more confident in doing things. Even if the worst thing happened and everyone in the territory betrayed him, he could rely on the two chosen ones to turn the tables. He himself is still a first-level fighting knight. The top 3 combat forces in the territory are in his hands. Power, strength, and money are the source of a man's self-confidence. Field muttered, "I haven't checked the happiness of the territory for a long time." Name, field, profession, Lord Territory. Starry Night Castle, Wind Rising Village and surrounding territories contracted chosen. Ashina, Winter, Rosaria, Corruption, Population, 427 Development, 2 Nothing Happiness, -3 Slightly Depressed Environmental Value. -25 Dilapidated Surrounding Corruption, Probability of the Chosen appearing, 9 in 100 billion. Damn, it's much better now. Field laughed. It's just that the development is so slow, and the happiness and environment values have been greatly improved. The probability of the chosen one appearing in the territory has increased 9-fold. Although it is still infinitely approaching 0. It also gives Field hope. Let's go see the people in the territory." Field was full of energy. Outside the big winery. "Run. Whoever runs slower will steal Mr. Cow's leather boots." Tate's daughter Alexia, like a happy lark, ran in front of Absinthe and ran excitedly towards the crowd. The little girl is at the age of playfulness and is full of interest in the territory. In fact, when she first came to the night territory, she was very scared and thought she had entered a witch's lair or a swamp monster's home, a place where only children who love to lie would go. The original territory was in a mess, full of decayed residues, wriggling pieces of meat and tentacles, and slaves with desperate faces. The little girl was so scared that she hid in the bed in her room all day long. Even though she was sweating all over, she refused to stick her head out. There were no flowers, no friends, and no lively markets. But today, or to be exact, a few days ago, Alexia gradually adapted to this place and witnessed the changes in the territory with her own eyes. The corruption was eradicated, and the death haze was getting farther and farther away from her, almost out of her sight. There were often cavalrymen wrapped in black robes parading back and forth, and the heavily armored guards would not be lazy when they were on guard at the winery. The first step Alexia took out of the winery was to follow the maid Sparrow to the free people to make slave rations. It was at that time that she met the little girl Wormwood, a little girl who was almost sent to the Bull Fortress. "Hey, Qi, look, Uncle Taichi is standing on the stage. Are they going to dance? Let's go up and dance together." Qi shrank his neck. "I don't know, I only know how to cook porridge." Alexia pulled her friend's arm. "Don't always think about cooking. Come on, dancing is fun." No, the adults are going to talk." Qi quickly stopped her. "Good day, my people. I am your Lord Baron Field." Field stood upright on the stage and waved to everyone. "Good day, hello, sir." Many people in the crowd responded, and some slaves even waved desperately with smiles on their faces. Field recognized them at a glance. Most of the responders were slaves who joined the guard. Finally, someone responded enthusiastically. Field thought that the last meeting was like a speech to a rotten corpse, lifeless. Field looked at the crowd, his eyes were firm and bright. "I won't talk nonsense. I promised before that if he earned 1 gold coin from me, he would be freed from slavery and restored to the status of a free man. So far, a total of 6 people have earned a gold coin, and they are from my guard." After that, Field pointed to Taichi and them. "Fuck animals, how can they make money so quickly? They have been killing corpses, and it is said that 1 corpse is 1 silver coin. I am so envious. I also want to stand in front of everyone with dignity." Field made a gesture of pressing his hands down, signaling them to keep quiet. "As long as everyone unites and executes my orders well, we can get gold coins, food, and freedom. Must not only survive in the night territory, but also live better." Iron Hammer, Mountain Cat, and others were particularly excited when they heard it. Their fists clenched tightly, and their bodies were hot. Since they became slaves, their hearts have died. Because slaves have no room for turning over, the only chance is to work hard and strive to go to heaven after death. However, they can actually have a day to regain their freedom. It's like a dream. Taichi was very proud and raised his head. "From now on, I will no longer be a slave. I will marry, have children, and build my own mud house. So what are your plans for the future?" Shanmao took out the gold coins from his arms. He also had 3 silver coins in his pocket. There was no place to spend money in the current territory. Iron Hammer said as a matter of course, "Continue to serve in the army. There is no meat to eat elsewhere." What a straightforward reason. The corner of the Mountain Cat's mouth twitched. "Why, I feel that if I become a freeman, my life will be no different from the original life." "That's because the adults are too kind. You have never been to the dark mines, or been arranged to fight each other like pets. The slave life of our guards is actually similar to that of the free people outside, or even more comfortable, whose free people can eat a bite of dried meat every day." Iron Hammer obviously has a story. "The decree will change. No matter what, it's right to follow the adults' arrangements." "I didn't expect you to have such insights." Mountain Cat was shocked. "You are right. I pardon your slave status. From now on, you are legal residents of night territory." Then, Field smiled and destroyed the slave contract and accepted 6 gold coins. Sure enough, money makes money. The original 40 silver coins grew into 1 gold coin by themselves, and solved a lot of troubles for Field during the period. "We also hope to work in the guards," Shanmao and others said in unison. "Of course, it's just the army, regular soldiers." Field said their names one by one and encouraged them. "The monthly salary is temporarily set at 3 silver coins. In addition, 1 silver coin is given for killing a rotten corpse. Compared with before, there is a fixed monthly salary." "Yes, sir." Everyone was very happy. They are really pardoned. Everyone couldn't believe it and talked about it. No officials came out, took out some laws, and confiscated the gold coins after a lot of nitpicking, and then let them continue to be slaves. Instead, they completed the pardon very straightforwardly. The slaves saw hope and were full of passion. They wanted to rush into the field and plow twice now. Very good, everyone can go back to work. And look forward to the day when you will be richer. After hearing this, everyone ran to their posts quickly. Create value hard. Field raised the corner of his mouth and played with the gold coins in his hand. Sir, are you really going to let them go free? Cal wanted to poke his eyes out. He could not tolerate Field's wasteful behavior the most. Their previous treatment was good enough, and this will burden our finances. Money is only money when it flows. It's just a pile of cold, precious metal materials piled up in my warehouse. Field shook the gold coins in his hand. Look, this is the proof. Silver coins turn into gold coins. We take these gold coins and buy more slaves, and they can turn into more gold coins. But, the butler felt itchy on his head, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Field didn't explain much, but used the feather beast empathy magic to summon his drone Black Crow. However, when the Black Crow flew outside his room, Field frowned. Hey, who is in my room? Is it the maid? Field let the Black Crow hover and take a sneak peek, but the wolf-eared girl sat on her pillow with a smirk on her face, and her soft wolf tail swung proudly. Sniff, the adult's bed has a faint fragrance. The adult loves to be clean. It smells good. She licked her beautiful long nails and smiled proudly. Damn Rosalia, she actually used body odor to mark the territory at will. I can't lose to that woman. Haha, this place must be contaminated with my body odor. What the hell? It turns out that Rosalia always went to her room to sleep, using the excuse of the bed is the softest. Is it false? The real purpose is the evil enclosure movement, trying to divide the ownership of your own bed. So don't torture me all the time. No, I have to fight back. These two little girls are really rebellious. Field hurried upstairs and opened the door. Ashana's perception ability is very strong. When Field opened the door, she was already tidying up the desk seriously. The bed was clean and flat but a little warm. My lord, what's wrong? Asana looked silly. Okay, you actually played the enclosure movement behind my back, right? The abominable capital levied heavy taxes on agriculture and carried out primitive accumulation. I can't allow it. Ashana looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. It's right that I don't understand. I don't know what I'm talking about. Now face the punishment battle. Field was not polite and closed the door. Hey, no. No. The girl staggered back. Didn't you say just now that you wanted to mark the territory with body odor? Field showed a terrifying smile. Come and fight. If you lose, you will contribute the defeat animation. How could you hear it? Ashana's pupils trembled. Her perception was ridiculously strong. She could find Rosalia, who was also chosen by God, just wandering around the night territory. She suddenly thought, could it be that the Black Crow used my divine power mark? Field pressed forward domineeringly. The sharp palm wind attacked from the left and right. I surrender. Ashana was at a loss for words. How could I really attack you? But please be normal and don't bully me. Have you surrendered? You are too weak. Surrender means admitting defeat, and if you admit defeat, you will give up the defeat animation. Field's palm wind was still powerful, hitting Ashana firmly, although the attack power was 0. Please stop. Please, I don't want to hurt you when I fight back. Ashana blushed, groaned, felt numb, and was a little unstable. The sweet and sticky female fragrance kept pouring into the nose, completely destroying Field's proud rationality. With the non-existent strength advantage, Field easily overwhelmed the chosen one, grabbed her shrinking and trembling feet with one hand, and pressed her down with the other hand. The power of the chosen one is just so. You are so tired after taking my palm. How ridiculous. The first chosen one will be crushed by me at the same level. Field's blood boiled. No one in this world can defeat the combat chosen one at the same level. Well, my power will go out of control. It's hard to hold back the raging power. Asana couldn't control herself anymore. Her sharp nails gently pierced Field's skin. The itchy tingling sensation and countless silky feelings made Field's brain crash directly. Little she-wolf, don't look down on humans. Let me show you the real power of humans. Completely crazy. General plot. Field and Asana talked about the social background, historical significance, and event evaluation of the enclosure movement, and the two had a deep discussion on it. The specific content is 10,000 words. Please click expand. Okay, sir, I'm very tired. Ashana yawned with dark circles under her eyes. The enclosure movement is too profound. Your knowledge has filled my head and I can't learn any more. As expected of me, the northern lion. Field stood up with full energy, almost fell down, but still asked coldly, do you still dare to play the enclosure movement? Do you want to do the primitive accumulation of capital? I dare not. The girl answered inarticulately, and then fell into a deep sleep, muttering, knowledge all mastered. Okay, next we will target the king of the chosen ones. But before that, let's go to Maple Leaf City to trade. No, eat and drink first, I'm starving. Field felt that he was weaker than ever. This battle was actually a lose-lose situation. Because he would leave the Night Territory for a while, Field needed to complete all the territory affairs, so he was particularly busy. 3 days later, "Sir, the goods have been loaded." Asuna pushed open the door. She was still wearing a maid outfit, and there was nothing unusual. She gently reminded, the army has also assembled. Well, go to the quarry and call Rosaria. Field put down the feather pen and stretched. Rosaria has been clearing out corpses recently. When she is free, she goes to the quarry to cut stones. She can also cut hard stones with a big sword. Asuna asked in confusion, is Rosaria going too? There will be no one to protect the territory. The territory will be handed over to the remaining troops. This time I will only bring 5 infantry and cavalry, and they will be responsible for managing the slaves. The battle on the road will be left to you. Rosaria will not take action until the critical moment. Is there any special action? Asuna keenly noticed the problem. For ordinary actions, Field will definitely leave a chosen one at home. Field nodded. Yes, that's why I brought the potion. While the two were chatting, Rosaria came in through the window by herself, casually throwing off a black robe. She glanced at Asuna with a sour look and said angrily, from today on, I will not go anywhere except to Field's side, so as not to be persecuted by a beast who actually snatched my foot slave. I think you look like you want to persecute me. Besides, what a special foot slave. Field rubbed his eyebrows. Rosaria grinned at Asuna while Asuna made a face smugly. Everyone stop making trouble. Business is important. Field stopped the two from making trouble. Rosaria, I'm sorry to have you stay in the carriage. No, I'm actually very easy to hide. After that, Rosaria turned into countless bloodlines and poured into the gluttony greatsword. Only one bloodline drilled into Field's neck, connecting the greatsword to Field. How about it, disguised as a divine weapon? Rosaria's proud voice echoed in my ears. Really? Field reached out and picked up the gluttony great sword, swung it a few times, and it was as light as nothing, so light. Actually, I'm fucking control, otherwise it will be very heavy. Okay, let's go. Field wrapped up the gluttonous sword and put it on his back. The people downstairs, such as Taichui, were already fully armed, carrying square shields and halberds, standing straight, waiting for Field's order, sir. Don't you take the wine to sell? Cao asked in confusion. Don't take it for now. Taking out the wine too frequently will greatly reduce the value of the wine. Sell it later. Field personally checked the goods and mounted his warhorse. Let's go. Target Maple Leaf Territory, Maple Leaf Territory. The sky was dark, and more than 50 strong figures gathered together in the rising flames. The torches were lit, so they could see each other clearly. I was so fucking happy to kill. Did you see that scene? The spear stabbed into the belly of the female official, and urine flowed out. A man with natural curly hair, wearing leather armor and a breastplate on his chest. The Maple Leaf Territory's defense is really weak. You can easily sneak in by pretending to be a refugee. Another man with a thick beard kept wiping the blood off his long knife. Hey, magician, killing people and finding lost goods are 2 different prices. Don't worry, Bloody Hand, I won't treat you unfairly. The man in a red robe laughed. Who are you going to kill? Bloody Hand bent his fingers and made a terrifying clicking sound. The magician took out a portrait. Kill this baron. Clang, Bloody Hand drew his knife directly. Are you kidding me? No wonder you are so mysterious. It turns out you are here to die. The mercenaries' eyes changed immediately, and they pointed their weapons at the mage, their eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent, many of them spitting thick phlegm and cursing bad luck. Killing the baron, why? Because of women, power, or land. It is not important to the Bloody Hand mercenaries. What is important is that the baron has fully armed guards, heavy cavalry that can crush everything, and if he is unlucky, he will encounter fighting knights, and then kill them all like cutting melons and vegetables. Haha, don't be so nervous. If he was really powerful, I wouldn't have come here in person. The red-robed wizard smiled. Also, don't act like law-abiding citizens. You have precedents for murdering nobles such as the Wolf Howl Castle. Hee hee. I'm just testing your true purpose. If the price is right, we brothers dare to take turns rolling in the queen's bed. After hearing the red-robed wizard's exposure of their past, Bloodhand laughed instead of getting angry, put away his knife, and came up to hug his shoulders eagerly. Just do your job. The red-robed wizard slapped the hand that was stretched out, sneering. Mercenaries have no morals or disciplines to speak of. They are also rare beings who dare to murder nobles and even usurp the throne. The same was true in the Middle Ages in the previous life. Sforza usurped the throne of Milan. In 1066, Robert the Fox was also the head of the mercenaries. He occupied Sicily. The target is barren field. You can ask around. He is a weak and incompetent waste. He has few soldiers or even none at all. You find him first, then kill him. The bounty is 500 gold coins, and all the wealth on him belongs to you. Oh, a noble without soldiers. Bloodhand tilted his head in confusion. That's bullshit. The mercenaries laughed together. I can't wait to strip the Baroness or daughter like a lamb and then hold her in my arms. Come on, can anyone who comes to Maple Leaf territory be a married man? I'm here to hunt for beauty. Ha ha ha, okay. The mage interrupted them and added, I will also assist you throughout the process. I'm a second-level flame mage. A second-level flame mage is already a canon of this era with amazing lethality. It would be best if we have a wizard to help us. But we won't rush in and fight blindly. Give us some time. We want to verify that what you said is correct. Bloodhand grinned greedily. If it's different from what you said, then there will be another price. The Bloodhand mercenary group extinguished the torches and disappeared into the darkness. When Field took the first step into the Maple Leaf Fortress, he heard cheers. See, I said he could come out alive. The soldier who opened the city gate laughed and twisted the capstan hard. He shouted, Please enter the fortress quickly, honorable Baron. We have hot soup and olive wine here, sir. Come in and have a drink. Many soldiers on the city wall cheered loudly. Some people are happy, some are sad, and some soldiers are dejected and cry for their wallets. It's incredible that someone can come out for the second time. Oh, I lost all my money. The soldier who won the money came forward and invited, You are our hero, please come in and have a couple of drinks. Our beds are ready. You really came out from the north for the second time. Goddess bless you. Damn, they dared to bet on me, but the feeling of being welcomed really warms my heart. I won't drink the wine. Thank you for your kindness. Field raised his eyelids. Sure enough, the atmosphere changed as soon as he arrived in Maple Leaf territory. Even the soldiers were very lively and casual, gambling and drinking. But he was in a good mood and would not care about the soldiers. The journey was very easy, probably because he brought a small number of people, 5 infantry and cavalry, 15 slaves, and the maid Scissors. With the help of the small map and the chosen one, he easily arrived at the border fortress. It is worth mentioning that the border fortress of Maple Leaf territory is not the private property of Maple Leaf territory, but the common property of the Empire and Maple Leaf Baron, with the Empire accounting for the majority. After all, even the wealthy Baron Simon couldn't maintain a giant fortress and its continuous walls. Wow, I haven't been to the world of the living for a long time. It's so dazzling, I want to destroy it and kill everyone. Unlike Asuna, who was catching up on sleep, Rosaria, who was hiding in the greatsword, kept chattering in Field's ear. Don't get caught, Field whispered. I will be careful. My lord, be careful. I feel the hostile atmosphere coming from the hill over there. Asuna lifted the curtain and pointed out the direction with a yawn. Hostile, okay, I know. Field glanced at the hill in the distance, which was surrounded by dense forests and could not be seen clearly. With the farewell of the fortress soldiers, Field led the team to Maple Leaf City and arrived at Maple Leaf City the next day. Maple Leaf City is still the same, with a 3-meter-high wall that looks like a joke, and beautiful silk and flowers are laid on it. But the difference is that the number of homeless people has increased dozens of times compared to before. People with disheveled hair and numb faces huddled together. At a glance, there are at least 1,000 people, and the crowds are crowded. Even the unguarded Maple Leaf City had to send out troops and officials to maintain order. So many homeless people, Field all were shocked. He. A sweet laugh came from Field's side. You must have come from the moon. Field looked in the direction of the sound and saw a very beautiful older sister. She was wearing the caravan's linen clothes and a headscarf on her head. She felt like a married young woman, but she looked lively like a girl. Almost the same. Field blinked at the woman. Are you willing to help me solve this puzzle? They are refugees from the Purple Gold Empire, refugees from the Iravan province, and of course, real homeless people. The woman shrugged, with disgust in her eyes. War is always like this. Despicable people kill ordinary people who love life for their own short-term interests. You're right. Field smiled. What happened specifically? The Purple Gold Empire has perished. The pagans continue their westward expedition. The Kingdom of Wallia, the Inner Sea Trade Alliance, the Papal States, and the Holy Light, the Hungarian Empire, called the Shield of the God, organized a divine punishment army, which should be able to defeat the pagans. In the Iraven province, civil strife broke out. Cultists got hold of the missing 5th-level artifact, the Eye of Long-Cherished Wish, and raised an army of tens of thousands of people overnight. The Governor-General has begun to unite the nobles to prepare for the rebellion. There's no doubt that the Iraven province is ruined this time. The situation is changing so fast. Field was not surprised but happy, but his face showed a sigh. It's really prosperous. The people suffer and the people suffer when the country is destroyed. Oh, you actually have such an insight. The woman showed a surprised look. Field smiled lazily. He smelled the smell of profit. Only under huge changes can there be a chance to reap huge benefits. I hope you are not a person who loves war and killing. The woman raised her eyebrows and left with the caravan. Field waved his hand. Of course not, thank you very much for your help. As soon as the woman left, Field waved his fist, his face full of excitement. The Viscount of Iraven has rebelled. Haha, that's great. Field sneered. Fulan City is right next door. He still remembers his brother mocking him with a joking look on his face. Fulan City is famous for goats and beer. Haha, goats right? Haha, beer right? Field licked his lips, greed in his eyes. When I come over, you better be able to laugh. I must slap you in the face and pull your hood all over the floor. When prosperity comes, the people suffer, and when decline comes, the people suffer. It was indeed Field's lament. He was happy to treat his subjects preferentially. As for targeting opponents, haha, then I am a warmonger. Tai Chui and others was sweating profusely. The adult's expressions was so scary. Ashina, take everyone to rest. By the way, collect some more intelligence. Field gave Ashna a bag of gold coins. Buy more delicious food for the boys and my maid. They have worked hard on the journey. You should also eat more to replenish your body. I don't need to replenish my body. Don't underestimate me. Ashna chuckled and nodded. Okay, I'll follow your orders. Thank you, Baron. Everyone wanted to pounce on him and call him Dad. Iron Hammer, don't forget what I promised you last time. You are all free people now. Go and have fun. Field took out 5 gold coins and gave them to the guards, and took out some happy beans. Don't forget to show the true strength of the men in the night territory. These gold coins are your advance salary. As long as you don't die, work hard to death. If people ask, just say it's the magic medicine given by the Baron. Gift from the god of love. You can give them some, understand. Iron Hammer and others took the things and said excitedly, I understand. Field needed them to help advertise. That night Field didn't even visit Baron Simon. As soon as Iron Hammer and others came back, Simon's invitations came one after another. The door of the post station was knocked, and the maid told Field that Simon's chosen one came in person and eagerly invited him to live in the manor. It's so grand. It's midnight now, it seems someone can't wait. Field yawned. Things developed faster than he expected. The chosen one is here, face must be given. I'll go with you. Rosaria, who was standing in the dark in a daze, turned around and put her hands on her waist, protesting, no one can think about it now, let's disconnect the two of us. Field was speechless. What is a link? It sounds so strange. I'll do it for you next, let you fool around. But this matter can't be rushed. Rosaria is a king of talking nonsense. She is full of words, but she herself upholds the reserve of a noble lady. When she has nothing to do, she likes to read books or drink tea and occasionally play chess alone. Field patted Rosalia's head and comforted her. You just need to hide in the dark. I'll go to the manor alone. But Rosalia's eyes were full of worry, but thinking that Field always kept his word. She nodded and said, if you encounter danger, just call me. I will hide outside the manor. I know what I'm doing. After getting dressed, Field walked out of the post station and saw the waiting carriage. Dear Field, why don't you come to see me first when you come to Maple Leaf City? I've been in spiritual contact with you for a long time. A sweet and greasy laugh came from the carriage, and then a charming figure lifted the curtain. Field looked subconsciously and immediately became dazed. Sexy, extremely sexy, Field couldn't even find the right words to describe the charming woman in front of him. She is 1.75 meters tall, graceful and plump, at least his size. She walks tremblingly and shakily with long legs straight. Every time she steps, her fleshy legs will shake and suffocate. It's a big car. It shouldn't be the charm of divine power, but just relying on her figure and appearance. I still have the ability to think. Field pinched his thigh and the pain made him regain his sanity. It was the first time he saw such a charming woman. Hello, I'm Field, the Baron of Night. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fulioni, the third-level god of love. Welcome to Maple Leaf City. Fulioni spoke slowly, but the ambiguous smell between Fenghua's lips and teeth made Field feel shy. I hope we can spend countless beautiful nights. Third level. Hearing that the other party was the third-level god of God, Field was shocked and had no idea. According to the literature, the strength of the god of God is related to the prosperity of the territory, which seems to be true. Field maintained his courtesy and said, "Forget about the countless nights. I came here to visit and trade. I believe you have heard about the happy beans." After I got this good thing, the first thing I thought of was my old friend Simon. No heart missing me, Florin, so sad. Florin pretended to be sad and came up to hold Field's hand eagerly. A white rabbit pressed against Field's arm and she rubbed it twice. Don't listen to the gossip of outsiders. My magic skills can't make people lose their minds. Noticing Field's vigilance, Florin chuckled and said, "My magic skills are to develop potions, treatments, and, a little secret if you and I have fun you will know, but it is definitely not to deceive people, I swear to the god of love." Of course I believe you. Field didn't believe it at first, but when he heard that she dared to swear, he believed it a little bit and behaved more naturally. Thank you for your trust. I prefer to conquer men with my own charm, not with divine power. After a brief chat, Field asked people to load the goods and head to Maple Leaf Manor. Unlike the calm outside the city, Maple Leaf Manor was heavily guarded this time, with soldiers patrolling back and forth. Field even saw a lot of ferocious monsters tied to the ground. When they saw Field, they bared their teeth and looked like they were going to attack. "Stupid child, he is a guest, don't be rude." Florny scolded softly. The monster immediately shut up and lowered its head pitifully. "Lord Field, you'd better be careful too. There have been many murders recently. Not only civilians or merchants have been killed, but even nobles have been murdered." Florny pouted and said angrily, "Disgusting cultists, I really don't understand what they are thinking. Isn't it good to enjoy themselves?" "I can't understand it either." Field shrugged. "Otherwise, why are they called cultists? They will always cause damage." "Hello, dear brother. I'm sorry I didn't come to pick you up. Things have been really turbulent recently. Did you encounter any trouble along the way?" As soon as he reached the door, Simon came over in slippers with heavy steps, grabbing Field's hand as if he had met his half-brother. With Simon holding his hand tightly and being looked at affectionately, Field's mouth twitched violently. He resisted the urge to slap this pervert to death. Field smiled and said, "Baron Simon, it must be fate that allowed me to escape from the northern province again and be welcomed by you. Come in." Simon also looked touched and pulled Field into the house. After seeing Simon, Field's last nervousness disappeared. Come to think of it, the gold coins he traded were only a few thousand. For a big city, it was not even half a day's tax revenue. People would not kill him. If they wanted to kill him, it would be assassination, not open and above board. After all, if the news of harming the nobles leaked out, other nobles would find excuses to eat him up. But Field knew that Simon's touched face was obviously fake, and it was iced black tea. Field could see through his evil thoughts at a glance. This was the tacit understanding of the nobles. "I just bought 20 demi-human dancers. I believe you will like them." Simon winked at Field with an expression that said, "Everyone knows you," he laughed. "It was my mistake that you didn't enjoy it last time. I found out that you had demi-human maids, and I immediately knew your hobby. Your sincerity can make the goddess cry." Field sighed. "It would be great if I could get 20 uncontracted gods chosen, not just demi-humans." "Yes, I always treat people sincerely," Simon said honestly, then clapped his hands, and immediately 2 maids wearing only gem underwear came forward. The so-called gem underwear is the key point, the underwear covered by gems. Is it a little fun? Simon always likes to find some different fun. Anyway, Field can't stand these. After all, they will be automatically censored by the invisible heaven. The food I requested is the highest quality. Sir, the chef is still cooking it. It will be ready soon. Field said politely, "Baron Simon, there is no need to do this. I have received your kindness, you understand me. I have always pursued fighting and glory. This time I just came to bring you some gifts and trade." Hearing about gifts and trade, Simon smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum and whispered, "Is it the happy pill? Please say yes." "God, do you know how happy I was when Florny told me the news?" Floney on the side gently raised the corner of her mouth, tilted her head and showed a happy smile, just like a virtuous wife. It seems that Simon has indeed encountered a difficult and complicated disease, and it has troubled him for a long time. Apart from the physical reasons, being surrounded by a bunch of beauties all the time will greatly increase the threshold. With the stunning gods chosen by your side, it would be uncomfortable for anyone to see but not eat. In addition, Field also saw something unusual. Simon's control over Maple Leaf City is so strong that it's abnormal. Although he stays in the manor all day and night, he knew that Field's maid is a subhuman or the happy beans in a few hours. Maybe Simon is very capable in internal affairs. Or he has a strong intelligence department. Don't underestimate anyone, Field muttered in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Field said seriously, "Of course, it's not just the happy beans but also the North God oil and the special gift for you. Although they are all in the same category, your gift is of the highest grade. In other words, the one for Simon was diluted a little less. You are my most distinguished guest, Simon." Simon was in high spirits and the fat on his face and belly kept shaking. "Let me see the gift, I can't wait." "Don't worry, Simon, the dishes are here. Don't neglect the guests, let's eat and talk." The three of them sat down according to the etiquette of the nobility. Simon sat in the main seat and introduced, "Although there's no ball, I can guarantee that these delicacies are the best in the entire High Castle province." It was just as Simon said. Before the main meal, a basin of sculptures was brought. A lifelike mermaid leaning on the reef moved flexibly as if singing. Sculpture food. Field had heard of this kind of dessert before the meal, which was made of almond candy, pastries, and dairy products, and was carefully carved into a dessert. It is usually carved into an auspicious animal or a scene in a mythological story. "Yes, and this, have a cup to warm your body." Florny took the can from the maid and poured a glass of milk for Field. "I haven't had milk for a long time." Field was really greedy. Although the goat milk from Yimu Ling was nutritious, it had a strong smell. Field took a big sip and said, "It smells good. This milk suits my taste very well." Florny frowned and looked puzzled. Milk doesn't taste like this." "This is the milk squeezed out of their smells a bit like human, doesn't it?" Puff Field couldn't hold it in and sprayed it directly. Florin covered her mouth and laughed. "I'm just playing with you. This is milk. You can even go to the ranch now." Okay, you want to play against the sky too, right? I know a friend named Rosaria. You two may have a good chat." Speechless Field wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and joked, "Oh, that's a pity." "Hey, I'm still here." Simon knocked on the table lightly, pretending to be angry but with a smile on his face. He ordered the maid, "Pour us some wine, starry night wine." Floyne squinted her eyes and said, "Oh, don't drink all the time. You get drunk every time you drink a little." I know the following plot well, and Field immediately imagined the direction. The husband is drunk, and the guests and his wife perform natural reproduction in front of the drunk husband, then get pregnant, and then their son inherits the Maple Leaf territory peacefully. No way, Simon wouldn't be so stupid. I'd better not drink. Field thought so and suddenly felt a little movement on the table and something was on his legs. Is it tempting now?" Field smiled jokingly. "But let you go first." Momo ate a piece of cake, and just when Field was about to take the second bite, he was kicked lightly again. "Tusk, you're playing such a big game, I'm not afraid of you." Field is not a soft person, and Momo stretched his legs. Florny trembled all over, subconsciously clamped, and then looked at Field with a 3-point doubtful and 7-point tender eyes, with a doting expression that saw through Field's mind, and glanced at Simon again. Little guy, you dare to provoke me." Field began to shake his legs, and Florny lowered her head, smiling. However, to Field's shock, he was kicked lightly by another leg. Then another kick. "Even if you are the chosen one, you shouldn't have 4 legs, a crab." Field was confused. There were 3 legs kicking at him. It was not an illusion. "It's not over yet, right? Don't you know I'm a good young man? Could it be that Simon the pervert?" Field's pupils trembled, and he wanted to lift the tablecloth and look down, but it didn't conform to the dining etiquette of the nobility. The touch on the legs should not be a man's. Besides, Simon's legs are not that long. If he could kick over a table, he would be enough to defend Kobe alone. Before Field could figure out what was going on, another leg kicked up. Could it be that Florny was a spider spirit? Field's face was full of black lines. He couldn't help his curiosity and tried to kick Florny with 2 legs. Florny snorted slightly and cast a confused and curious look. This expression made Field unable to handle it. He thought to himself, it turns out that it was not you who did it. This is embarrassing. The pervert is actually me. Simon had no idea what was going on. He was still thinking about the happy beans. Field, can you tell me more about the happy pills? I'm really curious. Unfortunately, the sample I bought from the brothel was taken away by Florny. Floney must have taken it to test the efficacy or check the toxicity. Field nodded silently. It would be strange if he gave it to the Lord without saying anything. In short, it can make you indestructible. Strong and brave. Field raised his eyebrows. Oh, I heard from those cun women that the men in the night territory can beat 10 people and will not stop for an hour. They are the strongest men they have ever seen. Simon's face was full of envy. As a seller, Field praised Simon very much. This is nothing. If you get these God-given medicines, you will be more powerful. Please enjoy it. I can't wait. Simon wanted to take 2 pills directly to try. Oh, the dancers I bought are here. Seeing a bunch of gorgeous women queuing up to walk into the hall, Simon controlled his temper and immediately greeted Field. Look, these are the demi-human dancers I just bought. You have good taste. I can use them to try out the happy beans. Field looked at them and found that they were indeed beauties. They were definitely several levels lower than the chosen ones, but they were all first-class beauties and more than enough to be internet celebrities. However, this expression seemed too nervous or too murderous. The demi-human dancers clenched their hands tightly or hid them behind their backs, with sharp eyes staring at their positions. The alarm bells rang loudly, and Field's hand subconsciously covered the iris brooch, but then relaxed, silently picked up a piece of rare monster meat, and tasted the hard-to-find delicious food. They couldn't be sent by Simon to assassinate him, so there was nothing to worry about. Hurry up and dance, the kind that we did before. Taking off clothes and twisting the belly. Simon laughed and imitated it, looking very happy. He kept waving his arms, hurry up and dance. Don't get excited, Simon. It seems that you bought a cat that is not very well behaved. Florny stood up, leaning forward slightly. She obviously saw the problem and her eyes were full of tyranny. What happened? Simon stood up in confusion. Wait, how come someone kicked my leg? Field was speechless. How could someone still kick my leg when he stood up? He couldn't help but be curious, so he immediately bent down and lifted the tablecloth to see, and immediately met a pair of peach-pink eyes. Fug. Be careful. At the moment of meeting the eyes, Field's hand trembled, and a dagger fell from the sleeve of his left hand. His first-level fighting spirit was fully erupted, and he retreated backwards at the fastest speed. At the same time, his right hand had already grasped the iris brooch in his hand, ready to fight at any time. Sharp flash flashed by, accompanied by a crisp tearing sound, and the high-end solid wood table was split open without any hindrance, and the delicacies on the table were directly blown away. What happened? Simon was shocked, and before he could scream, a dagger with a faint white glow was already on his neck. At the same time, the cat-like dancers took out their hidden daggers, table knives or rapiers. Puff, several maids who screamed and ran away were caught up and killed by the cat-like people. Don't move, dirty human. The cat-like person who jumped out from under the table held Simon hostage with a dagger in his hand, and his long light pink hair fluttered in the wind, looking both beautiful and dashing. Don't be impulsive. Field put away the dagger and pushed with both hands. Asian, talk nicely if you have something to say, don't hurt him, we can talk about anything. The cat-eared Asian glanced at Field with a look of contempt. Hypocritical human, tell me. Where did you kidnap our pink cat Asian children? Ah, this. No need to think, it's definitely Simon had done this himself. Field shrugged his shoulders. He was polite enough and there was no need to get dragged into the quagmire. He looked at Florny and saw that Florny looked indifferent. Then, Field looked at the cat-eared girl in front of him. Her long peach-pink hair reached her waist, and her white gauze skirt with beautiful lace was very beautiful. Under the skirt, there were flawless white feet like a rabbit. At a glance, it was clear that the little feet that had landed on her body before were definitely the cat girl in front of her. The dress also concealed the slightly improved cot. Ball and her neck and collarbone were full of bone and beauty, which could be called ice like skin and jade like bones. Florny sneered. They were all bought by the nobles for fun, and some were sent to the arena to fight with hungry jackals. It's useless to tell you now. The weak cat people can only be torn into pieces, eaten by jackals, and finally turned into feces. You. The cat people around were furious and wanted to die. Wu Dai, let's fight her. Friends, don't be impulsive, take Simon away first. The cat girl Wu Dai, who held Simon hostage, was obviously the leader. Florny was not panicked at all. She leaned lazily on the pillar beside her and turned her head to apologize to Field. Sorry, I scared you. There was a problem with our security. I'm not good at reconnaissance, so I let the little bug slip in. Needless to say, this cat girl must be the chosen one of God. There will be a shield between the chosen ones of God, and they can't be distinguished when they meet, unless they use divine power. Only Ashna has amazing perception and can find the hostile chosen one from clues. Field opened the small map and looked at it several times to make sure there was no green dot. He could only sigh with regret. He had been contracted, otherwise he would have been captured directly. Wait, who said that he couldn't be captured if he was contracted? Field rubbed his chin, but it was not convenient for him to move around now. Then Field nodded to Florny and said, It's okay for me, you're barren. Haha, it's okay for me. Simon was like a fool, not afraid at all, and even tilted his head. He wanted to lick the cat girl pervertedly, but was slapped hard by the cat girl and immediately became honest. First-level God's chosen, you dare to sneak in. You really don't know how to write the word death. I'm too lazy to even do it. Florny chuckled, then clapped her hands seductively. God's chosen guard listened to the order. Field consciously retreated and slowly left the battle circle, his eyes staring at the cat-eared girl's every move. God's chosen guard, interesting. The so-called God's chosen guard is a special type of soldier that the Lord and the chosen give back to the Lord after the contract. Just like Ashna provided herself with 51st-level wolf cavalry quotas, but because there were no giant wolves, she could not be canonized. As for Simon, who has a rich background, he will naturally not encounter such an embarrassing situation. Don't act rashly, otherwise I will cut his throat. Wu Dai threatened loudly, but Florny was unmoved and didn't even blink. Field shook his head after hearing it. This kind of playful threat can scare people, then there must be something fishy. In fact, Field thought that the assassination of the cat subhumans was a funny comedy in itself. He seemed to be completely unaware of the situation in the manor, unaware that they were facing a third-level God's chosen, and unaware whether Simon had any means to save his life, and they ran over to assassinate him with such courage. The only surprise was that Woody was really brave. She actually hid under the table and didn't stab Simon directly. I guess she really wanted to kidnap him instead of killing him on the spot. However, no matter which idea it is, it's purely seeking death. Field rubbed his eyebrows. If he underestimated humans, one of the world's hegemons, he would only be slaughtered and crushed. This was also the case. The subhumans did not have a powerful empire, and many tribes were slaughtered or enslaved. The next moment, a brown lizard man in a wizard's costume walked out from behind Florny as if he appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by a very fast chant, the lizardman wizard pointed his staff and said, "Etherealization." Simon's chubby body immediately became blurred, turning into an impenetrable shadow, and actually penetrated Woody's arm directly and walked away casually. Oops! Woody's pupils widened, almost tearing her eye sockets. She immediately stabbed the dagger in her hand, but found that it was empty and could not attack the ethereal Simon at all. The bad mood quickly spread in her heart, and Woody had a panicked look at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heartbeat caused by extreme tension could be heard even by Field, who was far away. Ha ha! Simon laughed and walked back to Florny slowly. Well done, Florny, very well done. Kill them all now. By the way, if the subhuman chosen one stays, her fresh flesh and blood will be very valuable and delicious. Yes, dear Simon. Florny licked the corner of her mouth. Come out, children, crush my enemies. Dong-dong, amid the fierce footsteps, a large number of strange creatures emerged from the corridors around the hall. There were two-headed ogres, swamp lizardmen, dwarf spearmen, and even green-skinned orcs. But unlike the normal state, they all had simplified Eros marks on their bodies, which must be the special marks of the chosen guard. These monsters are completely different from the descriptions in the illustrations. Field carefully observed each monster, such as the swamp lizardmen, who actually had 4 hands, holding a kite-shaped shield, a long sword, a chain hammer, and a long spear. The green-skinned orcs had twisted spider claws on their backs, which looked extremely terrifying. Could the God-chosen guards change their biological bodies? Field wondered. Fight humans, revenge for our compatriots. The subhumans rushed forward. The dwarves in the front suddenly threw spears, accompanied by a strong sound of breaking wind, and immediately 3 cat subhumans were pierced by the spears, flew backwards, and nailed to the wall behind them. Surround and kill. The monsters seemed extremely stupid, but they cooperated very well. After throwing the spears, the dwarves immediately raised their shields and guns, forming a hollow circle to surround the cat subhumans, and then the heavily armored lizardmen jumped into the battle circle from behind the dwarves with fierce eyes. The dark swamp lizardmen, like armored tanks, rolled over like a torrent. Ding ding dang dang, the cat-like people were fearless and gritted their teeth to raise their delicate and white arms, trying to break through with short weapons. They stabbed the daggers or rapiers in their hands with all their might, but this was not a joke in movies and TV series. Light armor was as brittle as paper, and it was impossible for heavy armor to be folded in half. After a series of crisp sounds, the lizardmen in heavy armor did not move at all, and there was not even a scratch on the armor. Raising the machete plainly, the lizardmen swept it wildly, with the sound of tearing muscles, accompanied by screams and spitting blood, and the assassins were immediately swept away. Then they swung the knife again, swung the knife. The dirty blood followed every time the lizardman swung his knife. The water flowed onto the gorgeous floor under his feet. In just 1 minute, the previously murderous cat-like people were all turned into pieces. Only Woody, the chosen one of the cat-like people, was left, panting heavily, relying on divine power to resist with a dagger. Tusk, it's still an assassin-type chosen one, but the frontal combat power is so weak. It can probably last for a quarter of an hour before the defeat animation is performed. Field saw the door. The cat girl in front of him, let alone assassinating Simon, even if she came to assassinate him, if she couldn't succeed in one strike, Rosaria or Ashna could easily deal with her. Frony and Simon came over with wine glasses, both of them with smiles on their faces, not taking this bloody scene seriously at all. Please don't let a little episode spoil your fun. Of course. Field took the wine glass handed to him and raised the glass politely to indicate that he needed to improve his strength quickly. The strength of the old Baron was so terrifying. The characters who can be sealed in the Border Guard Empire are all ruthless. Woody gradually lost strength under the attack of 3 lizardmen. Divine skill, shadow attack. At the critical moment, facing the sharp knife lights slashing from different directions, Woody's divine power fluctuated, as if melting, turning into a pool of black shadow, quickly moving across the floor, bypassing the monster's blockade. After the shadow quickly approached Simon, Woody jumped out of the shadow, carrying the black energy with a deep breath, and the divine power lingering on the dagger slowly converged into a terrifying sharp edge. If you are stabbed by such a dagger, it will definitely not be pleasant. Oh, you have a set of skills, Fulioni exclaimed and then took a sip of wine lightly, but it's useless. 3rd level magic, Aurora Barrier. The lizardman wizard cast a spell quickly and cast a barrier magic on the ground. Bang, Woody groaned in pain in her throat, and her head hit the magic barrier that suddenly appeared. Before Woody could land on the ground, the green-skinned orc swung the mace in his hand fiercely. With a teeth-grinding sound of hitting flesh, Woody was smashed away like a beautiful rag. The chosen ones have strong vitality. After Woody spat out a mouthful of blood, she rolled on the ground for several rounds. Her beautiful clothes were stained with blood and she looked miserable. Then, she gritted her teeth and used her remaining divine power to transform herself into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. Field was very surprised and a little happy. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, it was still uncomfortable to watch Simon killing lives and even eating people. Of course, the subhumans were not his kind, and they had been contracted, so he didn't need to protect her. Now that the cat girl ran away by herself, everyone was happy. No need to watch Simon eat people, just think of it as a wonderful show for free. Feeling Furlong's gaze, Field pretended to be shocked and surprised. Did she escape? Will she continue to assassinate? Total martial law, guards search for me. And make sure to find the assassin. After Furlong's order, she changed to a delicate expression and gently invited Field. Dear Baron, don't be nervous, let's go to another place to continue the banquet. Field really didn't want to eat. Thank you for your kindness, let's get down to business. Happy beans, which are also called happy pills in your mouth, are relatively less effective. The North Territory God oil and the one specially provided for you are more effective and are only provided to noble people. After Field introduced the goods in detail, he smiled and said, This is the God-given medicine brought to me by the God of love in a dream. I believe you will not let me waste your heart in vain. Of course not. The motto of the Maple Leaf family is, "Put down your guard, everyone is a brother." Simon introduced proudly. Although there were still a pile of corpses in the hall, he was particularly serious when he said this. "We'll discuss the price after I try the effect." Simon added with a smile, "Before that, please, take a break. There won't be any more assassins, right?" Field said in a joking tone, "I don't have the protection of powerful chosen one." "Don't worry, that subhuman has lost the ability to attack. I promise that I will find her soon." Florny vowed. She stretched out 2 fingers and said seriously, "Of course, if you are afraid that no one will protect you, I can accompany you." "Forget it. Spending a night with Florny, I'm afraid I won't see the sun the next day." Human actually has a bunch of monster guards. There's no doubt that she has the means to control the mind. As for her previous oath, it was probably a lie to coax a child. Field vaguely guessed how she controlled the monster. The room arranged for Field was located on the 2nd floor. The Gothic room was extremely luxurious, with fluttering curtains inside. The rare plants, insect specimens, and oil paintings on display alone were worth as much as several stone houses of ordinary people. "My lord, please come for a nude bath. I'm very sorry that the assassination just now made you sweat." 2 maids walked in. People in the Middle Ages also took baths. It was the common people who were dirty, not the nobles. For example, Her Majesty the Queen of the Griffin Empire was famous for her love of bathing. She took a bath once a day, even on the Holy Sunday stipulated by the Church. Therefore, His Holiness the Pope wrote letters to protest many times. Nude bath? Field scratched his head awkwardly. The so-called nude bath is a bath in an open-air bathhouse with a lot of men and women. Generally speaking, after taking a bath, the men are clean but the women are not. Nude bathing is a hobby of the nobles, but Field is a serious person and can't stand these. "Well, I'm not afraid of being punished by the road." "No, just get me a big bathtub." Field stretched. Soon, a silver plate filled with roses and herbs was brought in, and a golden cup filled with wine and various fruits was served. At the same time, an oversized bathtub was brought in. Pour the roses and herbs into the bathtub, and the pleasant aroma filled the air. The maids obediently took off the remaining clothes on their bodies, and suddenly the mountains and ridges were in full view. "My lord, please." "Damn, this is too much." Field rubbed his eyebrows. How could a normal man bear this emperor-like treatment? No wonder Maple Leaf territory is so rich. Countless nobles have to empty their savings to live here. It's unbearable. But you can't indulge. "I can endure it. If I form a group of God-chosen maids in the future, won't it be better than them?" After repeating it silently for several times, Field waved his hand and said with a very appropriate reason, "You can go out. I only use my personal maids, and I don't need you." The maids left obediently and closed the door. "Yes, sir, please call us directly if you need anything." Field lay comfortably in the bathtub. The water temperature was just right, making every inch of his skin stretch. This is a happy place. Not thinking about night has fallen in the territory. Field said a few nonsense words, and in his mind he was already thinking about how to build a territory that would surpass the prosperity of Maple Leaf territory. About 10 minutes later, Field was about to get up. A black shadow fell from the sky. Plop, falling into his own bathtub. Damn, where else can you fall? Field was shocked, but immediately calmed down and activated the iris sword that had been prepared long ago and pressed it against the neck of the figure. Hee, little cat, I knew you would come to find me. Mao Asians are very afraid of water." Woody struggled to climb out of the bathtub, but a silver sword, coldly pressed against her neck, made her fall into a circle of confusion. "Is this a divine weapon? Why are you not surprised at all? How did you know I would come?" Field snorted coldly. "For a reckless idiot like you who doesn't do reconnaissance and has no reason, I can guess your next move with my maid's arch thinking." Ugh. The cat girl, who was soaked in water, still didn't understand. Her peach-colored eyes stared at Field, her face full of confusion. "I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the whole manor who doesn't have guards and spies, right?" Field smiled confidently. "So, I guess you will definitely come here, but I didn't expect that you would play so big. It seems that you can't escape the bathing of men and women today." Field asked the maids to go out, and he also considered this. Uday has fallen into confusion. How do you know there are no guards? If there were, you wouldn't come. And I would know that Simon was watching me. If there weren't, you would come, which means that Simon respects and trusts me more. Do you understand? Pink cat head. Field patiently waited for Wu Dai to sort out the logic. After Field saw Wu Dai's eyes become clear, he took the initiative to put away the iris sword. Let me introduce myself. My name is Field, the Baron of Night, and I'm nicknamed Friend of Female Asians. Huh, despicable human, do you think I will believe you? Woody immediately thought of her partner who died. Tragically, her eyes were blurred with tears. She drew out her dagger and pointed it at Field. Don't be so stupid. Your enemy is Simon. He has nothing to do with me, Field. If you kill me, you will definitely die. Besides, do you think you can kill me in your weak state? Woody calmed down and asked coldly, what do you want to do? I want you, Field answered without hesitation. Even if assassins are of little use to the development of the Night territory, Field is a person who cherishes talents. Puff, Woody was so frightened that her internal injuries were affected. She almost vomited blood. Her pretty face turned red. She raised her hand and was about to scratch him. Damn it, you humans are really bad. I want you to be loyal to me. What are you thinking? Field crossed his fingers and said slowly. No need to talk about this. I already have a lord to be loyal to, and it is impossible for humans to contract with subhumans, idiot. Field knew that Woody had been contracted, but he still wanted to test it. The thief turned out to be me. Oh, that's even more interesting. Who said that you can't change your master if you have a lord? No means no. I'd rather die in front of you. The cat-like person became more and more excited, as if she would pounce on him at any time. Come on, let's die together. I still have a trump card. The trump card must be the dissociation artifact. However, seeing that she would rather die than surrender, it can be seen that the contract of the chosen one is very binding, much stronger than the marriage certificate, and it is not so easy to abduct. Don't be nervous, Field said softly, then raised his hand to pat the cat-like person's plush ears and touched his head. Woody, hee, I feel a little happier. Wait, don't touch me. Hey, why are you so skilled? Because Field was at home. He plucked Asana every day and even cultivated a habit that was difficult to correct for Asana if she was not plucked twice a day. She would feel uncomfortable all over. The cat's ears swayed, and Woody panicked. Someone is coming. Field frowned and slapped the cat's head into the water. Hide, hold your breath, and don't move. Then he poured red wine and roses into the bathtub and covered it with a towel. He stopped only when he was sure that he couldn't see the bottom of the water clearly. The flawless touch and the numb pressure were unbearable for normal people. Gurgle, a bubble appeared on the surface of the water. As if because of discomfort or shock, Woody almost jumped out. Until there was a knock on the door, she stopped moving and calmed down under the water. Lord Field, we just heard some noise and suspected it was an assassin. For your safety, can we come in and search? Of course, please feel free. Field was not panicked at all. Even if the cat-like people were discovered, he could shirk that he was coerced. The manor soldiers did not dare to be too presumptuous. They walked around the house, checked the corners where they hid, and left after saying sorry for disturbing them. Woody's face was red, as if it was boiling, and she emerged from the water woodenly. She widened her eyes, tears in the corners of her eyes, and murmured, "It's not clean, it's not clean. Who told you to move around and disturb little Field? Forget it, don't mention it. Let's talk about the important things. Want to live right? Revenge for your companions, or find the missing children of the Maya people?" Field asked seriously. Woody seemed to see hope. She thought of her dead companions and said, "Yes, can you help me kill Simon?" "No, why should I help someone else's chosen one to deal with my own trading partner? Besides, Simon is not easy to deal with." Without hesitation, Field refused directly. He is not someone who can be controlled by his little brother. First of all, they are all human nobles, and secondly, they have interests tied to Simon. Woody's mouth shrank and tears began to flow again. Don't be so fragile. I can have interests with Simon, and I can have interests with you. Field patted her head again to comfort her. Woody, meow, it is difficult for nobles to have eternal friendship, but they can have eternal interests. Simon and I can talk happily only because there is no dispute over interests. But I can bring him benefits if the Night territory develops. Disputes over trade, population, and land will inevitably arise. Simon will be an enemy sooner or later. Especially since he is a ruthless pervert, Field knows it very well. Therefore, making profits for oneself is the top priority, but there is no need to say these words to the cat people. Don't touch my head. You human nobles are so despicable. You deal with your allies in a blink of an eye. Although she said this, Woody was not so excited but curled up in a corner of the bathtub, patiently waiting for Field to continue. If you change your camp and pledge allegiance to me, I will help you get revenge. Woody did not hesitate. No, apart from this, everything else is easy to talk about. Then change it. You can recover your divine power in my room. I will cover you and even help you escape from the manor. You don't turn into a shadow to escape. It should be that your divine power is not enough, or there are reconnaissance means outside. Well, you make the conditions. After hesitating for a moment, Woody nodded. Be my spirit. I'm kidding. Seeing that the cat girl was about to pounce on her and bite her, Field quickly changed his words. Let me see your artifact first. I'm curious about its function. The makeup box of Miss Shadow can also be transformed into a shadow dagger. The dagger in Woody's hand was entangled by the black shadow and turned into a beautiful black makeup box. You can change your appearance and avoid detection. After saying that, Woody used the small prop inside to rub her face for a while, and she turned into the big sister who had talked to Field before. How about it? Did you recognize me? The Baron from the moon. It turned out that it was you who told me about the current situation of the Empire during the day. Field slapped his head. No wonder she looked like a married woman at the time, but she gave people a lively feeling of a girl. Awesome. Woody was very proud and was very satisfied with Field's reaction. Her cat ears kept shaking. You haven't seen it before. A poor lord like you who has no God's chosen one can't envy it. Envy of a wool ball. The iris longsword is the same type as her artifact. Not only can the whole body be transformed, but the iris longsword is longer than her dagger and has strong concealment. It's a pity that the iris brooch can only transform into people you have seen, but the makeup box can dress up at will. Okay, if you bring me 3 million gold coins, I will help you escape. Otherwise, I will call the guards and make you perform a high-intensity defeat animation on the spot. I am happy to be the first one. Despicable human. Wu Dai rolled her eyes and almost fainted. 3 million gold coins, do you know what you're talking about? Not much. A first-level artifact can be sold for 1 million gold coins. Isn't a chosen one worth 3 million? I'm not asking you to pay so much at once. I believe you and your lord can afford it. Of course, you can also use important intelligence or materials to pay off the debt, or even work for me, as long as you can meet the value of 3 million. Too much. We subhumans don't have that much money. Subhumans are one of the poorest races, except for a few noble subhumans, such as dragon subhumans or fox subhumans who are good at making money. The rest of the subhumans are basically starving and cold in small tribes. As she said this, Woody pitifully took out a beautiful handkerchief, which carefully wrapped 1 gold, 6 silver and 3 copper coins. That's all I have. I like to buy beautiful clothes, and it's hard to save money. You're a thief, or an assassin. You can always find treasures or artifacts. Clothes are not worth much. After Field cruelly took her gold coins, he played with the gold coins and said ruthlessly, repay 1 gold coin and now swear with your God's chosen contract. If you can't pay it back, you will pay it back yourself. But you also want to live and take revenge yourself. Right? Don't forget how your comrades and tribesmen died tragically. Only by living can you seek revenge on Simon. We are partners in interests. Don't treat me as an enemy. If you need help, you can also come to me. At this point, there is no other way. She was injured. Although the makeup box can be disguised, the manor is forbidden to go out and she can't pretend to be a maid to escape. Woody, who was fooled for a while, swore in a daze and signed a repayment contract. Okay, listen to me now. I'll help you survive and escape. After talking about the precautions, the two of them didn't say a word all night. In the dark, Field listened to the little girl sobbing softly. He didn't know whether she was sad for her people or worried about her future. Field just slept quietly. With Field there, no guards came into search, and Woody could get enough time to recover her divine power. The next day was the highlight. Field and Simon went to the hall to discuss the price of happy beans. Simon looked exhausted, but the pride and brilliance on his face were not concealed. He said excitedly, I was so brave last night. I played 3 without rest. You are worthy of it. Field cast a look of approval. Tell me the formula of the happy pill. I am willing to buy it at a high price. Simon changed the subject and said in a simple tone, I am willing to pay 50,000 gold coins. If the happy beans are regarded as magic potions, the formula value must be at least 300,000. 50,000 is just a dream. Field had already responded and smiled and said, this is a formula given by God, and the God of love won't let me pass it on. Sorry, let's talk about the price. A trace of anger and resentment flashed across Simon's eyes, and although it was well hidden, Field still keenly captured it. Because the production is complicated and the raw materials are extremely rare, I think you won't let the God of love down. Field sat calmly in the chair. Happy beans are 50 copper coins and the Northland God oil is 10 gold coins. From his tone, Simon seemed to not allow bargaining. Sorry, no. Field's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a regular crisp sound, and his tone was calm. Don't look at me bringing so many pills, but you know in your heart that there is only this one in the whole empire, or even the whole world. I only supply you. I don't need to say how profitable the monopoly business is. Field showed his white teeth. Happy Beans 40 silver coins, Northland Magic Oil 80 gold coins. Are you kidding? 80 gold coins. It's enough for the magic potion. Simon was anxious. This was the first time Field saw Simon anxious. Besides, no low-level people will spend 40 silver coins for an hour of pleasure. Don't be so rigid. You can cut the Happy Beans into 40 pieces, 3 silver coins per piece. Wouldn't you make double the money? In addition, you don't have to sell them all to low-level people. You can sell them to major cities along the trade route. There are plenty of people buying them. Monopoly goods, Field has him in his hands. Simon also fell silent. This kind of pill is particularly important to him, not only to make up for his own problems. More importantly, it is useful for Florny. Feeding the orcs with the rage potion will completely squeeze the orcs' vitality, but the joy pill will not. Your price is too expensive. I can provide some conveniences, but you must lower the price. Convenience, please elaborate. Field was excited. After a careful discussion, the two finally sold the joy pill at a price of 30 silver coins each, and the Northland God oil at 50 gold coins, which was even better than the price Field had predicted. Total of 30,500 pills and 200 bottles of God oil, a total of 90,100,150 gold coins. Simon actually paid 19,000. In addition, Simon also provided what Field had been thinking about: craftsmen. 2 stonemason and carpenter apprentices, 1 blacksmith apprentice. Craftsmen are the foundation of the Lord, and they are not easily circulated. This time, Field was able to give 5 apprentices, which was a big profit. Great. The construction speed of Knight territory must be accelerated. Of course, Field also had to meet Simon's requirements. A series of products such as Happy Beans could only be supplied to Simon, and the price must be lowered next time. Field did not intend to rely on Happy Beans for a lifetime. It would be enough to make a few quick bucks. Knight territory still had to rely on industrial development. Goodbye, Baron Simon and the charming Miss Florny. Don't feel sorry for the gold coins. They will still be used in Maple Leaf territory. Will return to your pocket after a long time. Florny threw a coquettish look at Field and said delicately, "Goodbye, remember me." Simon looked helpless, feeling sorry for his gold coins. With a hearty smile, Field nodded to the slaves pulling the cart and said loudly, "Load the empty barrels into the cart and we'll set off." At this moment, a hidden black shadow emerged from the house like liquid and quickly entered an empty barrel. "Hey, this is so heavy." A slave found the problem. Don't be lazy." Field scolded harshly. "You haven't eaten yet, move faster." Yes, sir." The slave was shocked and hurriedly loaded the cart. This scene was seen by the manor guards, but it was normal for the nobles to scold the slaves, so they didn't take it seriously. Field didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the carriage passed the forbidden checkpoint. "Let's go back to the post station first." Field opened the curtain of the carriage and saw Rosaria waving at him not far away, so he nodded and smiled back. As soon as he arrived at the post station, Field saw a group of people blocking the door, some wearing noble clothes and some wearing clergy clothes. "The debt collectors are here." An old priest in a church robe, surrounded by church knights, walked slowly to Field. Casually dipped some holy water in the golden cup and sprinkled it on Field. "Lost lamb, holy light bless you. Thank you very much." Field nodded with a smile, guessing the purpose of their visit. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "The pagans are wantonly ravaging the pure land of the holy goddess of light. The church needs to form a divine punishment army to defend the people and freedom. We need your strength. Please provide gold coins, food, soldiers or gods, chosen ones to join the war against the pagans." As expected. "I just got my money, and before I could warm it up, someone was thinking about it. Sorry. I need the Queen's order to provide military supplies." Field shrugged, looking sad. The old priest said righteously, "We are fighting for all mankind. The Queen will agree, but the edict has not been issued yet." If Field had not studied the history of the continent, he would have been deceived by his righteous appearance. The church will organize the gods' punishment army, and it has been 7 times, but they will only give name and will not dispatch real military forces, especially high-end forces. Each time, only a small-scale army of 3,000 or 4,000 people will be dispatched, and they are all composed of old soldiers and thugs. They will burn, kill and loot all the way to the front line, and then flee when they see the enemy. It is a complete looting operation. As for everyone's donations, they all become cute little boys, villas and gold bricks for the people of the Holy Light Church to enjoy. The battle against pagans is almost entirely completed by the major dukes, earls, knights, and regular armies of various countries. Although they also like to burn, kill, and loot, they are really hard in battle. In the previous God's Punishment Army, the Silver Wing and the Poly Federation Empire, which are called the Spear of Holy Light, even died in the battle, and the newly appointed emperor and the imperial family was extinct and fell into the embarrassing situation of the parliament temporarily taking over. Field laughed. Okay, I will pray every day, hoping that the goddess of holy light will bring miracles to the warriors. As for asking for money, let's forget it. The old priest almost choked to death by this. Isn't this what they often use to fool people? Don't do narrow-minded actions. Once the pagans come to the Griffin Empire, you will probably regret it. The old priest spoke with threats. His eyes were sharp. Field was not false and said directly, "Then I will personally lead the troops to fight the invaders head-on. Instead of giving money to people who have nothing to do with them and let them maintain a luxurious life." Field still gave him some face and didn't say the second half of the sentence. Pachai haha. A few people laughed out loud. After all, he is a country baron who doesn't understand the horror of pagans. Arrogance will surely bring disaster upon oneself. Stupid. Looking at the person who laughed, Field was furious and was about to speak. Baron Field is right. Knights should fight invaders instead of hiding in the back and spending money to avoid disaster. Of course, the most important thing is loyalty. We should not act rashly before the Queen makes a decision. The Griffin Empire is about to break up with the Papal States. The nobles are still very clear about this. Of course, it's not because the Queen took a bath on Holy Sunday. Huh. Field turned his head and found a resolute-looking uncle wearing a noble robe, but the clothes were not the point, but the family emblem on his chest, a blue dragon with a sword in his mouth. Nibelungen family. A ruthless man in the province of Morningwind, one of the Queen's real swords. A powerful figure with a blue dragon and a 6th-level God's chosen. Lei Ying Nibelungen. The uncle smiled. I've heard of you, the kindest noble Field, who's always willing to help the poor. Field took the initiative to perform the noble salute. Hello, honorable knight, I am indeed a kind person. It's just a coincidence that I met you. We just happened to visit Baron Maple Leaf. His economic and food support is crucial for us to suppress the rebellion. Lei Ying didn't mind revealing the news. There are more cultists than we thought. They have completely brainwashed the people of the entire Viscount's territory. You, Lao Deng, are also here to beg for money. Then our Ross family. Field looked like he was about to say something. We should contribute to the empire. Lei Ying was puzzled and said, of course, the governor's handwritten letter was sent as soon as possible. Don't you know, Fulan City is right next to the Viscount's territory and your brother is already preparing the military. It's not too late to know now. Field suppressed his excitement and said, I have been staying in the dark northern province for 2 days. Oh, it's true that you took over the knight lordship. Poor child, how could your father bear to let a child who has just reached adulthood go to that hellhole? I will mention this to Her Majesty the Queen, and I should be able to get her help. After all, you are a hero for the country. This was beyond Field's expectations. Not only did he not mention donations or support, but he wanted to give himself benefits. Whether it was a polite remark or not, Field immediately had a better impression of the uncle in front of him. Thank you very much, but I hope to participate in the rebellion, not to pay money but to send troops. Puff, the familiar laughter sounded again. This is not an outing. A young man in fancy clothes with one hand on his waist raised his chest and said, Do you have soldiers? I see that you are alone without even an entourage. How can you not look like someone who can get military merits? Who the hell are you? You just mocked me. Lei Ying frowned and said, Farid, please put away your dandy style. Everyone who works for the empire should be respected. The man called Farid didn't take it seriously, with his arms folded across his chest, with a playful tone. Field didn't even bother to look at him and said to Lei Ying seriously, I will bring troops to support the rebellion. Very good, this is the knight of the empire. The uncle nodded with satisfaction and took out a letter from his arms. Open it privately after returning. It records the specific location and time of the assembly. Any force is indispensable. It's quite mysterious. Field touched his chin curiously and wanted to open it immediately. Don't pay attention to that dude. Maybe you can get a fief in this battle. Come on, maybe we will charge the enemy together. Nice to meet you, Sir Field. Several young nobles who were traveling with Lei Ying came over, nodded to Field in a friendly manner, and gave their names. Many nobles had no land, or even only an honorary title. They hoped to gain military merit and then live a real noble life. Therefore, they had a good impression of Field, who was also miserable. After giving a few instructions, Lei Ying left with a group of nobles. Late at night, at the post station outside the city. The carts could not be put into the post station wall, so they were piled outside. Field did not bring any guards, and he and the two chosen ones chatted outside while searching for the goods in the carriage. Has the person left? Field searched every empty barrel but could not find Woody, not even a greeting. Sniff, sniff, Ashina's nose moved slightly, revealing a playful expression. There's a smell of female beasts left, like a weak cat subhuman. The smell is very light, a little urine smell. It should be in a panic state. Field was shocked. You can find this, it's amazing. You know the existence of Woody, even Fuluonai couldn't find it. Damn it, another subhuman hooked up with Field. Miss Ben was worried about you. Rosaria was very angry and stamped her feet. I just stopped watching for a while and you're unfaithful again. Listen to me in detail about this matter. Field rubbed his eyebrows and looked amused. I went to do business. Excuse me, can I have something to eat? A dirty homeless little girl walked out of the darkness, tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, trembling and walking towards Field, holding a tattered basket in her hand. Please, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Of course. Field subconsciously touched his pocket and prepared to give 2 copper coins. Danger. Just as the little girl walked forward, Ashina's pupils shrank sharply. She immediately pounced on Field. The next moment, several red butterflies flew out of the little girl's sleeves, accompanied by a burst of intense light. Boom! In a piercing explosion, the sky-high flames burst out, the surging heat waves burned the surroundings into a hell of fire, and the little girl was directly torn into pieces by the explosion. 3 mercenaries quickly rushed into the fire scene, holding swords and wearing leather armor. The magician's spell is really terrifying. Just grab a little girl and you can complete the task. Hey, find the body quickly. Let's go to collect the bounty. It won't be blown to pieces. As the 3 looked around, a figure appeared behind the 3, holding a hideous sword, and did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. The mercenaries felt the coldness behind them, turned their heads and saw Field carrying a greatsword. The gluttonous sword exuded a heart-pounding murderous intent, and the constantly wriggling eyeballs stared at them. Their blood instantly ran cold. What is this? The intelligence is wrong, damn it, we've been deceived. The mercenaries were all stunned. They felt the fluctuations of fighting spirit emanating from Field and the terrifying greatsword in his hand, and they felt something was wrong. A midnight snack delivered to my door. I'm just hungry. Rosaria's voice echoed in her ears. She had already entered the gluttony greatsword and was completely controlled by Field. Of course, they must die, otherwise I won't be able to sleep or eat. They attacked me and used an innocent little girl. They were really courting death. Without mercy, Field slashed with his sword. The powerful, corrupt, murderous aura was restrained to the extreme. He just swung it casually, and the 3 mercenaries were all cut in half, including their armor. The mercenaries screamed heartbreakingly. The corrupt divine power wandered wildly in their remaining bodies, torturing their souls. For a while, it was difficult to die. Fuck, go back to the camp first. Bloodhand saw everything clearly with eagle-eye magic from more than 10 miles away. The 2 mercenaries beside him immediately mounted their horses, and the 3 of them galloped wildly in a dense forest in maple leaf territory. The guards thought they had encountered an enemy attack, so they rushed out and saw Field outside. At this time, Field's face was extremely ugly, and many possibilities flashed through his mind, but he threw them all out of his mind. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. I will not kill you all with my own hands, but I will directly scald my little brother with boiling water. If there were no 2 gods chosen, he might really be blown to death. Human bombs are too difficult to defend. Ashina, can you track their smell? Yes. Asuna summoned the dragon wolf and let it remember the smell of the mercenaries. Ashina, you protect the post station and lend me the dragon wolf first. Field rode on the giant wolf and rushed quickly into the distance. Bloodhand returned to the temporary camp and the mercenaries were having fun. Stupid cousin, are you still being stubborn? I asked you where Greyhound went, but you didn't tell me. I can still find out. 2 mercenaries kicked a naked woman until she was bruised and swollen. Woo, 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 I was wrong. The woman barely uttered a few words and was beaten by the mercenaries again. Greyhound was recruited by Kuchai. And Field also asked about Greyhound. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The red-robed wizard thought boredly. Could it be that Field killed Kuchai? No, that's impossible. That kind of trash is not even worthy of carrying our shoes. Hey, Viper's lackey, your little thing is useless. Bloodhand's face froze. He dismounted and walked over to interrogate him. He had 3 good brothers killed at once. You know, he rarely suffered such a big loss in his travels. The Baron you asked us to kill was not only not killed by the explosion, but also killed 3 of my brothers in an instant. Did you get the wrong person? The red-robed wizard stood up with an incredible look on his face. Just as he was about to question, he saw a figure walking slowly not far away. The moonlit night was dim, and the tyrannical dragon-type black wolf looked like a hideous monster against the huge moon. Field carried the ferocious gluttony sword and sneered. So you're hiding here, making me run for a long time. Fuck, so fast. Bloody Hand got goosebumps. After countless killings, he had developed an incomparable intuition. Now his intuition told him to run, don't look back. Didn't we run back on horseback? The younger brothers were dumbfounded. Some of them subconsciously wanted to get on the horse and escape. Before he could hold the reins, Field landed lightly. The chain of the gluttony sword directly wrapped around the mercenary and lifted him up. Field smiled coldly. Aren't you here to kill me? Why am I running away when I appear in front of you? The next moment, the chain suddenly tightened. Amid screams, the entangled mercenary was directly crushed into a ball of blurred flesh and blood. This is power. Although it is Rosaria's, it is incomparably more powerful. Fuck, the mercenaries were terrified. Although they had killed countless people, Field's aura at this time was terrifying. It was the first time they saw such a brutal way of killing, directly strangling people with chains. It's just a first-level fighting spirit, there's nothing to be afraid of. Bloodhand shouted stubbornly, retreated himself, and ordered his men to attack. 2 mercenaries who also had first-level fighting spirit gritted their teeth and attacked. Oh really? Field casually threw out the gluttony greatsword, controlled by Rosaria. The greatsword was like a steel snake, quickly shredded the 2 into pieces. The pure life energy was absorbed by the greatsword. Evil demon. She is. Field noticed that the tortured woman, who was no longer human, was breathing less and breathing out more. She was Greyhound's old lover, a prostitute, and the one who recommended Greyhound to Field. It seems that my brother sent someone to investigate the disappearance of the caravan. However, Field didn't expect her to be so stubborn. She didn't even say that she recommended Greyhound. He didn't know what she was doing. Maybe there was always something in her heart that she insisted on. Go to hell, you dare to be distracted on the battlefield. You underestimate me too much. The red-robed wizard silently recited a complex spell, 2nd-level magic, fire shock. The surging fire waves surged from the wizard's palms, and the scorching temperature instantly ignited the surrounding grass and trees. Awud. The dragon wolf instantly blocked Field and lightly blocked the fire shock. The manic fire magic did not even leave a trace on the dragon wolf's scales. Damn, how is it possible? The red-robed wizard's eyes were filled with deep shock. You know, he was using a 2nd-level magic, which was more than enough to attack a 1st-level fighting knight, but he was blocked by a giant wolf with no magic fluctuations. A terrifying thought popped into the wizard's head. Could it be the chosen one? Impossible. In fact, the wizard's guess was really correct. It seemed that he was fighting with Field, but in fact he was fighting with 2 chosen ones. You really deserve to die, and you're still attacking. You deserve a beating. Field was angry, and the chain of the gluttonous sword directly tied up the wizard, tying him up like a tortoise shell. Field was not polite without using the sword and went up to punch and kick him. Do you still need a human bomb? Are you going to kill me or not? Speak, speak. The wizard was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Don't just stand there and watch. Come and help. The mercenaries around saw that the arrogant mage was beaten like a child. Not only did they not want to help, they even turned around and ran away. Who asked you to come? Do you have any accomplices? Field picked up the mage who had been beaten into a pig's head. The mage said incoherently, I'll let me go if I say so, but you swear. Field lifted up his mage robe and saw the simplified version of the god's chosen mark. There is no doubt that he is a member of the god's chosen guard, but he is the god's chosen of his younger brother. Fuck your mother, you are not qualified to negotiate terms. With a snap of his fingers, the mage's head was strangled by the chain, and the bright red life energy was absorbed by the greatsword. Bloodhand looked back and saw this scene. His pants were wet, and he ran faster. Bullshit like trash, easy to deal with, only worth 500 gold coins echoed in his mind. If it weren't for the emergency, he would have rushed over to grab the mage's body and whipped it madly. Field, don't kill them all. Rosaria's voice reminded him in his ear. Field asked in confusion, why? Filthy people are very suitable for infection into corrupted creatures. They can become our god's chosen guards. Well, I almost forgot about it when I killed them. Like Ashina, Rosaria can also provide God's chosen guards. But she doesn't have the army bonus. Open the column of enthronement in your Lord panel. Conferring, Giant Wolf Cavalry. Advance 50 Wolf Cavalry to the first level provided by Ashina, Corrupted Great Swordsman. Corrupt 50 Sinners to the first level provided by Rosaria. This time Field brought Rosaria out with potions, just to obtain the God's chosen guards, but the original plan was to buy a batch of death row prisoners. Bloodshot, Rosaria ran out of the great sword. She licked her mouth happily. Second-level magicians are really delicious. I am very satisfied. How to confer it specifically? Field asked. I need a first-level potion. Any kind of potion will do. Please go get it and bring it back to me. I will capture the mercenaries first. By the way, don't forget to bring back some burkas, otherwise they will scare ordinary people. After that, Rosaria caught up with the fleeing mercenaries, ignored their screams of fear, and tied them up with chains. With the dragon wolf, it only took Field 2 or 3 minutes to get the potion. When he came back, Rosaria had already captured all the mercenaries. She picked out the 50 strongest ones, hung them on the tree, and watched them struggle and beg for mercy with interest. Let me go or I will definitely kill you. I really haven't done anything bad. Help, hee, don't struggle in vain. Becoming a corrupted creature is a gift to you. Rosaria's god's mark flashed a terrifying light, and then countless blood threads gushed out of the gluttony greatsword, forming a wriggling corrupt heart. Field sucked in his breath. A breath of cold air, could it be? The next moment, under Rosaria's control, Bloodshot ripped open the stomachs of all the mercenaries. Then he stuffed the corrupted heart into them and poured in the first-level magic potion. I don't know what Rosaria used. The mercenaries were awake the whole time, and their screams almost echoed throughout the Maple Leaf territory. Many residents of the surrounding villages were directly awakened by the screams. Oh my God, is it a devil? The villagers trembled nervously. The mercenaries stopped moving. Their rationality was completely wiped out. Their eyeballs turned gray and white like corrupted creatures, leaving only manic killing intent and desire for destruction. Conferring, Field already knew what to do and activated the Lord skill. Suddenly, a simplified version of the corrupted goddess mark was engraved on the right hands of the mercenaries. The next moment, 50 first-level fighting spirits burst out, and they were all corrupted, terrifying fighting spirits. It's outrageous. Fighting Kai soldiers can actually be mass-produced. Even though he knew the power of the enthronement, Field was still shocked. No wonder Rosaria said that fighting Kai is good for self-defense, and there is no need to take it too seriously. Who can stand this wholesale of fighting Kai soldiers? The enthronement is completed. Their fighting skills are exactly the same. There will be differences in physical fitness, but the combat power will not be too different. They only obey the orders of you and me. Rosaria put her hands on her hips. The upper limit is 50 people. The profession is a great sword infantry. Equipped with heavy armor and great swords, you can chop people. Field also swelled his hands on his hips, and the Night Lord began to be full of martial virtues. Put on the burqa and hide in the woods. Field saw the patrolling soldiers rushing here with his peripheral vision. Immediately ordered them to hide themselves. These 50 corrupted warriors, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, might scare the soldiers if they appeared rashly. Rosaria pointed at the woman on the ground. By the way, this woman has been dead for a long time. The wizard not only abused her but also used magic to torture her body. It was too late to save her. Alas. Field sighed. This world is so cruel. Weakness is the original sin. Dig a pit and bury her. By the way, let the guards ask her family and send them some gold coins. Rest in peace. I will help you avenge this vengeance. Field swore coldly that he would definitely hang up his brother's chosen one and beat him to death in front of his brother, otherwise he would chop off little Field. After dealing with everything, Field jumped on the dragon wolf and quickly disappeared into the night. The next day, Field received a letter of condolence from Simon. He was deeply sorry for the attack, and also told him that the upcoming underground ball was postponed until after the war because of the rebellion. It seems that Simon has lost a lot of blood. The face of the Nibelungen family must be given. Even the underground ball is not held. By the way, I never said I would attend the ball. Let's go, we recruit soldiers and buy supplies. Field put the letter on the candlestick and burned it to ashes, then stood up and asked the maid Scissors to dress him up. Conscription. Don't we need soldiers from Knight territory? Ashna sat up from the bed, yawned, tidied her messy hair, and then smiled happily as if reminiscing. Field said mysteriously, "Yes, no." It was never Field's plan to send the elite soldiers that he had accumulated with great difficulty to the battlefield to be minced meat and fill the front line. Field knew that there was no benefit to be gained by fighting hard on the front battlefield, and the risk was ridiculously high. After the outbreak of the war, the number of slaves rose sharply, and the slave market in Maple Leaf territory was already crowded with piles of slaves. Field bought 800 slaves in one go, including 500 men and 300 women. It only spent 130 gold coins, including 100 subhumans. The quality was much better than the previous batch, and they were all strong new slaves. Now, human life is much cheaper than the life of livestock. Buying slaves is simple, but the difficult part is to send them back to Knight territory and feed them. However, with 2 chosen ones and 50 great swordsmen this time, Field became bolder. Then, Field bought all the purification potions and fog lights, and bought rations for 1,000 people for 3 months, spending a total of 3,422 gold coins. Although the price of slaves has dropped, the price of food has risen several times, which makes Field heartbroken. Then, something even more distressing came. 50 sets of first-level refined heavy armor and 60 heavy first-level two-handed swords cost a total of 15,000 gold coins, which almost made Field drop his jaw. This is the preferential price that Field barely got after talking to the border guards for a long time. Every year, the Empire will provide a large number of sophisticated weapons to the border. The chief of Maple Leaf Fortress will secretly embezzle a batch and sell them for money. If it weren't for the fact that the chief was dealing with the worn-out equipment, Field would not be able to get this batch of sophisticated weapons. No wonder heavy armored infantry and cavalry are always trump cards. The speed at which they swallow money alone makes Field unbearable. Leather armor and spears were much cheaper. Field spent 1,000 gold coins to buy 200 sets. After doing all this, Field still had 448 gold coins left. And with these 448 gold coins, plus the 1,000 gold coins given by Shirley, he bought a batch of pack horses and a lot of fodder. Looking at the long queue of cars, Field finally let out a long breath. He had a hunch that the Knight territory would soon be able to produce and sell its own goods. He was fed up with the days of relying on imports for everything. After asking the guards to secretly drop 15 gold coins at the home of the dead prostitute, Field stopped disturbing their lives and quickly left Maple Leaf Fortress. Lei Ying's letter asked him to gather at the Pass Fortress in Morning Wind Province in 20 days. He had to hurry up to deal with the affairs of the territory and train a barely usable army. After entering the gray fog, Field was eager to let the corrupted great swordsman show his strength. Roar, the corrupted great swordsman, wore a thickened, first-level refined heavy armor and a huge helmet. The armor reflected the light of the torch, but it exuded a dark luster. Due to the influence of the canonization, their heights were all raised to 2 meters. After putting on the robe, they produced a strong, vicious, and murderous aura. It's really terrifying. Although Field was their master, he instinctively got goosebumps when facing a group of corrupted great swordsmen. Go clean up the corpses in front. The great swordsmen who heard the order turned around together. Their huge bodies in heavy armor moved as fast as rabbits. They lined up in a line and charged back at the surging corpses. The rotten corpses howled, completely unaware of what kind of existence they were about to face. The great swordsman raised the great sword high, and the surging fighting spirit attached to it. The next moment, with a harsh buzzing sound and mixed sword energy, pieces of blood mist and black and red intestines were chopped off by the sword. The air was carried away. Every time the sharp sword was swung, it would cut off pieces of limbs. It was like a meat grinder advancing. The great swordsman killed the rotten corpses, rushing in like cutting wheat. The skull marks on the small map melted like snowflakes. Soon, 600 or 700 rotten corpses were all killed, and the ground was full of limbs and arms. So scary. Iron Hammer and others were stunned. They had no idea when Field had obtained such a terrifying army. Even the way people looked at Field changed. Maybe they only respected and loved him before, but now they were afraid of him. The slaves were so scared that they almost peed, and they had no intention of resisting. Let's go home. Field decisively jumped on the warhorse and went back and forth several times. He was already familiar with this road. It took 4 days for Field to arrive at the camp of the manor. Beep as soon as he entered the manor. Field heard a sharp whistle, which scared Field and made him think that the territory was attacked. As a result, Ashina, who was exploring the way, came through the gray fog and told him that the guards of the territory mistook them for corrupted creatures. After all, there were more than 800 people this time, and the movement was not small, so it was easy to be mistaken for a zombie tide. Fortunately, it was a misunderstanding. Wipe the cold sweat, Field stepped into the territory and saw that the guards had formed a 3-row formation to prevent the impact, with overlapping long spears and cavalry to support the formation, and there were 2 wooden forts scattered next to them. "It's the master who is back, you idiots." Tai Chui was very angry and shouted forward. The mountain cat standing in the middle of the queue was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. He slid to his knees and rushed to Field's horse. Because he was uneducated, he could only squeeze out a few words after a long time. "My lord, it's my fault." Field waved his hand, looking relieved. "You did a good job. You should have such a quick reaction." "Take me to find the butler Cow and Tate." The first one to be found was Tate. He was still as busy as ever. Because there was no purification potion, the task of expanding the land was put on hold, so he took the slaves to repair the stone road and the Starry Night Castle. "Sir, the gravel road is expected to be completed in 15 days. As for the Starry Night Castle, it will be difficult. I have no experience in repairing castles. They are more complicated than I thought." Tate looked disheveled. "It doesn't matter. I brought stonemasons and carpentry apprentices with me this time. They will definitely play a role." "Great." Tate excitedly waved his fist. The 2 chatted all the way and arrived at the big winery, which is Fengki Town. Now the town finally looks a bit good. The mud houses of the free people are already built, while the houses of the slaves are broken huts. A large area has been built. Fortunately, the original planning was good, and the layout of the houses is relatively strict. "Run! The monster cow is coming." Tate's daughter Alexia jumped out of the cowshed and rushed over like a whirlwind. "Dad, save me. Mr. Cow has caught Miss Wormwood. He will eat people." Then, in a panic, he ran into Field's arms. This behavior almost scared Tate to death. "Alexia, stop messing around. You bumped into the Baron." "Ah, I'm sorry." The dizzy little girl took a few steps back with a red face, put her hands behind her back, and said weakly, "Everyone says that the Baron is the best. Please forgive me." "No problem." Field patted the little girl's head to comfort her. "Compared to this, Cow will eat people." "Well, it's our game." He plays the role of a rotten corpse, and we play the role of a little girl picking mushrooms. Humans have a strong ability to adapt and can quickly find joy in adversity. In just 3 minutes, Field saw Cow with his teeth and claws bared. The old guy jumped out with a strange cry, taking steps that did not recognize his relatives. "I want to eat small." Cough, cough. "Lord Field, you are back." Cow almost choked to death by his own saliva. He quickly stopped and awkwardly changed the subject. "Lord, is the trip going well?" Field shrugged. "Not bad. I brought back 800 slaves, and I will only stay for 10 days, and I will go on a military adventure soon." Cow almost fainted directly, whether it was 800 slaves or military adventures. It was a test for the heart, Tate. "Select 300 strong male slaves from the slaves for me, only humans, Cow. Put the materials I brought back into the warehouse and count them in addition. Ask the stonemason apprentice to see me tomorrow morning," Field encouraged. "Everyone, get moving. This matter concerns our future. Tomorrow I will personally supervise the recruits, after making arrangements." Field took the time to rest. The corrupted swordsman hid in the basement of the Starry Night Castle. The next morning, Field was still immersed in dreams because of extreme fatigue from the journey. He felt a slightly cool foot stepping on his face. He surrender to me." The crystal-clear toes poked his cheeks and pinched his nose. Field frowned and groaned uncomfortably. "Why do you look so cold to me? I am obviously in a strong happiness. Is my hospitality not thoughtful enough? Just stick out your tongue like a puppy drinking water." Rosaria sat on the edge of the bed, crossed her legs, and looked proud. Field opened his eyes reluctantly and saw Rosaria was about to step on him. "You are poisonous, don't do this. You must let your lord have athlete's foot, right? Damn it, who can bear it when it suddenly comes out, although it smells fragrant and cool?" "Damn it." Field sat up suddenly and flipped Rosaria, whose face was flushed. You actually did this to me." Field lost all sleepiness and was very angry. He reached out to grab Rosaria. "I will teach you a lesson. I thought she had been quiet for a few days and had changed her temper, but I didn't expect her to be still rebellious and make a big fuss for me. Don't get me wrong, you are having a nightmare. It's all fake, it's an illusion." Rosaria made a face and quickly hid in the gluttony greatsword. "Come out." Field shook the greatsword, and Rosaria silently pretended to be dead, and even the eyeball in the center of the gluttony greatsword silently glanced in another direction. It was too much to watch. Okay, you are still too idle. Go to the quarry to cut stones tonight." Field couldn't do anything to her. After all, she was his own God's chosen one. "In addition, you will handle government affairs alone later. I will ask someone to put the documents on the table." Rosaria once said that she was a master of internal affairs. With the help of the maid, Field dressed up and met 2 stonemason apprentices. "My lord, what can I do for you?" The 2 apprentices looked up at Field timidly, then quickly lowered their heads. They had seen Field's black-robed swordsmen. Those terrifying the warriors can easily kill countless corrosions, which also makes them extremely afraid, fearing that the person in front of them is too tyrannical. "I am not interested in your past. Now in the gray fog, all you have to do is obey my orders. Only in this way can you live better, understand? These apprentices may have spies planted by Simon or they may not, but Field doesn't care because the night territory is a melting pot and ordinary people can't get out once they come in. Besides, he has the power of the dark, and he is no longer afraid of internal conflicts." "Yes, sir." The 2 crawled on the ground. "We obey any of your orders." "Very good, you try to build this thing first, and ask my consultant and butler for materials." Field handed over a piece of parchment with the general structure of the earth kiln carbonization furnace drawn on it. "This is the carbonization chamber. Flue and combustion chamber, and then this is." The 2 stared at the lines above and listened to Field's explanation. Their faces, which were originally confused, gradually began to be shocked, and finally turned into a strong shock. This is a clay kiln from the early days of China, a grounded industrial miracle. This is something Field remembered from books such as Friends of Military and Civilian Dual-Purpose Talents and Barefoot Doctor's Manual that he had read in his hometown before crossing over. In today's Holy Griffin Empire, only blast furnaces are widely used, and there are almost no clay kilns. It is said that some places use clay kilns to burn glass, but they are definitely not that advanced. They were shocked. "The trees in the night territory are corrupted. But I have studied that charcoal can still be made by heating the corrupted wood without oxygen. Therefore, I ask you to build a clay kiln as soon as possible and burn charcoal in the future." "Yes." The 2 looked at each other and saw the look of expectation. They had never seen such technology in their master, so they went out to act immediately. "By the way, Cow, take the backlog of government affairs to my room." After Field finished everything, he went out to the outside field, where 300 slaves stood on the ground in a mess. When Field first saw the fighting power of the Chosen, he was confused about the army. The terrifying fighting power of the Chosen seemed to make the army unnecessary. But since the battle between Ashina and Rosaria, Field still firmly believed that the army would not be eliminated by the Chosen. They can only be regarded as different arms. The army formed by ordinary people is like infantry in modern times. Fighting knights and mages are tanks, and the Chosen are aircraft carriers. Although the individual fighting power is very different, no one is indispensable to the entire military system. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, ordinary people will also gain powerful fighting power. Field glanced at the small map. 1 veteran leads 10 recruits, 33 people in a team, fighting instead of training, attacking from all sides, and cleaning up the remaining corpses around. By the way, today's demonstration will be mainly based on veterans, and tomorrow they will be put into actual combat. The slaves were confused. How could they play such a big game right from the start? What, line up? With us here, you are not afraid of anything. Lynx and the others were already dressed and marching in a coordinated pace, urging them to line up. The corpses in the Starry Night Manor had been almost wiped out, and the scattered corpses were perfect for training courage. Come back in the afternoon to practice lining up and military posture. Field himself rode on a warhorse and supported the cavalry everywhere. Amid the chaotic footsteps and the collision of flesh and blood, the Night Lord launched an annihilation of the corpses. The North, which was far away from the Night Lord. Puff! Blood was splashed, accompanied by a low groan. The body with only the head and torso left fell straight into the mud pit like a kite with a broken string. Violet, you're so good. A pure and ethereal voice came. She was sitting on a tree branch, swinging her calves, and her small and exquisite tongue licked the corner of her mouth. Partner, it's delicious. The huge monster that emerged from the music box in his hand quickly ate the flesh and blood that had been torn off, and was still expressing his hunger in an incomprehensible voice. 3 more figures fell beside him, like hyenas that smelled blood. You are not allowed to bully Violet. The corrupted gods cannot kill each other. Pure White emphasized the rules. The monster in the music box stretched out countless tentacles and drove away all the corruption around it. Pure White happily sang a little song, Violet, grow quickly. Violet looked at the endless gray fog above her head with empty eyes, slowly closed her eyes, and hummed under the violet moonlight softly in April 10 years ago, when she was not a corrupted creature, she was not a vampire at that time. Violet, come out and see your father off. No, I don't want to see off a bad guy. He said he would celebrate my birthday and make bread with me, but he wants to go to war. Violet hid her head in the quilt and protested loudly. This child is still so willful. She is obviously old enough to get married. The mother checked the dry food bag for the 3rd time, and there were still hot oatmeal pancakes in it. Haha, it's my fault. The father scratched his head and put the shield behind him. The orcs' offensive is too fierce. I must defend my beloved country. Her Majesty the Queen will send reinforcements. Of course, the Empire will not abandon its people. Maybe I can come back at the end of May and then I can catch up with Violet's birthday. That would be the best. What gifts should I bring back then? The father deliberately said loudly. Sure enough, Violet quietly lifted a corner of the quilt, secretly glanced and saw the sight of her family and immediately covered the quilt again. I don't want a gift, huh? Although everyone knew that it was impossible to defeat the orc invasion in 2 months. After the couple kissed goodbye, the father carried dry food and left the village. The mother hummed the folk song under the violet moonlight and prayed silently. Violet kept crying in the quilt. She just didn't want to see her father's back, not that she didn't want to see him. Defend my dear country. Violet opened her eyes again. It was already evening. Her limbs had grown back, but she was weak all over. Defend my country. Violet looked at the corrupt creatures that kept gathering in the distance, and her eyes showed deep confusion. What am I doing? It's so painful. Moving her feet, Violet slowly walked south. I'm so tired. Cleaning up the rotten corpses is really tiring. Are those rotten creatures perpetual motion machines? They can run non-stop. We should catch them to generate electricity. Field sat down at the desk. Fortunately, Ashna immediately came forward to rub his shoulders, and Field felt better. Perpetual motion chicken. Rosaria was confused. She snatched Field's black tea, took a sip, and then thought about it. 2 unfamiliar words, crazy. Well, it's not important. The corpses are tireless, right? Don't they need to eat? Rosaria explained. They do. The gray fog is their nutrition. Without the gray fog, they can only survive by devouring flesh and blood. At the same time, the creatures killed by corruption will slowly generate gray fog. A comfortable environment will soon be formed. Of course, the chosen ones are excluded. Field touched his chin. It sounds like the air is polluted. By the way, how are your government affairs handled? Rosaria patted her chest proudly. Don't worry, my internal affairs ability is definitely the 2nd best in the Night Territory. It's great that you can say that. Field was happy and took the document from her hand. The beautiful words on it seemed like printed art, which was pleasing to the eye. It looks very professional at first glance. It would be much easier to have a secretary to help with the documents, and the secretary would do the work when there was something to do and nothing to do. The first thing is, Yangti, a freeman from Fengki village, stole 3 loaves of bread from another freeman. How should we deal with it? Rosaria's sentence is, behead Yangti, and Miss Rosaria will personally execute it. Puff Field was almost choked to death. He glanced at Rosaria, who was drinking tea elegantly, and continued to read the 2nd item. The subhuman slave Langmao and the human slave Jifen had a verbal dispute. May I ask how to deal with it, sir? Rosaria's sentence is, behead the 2, and Rosaria will personally execute it. You are stunned by my intelligence and ability, right? I can easily handle matters such as territory affairs. Oh, this tea is really delicious. Rosaria's expression, "Oh grave, oh acute, I'll give you a chance to brag about me." Bang! Field treated Rosaria to a round of sugar-roasted chestnuts, damn you. Your last name is Beau, the night territory seems too urban. Why are you hitting me? It feels good, but please don't be so sudden. Fortunately, I checked it carefully. Otherwise, everyone in the territory would have been chopped off. Field wiped the cold sweat from his head. Rosaria, you write well, so you will be responsible for meeting minutes and transcribing texts in the future. Rosaria put down her teacup and couldn't believe it. Ah, you don't let me handle government affairs. Obviously, my handling is fair and reasonable. Isn't it absolutely fair to chop off both the plaintiff and the defendant? I don't know if it's because of the noble style or the unique desire for killing of corruption. In short, it's definitely not okay to ask her to help deal with it. Field crossed out Rosaria's work results. Don't even think about it. Field refused decisively. I will re-annotate these internal affairs. Then he stood up and rummaged through the bookshelf and took out some paper. Because we need war, we need military flags which are exclusive to the night territory. Whether it is to show presence or to summon troops, we need them. Flags are the most important external symbol for military nobles. In war, they can play a role in gathering troops and guiding directions. At the same time, it also contains the noble's implications for family, marriage, and internal affairs. So, what elements should we add? Field picked up the feather pen and asked the two chosen ones for their opinions. It's better to be cool. I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of the coalition, because the flag is too cute. Giant wolf, great sword. The two answered without hesitation and then looked at each other with hostile eyes. That's it, let's combine it. Field drew a standing giant wolf. Even if it was abstracted into rough lines, it was still domineering. The giant wolf held a two-handed greatsword with the tip of the sword facing down, which meant conquest. It's a bit similar to the lion flag of Nassau, but more domineering. This time, both of them nodded with satisfaction. I have no objection. By the way, we have to draw a black crow flag. Field drew a black crow flag, with reference to the Prussian eagle flag in his previous life. It has a black body and bright red claws. The claws hold a skull in one hand and a sword in the other hand. The flag is white. When doing dirty work, hang this flag, similar to the pirate flag. Field participated in this battle not for any bullshit glory, family, or other reasons. It was purely for profit, especially to visit his brother. Ashina hire free women to sew the military flag. As for the black crow flag, let the castle maid do it. Scissors is an excellent tailor. Yes, my lord. On the other side, near the border of night territory, Violet stood there, looking at the rotten swords and tattered flags along the road leading to night territory. Violet fell into memories again. It was still 10 years ago at the end of April. Violet was in the flower field, picking flowers idly while imagining that her father would appear on the horizon. Then, she saw the flag of the Empire, which seemed to grow from the horizon. Was it coming from the direction of Lionheart City? Was it the army returning victorious? The flowers in her hand were just right for use. Although these flowers were used to dye the cloth for the Lord. Her father must also be in the army, with his chest held high, proudly welcoming the cheers of the people. However, soon, Violet's smile froze on her face. She saw many tattered and blood-stained military flags, as well as a field of broken limbs that rose and fell. Her mother ran to her anxiously, pulled her up, and ran towards the direction of the Night Lord. It was the Orc vanguard. The Orcs' rough fingers could not sew beautiful military flags. Only the Orc shamans could make rough totems and battle flags. In addition, they would collect the flags of the human army. Those broken and blood-stained flags were taken as trophies by the Orcs and tied to their backs. The flags were full of broken hands, legs, or heads. The Orcs had gnawed bones hanging around their waists and necks to show their bravery. Run, Violet, lead the way to the night. The villagers were like wasps on fire, pushing and shoving on the muddy Claudia road. Boom, 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 amid the sound of war drums, the huge Kodo beast crashed into the crowd, biting a bunch of people and swallowing them whole. There was blood and screams everywhere. The Orc shaman grinned and raised his staff, lightning chain. With the sound of explosions tearing through space, a large number of villagers were blown to pieces or turned into charcoal by lightning. What about the village guards? Well, they ran much faster than civilians. We can't go on, hurry up, hide in the cave. When the mother saw the village chief and others running towards the cave, she immediately thought of the natural mine in the Viscount's territory. Once the Orcs leave, we will go to the night territory immediately. Bud, the flower fields, the house, and my father. Violet barely regained some consciousness. She was still looking forward to waiting for his father to come back. Mother gritted her teeth and dragged Violet into the dense forest with a look of certainty on her face. He will come back to find us. The orcs' vanguard was extremely strong. There were no goblins, pigs, or other cannon fodder creatures, but all wolf cavalry, wild orcs, and orc mages. Violet took a last look in the direction of home. Her good friend Litoto had been caught by the wild orcs because she ran with the old cow at home. She was torn in half and chewed in her mouth. The beautiful violet flower field had been trampled into mud. The orcs also broke into her home, smashed the doors and windows, and searched for food. Run, Violet woke up from her memories. Go to the night. Murmuring in her mouth, Violet set foot on the Claudia road. There was a ghostly aura on both sides, and there were bones and corruption everywhere. Violet, where are you going? At some point, a corrupted god holding a bow and arrow appeared behind her with interest. Go to the night territory. Violet turned her head and answered. No, Pure White's order is not to go to the 3 outer territories. We need to wait patiently for the Empire to send reinforcements to the border. The stronger the better. Of course, we can't be impatient and can't push the Empire too hard. We must maintain a sense of mystery and don't always hang around in front of humans. Killing a few humans is useless to the overall situation. Violet was too lazy to pay attention and moved forward. Hey, Pure White just bit her twice. Don't be so sad, she's much better now. She used to eat her whole body. The archer looked indifferent. The mission of the corrupted gods chosen is to destroy all living things. As long as the result is correct, the process doesn't matter. If Pure White wants to eat me, I'm happy to do it. I'm going to the night territory. After saying that, a ball of blood flowed out of Violet's hand and turned into a red-purple long sword, but you seem to want to stop me. Alas, your weird speech habit seems to have been cured and even your thoughts have become weird. I will stop your stupid behavior. The archer pinched out a unique feather arrow. Violet waved the long sword. Then come on. 10 days later, Field stood on the 2nd floor of the winery and watched the running drill in the distance. Teams of soldiers lined up, trotting and shouting the command, 1, 2, 1. The smoke and dust raised always made the slaves who were watering stop and watch. If someone fell behind, the guards would swing their whips in vain, making a terrifying sound. Field arranged all the military training content of college students in his previous life. It was impossible to train a usable army in 10 days, but it seemed that they could fight. These days there was no slave riot. First, the unfathomable combat power of the territory made the slaves feel terrified. Second, in these 10 days, every meal was far beyond their imagination. They could drink hot soup with oil every meal and 3 pieces of bread a day. This army is just for show. It has no fighting power. Ashina showed a worried look and kicked the stones on the ground. They can't protect your safety. I just need to let the cavalry launch a charge and they will collapse. Well, I know, but I didn't plan to be the vanguard. Don't worry, I will protect Field. Rosaria, wearing a black robe, quietly leaned into Ashina's ear and smiled. The happy time alone with Field has just begun. I will train him hard until he becomes my foot slave, ha ha ha. Ashina was very angry. You bastard, I want to bite you. Lululu, Rosaria made a face happily. You can only bite Field, but you can't bite it for a while, and it's my turn. Meow, she is speaking against the sky again. Field pinched his philtrum to ensure that he would not be angry to death. The black crow flapped its wings, flew in from the window, and landed on Field's shoulder. Strange. There are fewer corpses around the night territory. I just asked Black Crow to check, and they were all killed by sharp weapons. Field was confused. Could there be human survivors or maybe soldiers from the church or the Empire? Isn't this a good thing? We are all going to go on an expedition. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice. There is no strong smell near the territory. I'm just curious. But we are gradually taking back the walls of the manor. Starry Night Manor has an outer wall, and Field entered from the main gate at the beginning. Although the wall of the manor is only 2.5 meters high and is seriously damaged, it can still resist some small corpse tides. Field opened the small map, and the corpses around the manor were almost cleared by the 2 chosen gods and the great swordsman. After repairing the wall and retaking it, there will be an extra layer of protection and buffer. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the room was knocked, and Rosaria got into the gluttony great sword. Field adjusted his collar and said, "Come in. Sir, the running exercise has been completed. The army is ready, and it can go out at any time." Silver Claw, the captain of the subhuman cavalry, straightened his back and said loudly, Okay. Field tied up the gluttony great sword with black cloth and carried it behind his back. Let me review the army and prepare for the expedition. Field went downstairs and saw a relatively strict army of 300 people. Most of them wore leather armor, held spears, and carried dry food bags behind them, usually wheat cakes and black bread, and garlic as a side dish. That's right, it was garlic. This thing can not only serve as a seasoning during the march, but also numb the sense of smell, allowing people to sleep well. After all, your comrades may not have taken a bath for 10 years, and their sense of smell is too sensitive. Or they may be unable to sleep due to the smoke. These 300 people were named the First Army of the Night Territory by Field. After all, there was no Second Army, and the territory guards did not go out. Only a few of them had round wooden shields or better armor, such as a breastplate, which was awarded to those who were particularly good at training. Round wooden shields are small wooden shields similar to pot lids, which are made from wood waste. They are not even qualified as turtle shells. They look like a cool hat when carried on the back, but they are better than nothing. They can be worn on the head on rainy days. The original plan was to have one for each person, but the industrial capacity of the Night Territory was completely zero, and the hand-rolled wooden shields were a luxury. The organization of the armies of various countries today has not gotten rid of the clan society's leader-husband system. According to the principle of decimals, Field still uses it, with a 10-man leader for every 10 people and a centurion for every 100 people. The First Army stood in a group, looking like the same thing. Field rode on his warhorse and paced back and forth. Twice, and the slave soldiers would also cast curious, numb, fearful, or shrinking eyes. Listen, I am your lord, Field. Do you want to live? Do you want food, property, or freedom? The slave soldiers looked at each other and someone shouted, yes, yes. Then everyone shouted, it is useless to talk about glory or ideals with the lower class. It is better to talk about money and women, which is more practical. Then there is only one thing you need to do, obey my orders. Obedience means having food to eat, coins to take, and the possibility of freedom. Now, follow my will and follow the flag of the Night Territory. Field held the lance horizontally and raised the fine steel sword he wore. Go to war. Iron Hammer carried the newly sewn Black Wolf flag and walked behind Field with big strides. This time, Field only brought Iron Hammer and 3 other people, the most elite guards of the Night Territory, mainly to carry flags or do some vigilance and auxiliary work. As soon as the First Army entered the gray fog, Asuna rode on the dragon wolf, and a black crow landed on her shoulder. Hee, Asuna, don't look so sad, I can see everything. The black crow said, Field can use this corrupted black crow to communicate without obstacles. Okay, you have to chat with me more. Asuna patted Black Crow's head and chuckled. Black Crow protested, hey, how did you learn this trick? Asuna said proudly, who told you to use it often? Let's go around in front of the adults and open the way for the army. Asuna ordered loudly, yes, sir. Silver Claw rolled up the Black Crow flag and stored it in his personal bag. It will come in handy soon. The second team was named Plundering Army by Field as a secret force. It consists of 15 elite subhuman cavalrymen in black robes and 50 Black Crow great swordsmen. The corrupted swordsmen were renamed by Field and will be called Black Crow Great Swordsmen from now on. As for the guards, they will stay in the territory. Wow. Cow cried and snotted, Lord Field, oh God, I am so sad. Why are you crying? Scissors glanced at the butler. Taking care of the castle is helping you. Yes, you are a noble, you have to pursue the glory of fighting. Sparrow also snotted, you have only been back for a few days and you have to go to war. Since the deal of tens of thousands of gold coins was made with the commander of Maple Leaf Fortress. The soldiers were more enthusiastic when Field entered and exited the gate than when they saw their own father. Afterwards, the First Army of Night used the teleportation array of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower to teleport directly to the Morning Wind Province. The plundering army left on the way, hiding during the day and going out at night, heading for Fulan City in Rick Province. As for the rebellious Iraven Province, sandwiched between Morning Wind and Rick Province, one in the south and one in the north, it has now been rotten for more than half. It has become a purgatory on earth. Morning Wind Province, Nameless Forest. Field rode on a warhorse and headed towards the agreed fortress. Taking a deep breath of slightly humid air, the environment of Morning Wind Province is excellent. The morning mist with a slight smell of soil and water vapor in the early morning is indescribably refreshing and comfortable after pouring into the chest. From time to time, you can see birds and beasts or various fantasy plants. However, the soldiers have formed a conditioned reflex and are afraid of fog. Hey, something is not right. I didn't see any other nobles' armies along the way. Field looked around on his warhorse and used the small map to check the surrounding area. There was no large-scale army. In his expectation, the noble armies from all directions should be as spectacular as streams flowing into rivers and seas. Are we late? That shouldn't be the case. There are not even a few footprints on the ground. Looking back at the footprints and axle marks left by his first army, there was a long string that stretched for miles. Damn it, are you kidding me? Field subconsciously thought of the worst, but immediately denied this outrageous idea. The nobles took war very seriously. Let's ask someone. Rosaria hid in the greatsword and communicated with her mind. This is the only way. Just when Field was about to go to the front to find the villagers in person, he heard the sound of horse hooves. Don't step into my territory, get out of here. Ahem, who are you? A 5-man cavalry squad ran towards Field from the narrow path and stopped only 30 meters away from Field. Field could even see their weapons clearly. In the front was a knight in armor with beautiful green feathers on his helmet. His follower was a cavalry attendant wearing half armor and 3 riders wearing leather armor, 2 of whom held bows and 1 carried a pennant. It was a very standard knight and his lackeys. I wanted to scold him, but I shut up immediately when I saw the legion of more than 300 people. It's a pity that I don't have a cavalry attendant. It's embarrassing. The subhuman cavalry is not suitable for showing off. Field muttered in a low voice, but he pretended to be arrogant on his face. He didn't need to speak. He just raised his eyebrows and looked down on people with a playful look. Aren't you awesome? Still shouting no. Sure enough, the knight couldn't stand the pressure first, lowered his posture and said, Good day, respected sir, this is my knight's territory, may I ask your purpose? I am a baron from the Ross family, going to Idhaven to quell the rebellion. Field laughed. Ah, so early. The knight seemed to be hesitant to speak, and finally could only twitch his mouth and praise. Your bravery and loyalty to the queen are admirable. Early, did he make a mistake? There were only 2 days left before the agreed deadline. Could it be that the war was transferred to the online? Of course, the conscription order I received will take another half a month to rush to the front line. Hiss, I understand. The case was solved, and Field was very angry, no doubt. Lei Ying, this old deng, just looked at people and gave different people different times. I can't wait to fight the cultists and gain glory. Field said speechlessly, without any sense of impatience. As the nobles of the province of Morning Wind, Nibelungen will certainly take care of his own people, let the troops of other provinces go first, fight the enemy's main force, and finally harvest the harvest and win a decisive victory. It's a good plan. This is human nature. To be fair, Field would do the same if he were the commander. However, since you want to make a profit for the province of Morning Wind, I will naturally collect some interest from the province of Morning Wind. Please let me lead the way for you. Field shook his head. No need to lead the way, but my soldiers are hungry and cold. If they don't get food supplies, they may riot or plunder. Glancing at the soldiers behind him, there was no sign of starvation at all. The baggage carts of the First Army were full of food. Many people even gained some weight. Being a soldier is much better than being a slave, but Field said they were hungry, so they were really hungry. Yes, I've been hungry for 3 days, and my eyes are shining like a night owl. Sir, let's go rob. Hammer understood Field's eye hint in seconds and immediately waved his flag and shouted. Yes, I want a pretty girl stickers. I want to poke a hunk. I want to play with sheep, 3 of them. Is there a village ahead? Everyone started talking excitedly, and some people were even taking off their pants. Fuck. The knight cursed inwardly. Could he be more shameless? What was even more unfortunate was that the army of more than 300 people in front of him looked really difficult to deal with. Everyone had leather armor, not bare-chested refugees. Field himself rode a tall horse, wearing a decent noble robe with a big sword on his back, and his strength was hard to tell. It would definitely not work if he fought hard. This knight was very smart. Even if he complained to the governor after being robbed, the governor would only collect Field's fine, but would not compensate him for the fine, and then he would be scolded by his own lord. The knight's face turned green. Obviously, the person in front of him had no noble and knightly demeanor. Of course, all the warriors fighting for the country. I will certainly provide food to the best of my ability. Field smiled like a spring breeze. Ahem, I will definitely praise your generosity in front of the governor. Soon, Field got a cart of black bread, a small bag of goat cheese, 2 chickens, and a lot of cabbage. Heh. The first battle of the rebellion was won without bloodshed. Field praised his chivalry and then ran away without even asking his name or reporting it. Finding a feng shui treasure land, Field announced to set up camp. Since he came early, he would enjoy life and practice his soldiers. Field habitually opened the small map to see what beautiful scenery was around. As a result, he saw a golden dot. Fuck, golden legend, invincible. Field was stunned. Since Rosaria joined, Field has not had the opportunity to get the new god's choice. It has been so long since I saw the marked point that Field thought the small map was broken. Now that he saw the golden mark, he rubbed his eyes and made sure he was not mistaken. He immediately sat back on the horse and urged the war horse to go to the golden mark. Make a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms for this, master. I will be back soon. Following the golden mark on the map, Field came to a large lake with rippling water. It's here, that's right. Field looked around, walked around several times, and finally cast his eyes on the lake. Could it be a mermaid? Or the chosen one is taking a bath, so should I hide first? Field couldn't help but think wildly, but his eyes were fixed on the lake, and it was very likely that he was in the water. Why didn't he come out? Would he drown? Field directly used the artifact, the eye that sees through the mist. A complex magic circle bloomed in the black pupil, and suddenly the situation inside the lake was seen through countless swimming fish, and the line of sight extended all the way down. The dark lake surface seemed like an abyss, and the bottom could not be seen at all. It's so dark. Field frowned. Nothing is useful. It seems that I'm looking in the wrong direction. Before Field could move his eyes away, the darkness at the bottom of the lake seemed to be torn apart in an instant, and a huge dragon pupil opened. 5-colored dragon, black dragon. Shouldn't black dragons live in tropical swamps? Why is there one here? Field was confused. The earth trembled, the lake's surface was boiling, and countless fish jumped out of the water, restless. A huge figure broke out of the water, as if a huge mountain was pulled out of thin air. The silver-white lake water was taken to the sky and fell down like a waterfall. Go quickly! Rosaria's anxious voice sounded. The chain of the gluttony sword was immediately ready to unfold. Just as Field was about to use the power of the sword to leave, he was pulled off the horse by a vigorous figure. Don't move if you don't want to die. Feeling dizzy, Field was pulled to the ground by a strong force. All he could see in his sight was snow white and soft skin. The touch of silk and brocade came from all over his body. It was a woman who saved him. First-level magic, invisibility. First-level dragon roar, turn into ethereal. After the strange language was whispered, Field was surprised to find that he was invisible. The black dragon that broke out of the water was skinny like a dark skeleton dragon. It circled twice in the air and landed. Its nose kept sniffing, as if wondering where the human had gone. This is a real dragon, an epic creature, a knight adventure novel, and the last big boss to appear. Logically speaking, there are no other dragons in the Morrowind province except the blue dragon of the Nibelungen family. The oppressive feeling of the dragon was suffocating. Field's hand subconsciously slid down along the shoulder of his savior, and the curve suddenly contracted, and the waist was slender. The fat peach meat, as soft as a cotton ball, made little Field breathless. Damn, don't do anything strange at this time. If you are discovered by the dragon, you will definitely be eaten. Field was sweating profusely, begging little Field not to cause trouble at this time. The smooth skin was slightly sweaty, as warm and fragrant as a freshly baked egg tart. Did she feel more excited than me? The black dragon didn't have to eat people. After a casual glance, it ate the warhorse in one bite like eating dessert, then flapped its wings and flew away with unsatisfied feeling. You compensate for my horse. Field felt his heart being pulled. The warhorse that accompanied him all over the country did not sacrifice on the battlefield or die of old age in the stable, but was eaten by the black dragon. It was unbearable. How it's so dangerous. Fortunately, there is the misty dragon roar. The woman waved her hand to dispel the power. The power of the dragon roar comes from the dragon, which they cannot see through. I'm scared to death. Field also wiped the cold sweat and saw his savior. She supported herself with bare feet, revealing her heels and slender ankles. With light golden hair and star-purple dragon eyes, her appearance and figure were not inferior to Florny at all. She exuded a poppy-like attraction and was stunning. Another chosen, one of the god of love. Field was stunned, but seeing her cold expression, he denied this guess. The woman stood up, bit her lip, and said coldly, "Let's go, the black dragon will come back at any time, and we won't be so lucky then." The golden symbol on the small map did not move, indicating that the chosen one was the one in front of him. Besides, she was so beautiful, she must be the chosen one. Damn it, my warhorse. Field gritted his teeth, feeling both fortunate and sad, standing there silently mourning this brother who had been through life and death with him. "I'm sorry about this, and thank you for being the bait." The woman glanced at Field, pursed her lips, and stomped her feet in hatred, but a trace of shyness appeared on her face, but it was immediately covered up by the coldness, and she wiped it clean with her palm. I didn't do anything." What Field didn't expect was that the woman didn't say anything. It turned her head to look at the lake and summoned out of thin air 2 iron swords. "It is indeed the chosen one. Hello, my name is Field, the Baron of Nightfall. My name is Arya, a freeman of Morning Wind." Arya looked up at the sky from time to time and waved her hands. "Get out of here quickly." "What are you doing?" Field couldn't just give up a chosen one. "Slay the dragon and get the dragon's soul." Ah, Field was shocked. It was the first time he heard that such a high-profile chosen one was actually a dragon slayer. "I am the chosen one of the dragon god. I need to kill dragons to advance, absorb dragon souls, and obtain their knowledge and inheritance. The chosen one of the dragon god actually has to kill dragons to advance." Field's pupil shook. Isn't this a complete dragon traitor? There are almost no useful documents about the way the chosen one advances. A few records only show that the prosperity of the city and the faith of the residents will enhance the strength of the chosen one. Killing dragons to advance is unheard of. "Yes, I am a dragonborn. Although my body is human, my soul is a dragon. Moreover, my mission is to kill all the dragons I see to prevent them from overbreeding and becoming too powerful and destroying the world." Field was in awe. He had heard rumors about dragonborn from the bard. It is said that there are 2 types of dragonborn: dragonblood dragonborn and dragonsoul dragonborn. Dragonblood dragonborn have inheritance. They are responsible for guarding the gate of the abyss and preventing the invasion of abyss demons. Dragonsoul dragonborn are born with a mission and have powerful power at birth. But they are dragon traders who specialize in slaughtering dragons and absorbing dragon souls to prevent the dragons from extinction. The specific reason is unclear, but the mainstream view is that the dragons are powerful, have a strong desire to reproduce, live long, can collect family members, and have a strong desire to destroy. Once the number is large, ordinary populations really can't survive. After the ordinary population dies, the dragons will have no choice but to die. Dragonsoul dragonborn is the means used by the dragons to self-regulate their numbers. Of course, the specific reason is unknown, and people cannot understand the thinking of dragons. Field rubbed his chin and asked, "You can't be the opponent of that black dragon, otherwise you would have taken action long ago. Could it be that there are dragon cubs here?" "Yes, they are my hunting targets. I'll help you. I have to avenge the warhorse. It's not my style to leave after suffering a loss." Field was very angry. "No matter what kind of dragon you are, it's impossible to get away unscathed if you provoke me. Kill it when you have a chance." There was a hint of admiration in her eyes, but Arya still shook her head. "You are too weak. Even a young dragon is much stronger than ordinary monsters. Get out of here quickly." "You can't say that a man is weak. My current strength is about the same as yours." Field hugged his hands in front of his chest and his clothes rustled. He emphasized the present because Rosaria was behind him. Arya was only a first-level god's chosen. With Rosaria and himself, they were also 1 point and one of the gods chosen. This wave was far ahead. Arya's eyes were deep and calm, like an iceberg that never melts. She said indifferently, "HMPH, liar, I hate people who brag the most. Please leave my sight quickly. This tone is too unpleasant." Okay, you look down on your brother Faye, right? You must punish him severely and then hand in the defeat animation." Field emphasized, "I don't brag." "Tusk, go away." Field frowned and said unhappily, "You'll know if you try it." "I really want to help you." Puff. Arya smiled and stuck out her tongue. "Then come on, if you win I'll go with you." "No problem." Field drew out his greatsword and slashed it plainly. The air exploded, carrying unmatched power. Arya didn't take a first-level fighting knight seriously. Besides, she saved Field's life. She didn't expect Field to be so decisive. She was completely defenseless and was directly put on the neck by the big sword. Divine power fluctuation? Ha, even the Dragonborn could not see through the Chosen One, so she did not know the existence of Rosaria. Arya was very angry, but she did not use her divine power. She could sense that the weapon in front of her had the potential to kill her, so she scolded, "Let me go, you are so despicable. Who told you to mock me? Let's get it one way." Field smiled evilly and looked around. Arya laughed angrily. "Have you had enough fun? If you make me angry, I will tear you into pieces. Who is the liar now? Apologize, and I will help you slay the dragon together, hee." Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Even though he could not see the iceberg face of joy, he couldn't help blushing. This bastard is too shameless. Is he really a noble? Being looked up and down by strange eyes really makes people blush. Other nobles are so respectful when they see themselves. Arya was in a hurry to slay the dragon, so she didn't have time to care. If she delayed any longer, such a good opportunity would be wasted. "I surrender, I'm very obedient, let's form a team." The voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it was particularly pleasant. Especially the kind of grievance of begging, coupled with the disgusted face, it was particularly contrasting. What's the matter with being easier to train than expected? Obviously, the proud iceberg beauty almost made Field unable to do it. Is this the contrast that everyone is talking about? It seems that the third god's choice is very interesting. However, listening to Arya's tone, it seems that she is playing with kittens and puppies. I don't know if it is an illusion. Okay. After releasing Arya, Field started to untie his robe directly. Hey, what are you doing? Arya's pupils trembled, and she protected herself with her hands in front of her. "I don't want to hurt humans, but you've gone too far. I will fight back. Go to the bottom of the water to slay the dragon." "How can you not take off your clothes? What are you thinking?" Arya rubbed her eyebrows. "Although black dragons can live underwater, they usually hide in swamps. You wait and follow me closely." After that, Arya took a deep breath. Dragon roar, space dislocation. The terrifying dragon power from the ancient times came out of Arya's mouth and slowly enveloped the water surface. Above the original lake, the space was distorted, forming a zone similar to the northern lights. Arya threw the iron sword in her hand down and pulled it out with divine power. Seeing that the sword was intact, she nodded. "The space is very stable. My plan is fine, hurry up." After that, Arya grabbed Field and jumped into the aurora. The space twisted, and Field felt as if he was falling from a high altitude. As soon as the terrifying feeling of weightlessness appeared, Field felt that he had landed on the ground. He opened his eyes and found that he was in a sultry swamp. Roared the three young black dragons, the size of saber-toothed tigers, saw the intruders and were as excited as if they had seen food thrown at their door, lifting off into the air. The leading dragon was the largest and the strongest. They were no longer hungry young dragons, but had already surpassed almost all low-level monsters in terms of combat power. Like all dragons, they were eager to fight, and their dragon souls had their own inheritance, making them extremely powerful. They treated us as food. Field felt the pressure surge like a tide, being targeted by the top predator. His heart was inexplicably flustered, and cold sweat flowed down involuntarily. It's terrible, a young dragon has such a sense of oppression. And it has mastered flying, which is not easy to deal with. Seeing a black dragon swooping down, the corrosive dragon breath was already accumulating. "Don't worry." Arya waved her hand indifferently. Dragon roar, dragon break. A mighty pressure like a storm swept out of her mouth like a tornado, and the three black dragons in the air suddenly trembled violently. As if struck by lightning, their wings could not be controlled, and they fell straight down. Boom! 3 figures fell into the ground one after another, blasting out countless dots of mud. Fug! The previously arrogant black dragon wilted in an instant, struggling out of the swamp in a panic, with a deep fear in his eyes. The existence in front of him was a real dragon child-eating monster. From a human perspective, when the mother was not at home, 3 children suddenly faced a pseudo-human who ate children and knew human habits well. Everyone would be scared. In nature, there is yin and yang, and all things are interdependent. Even the legendary dragons will have existences that restrain them. Come to think of it, even the chosen ones will still be restrained by other chosen ones. Perhaps the only perfect existence is the illusory gods. Dragon break can only last for 20 minutes. All their skills are ineffective, and their attributes are also weakened by more than half. Kill them quickly. Arya's eyes were filled with excitement and fighting spirit, and a purple and silver-white dragon soul slowly emerged from her body. First-level divine skill, true dragon shadow. That's too many skills. No wonder it's marked as gold. Field was shocked. Other first-level god chosen only had 1 skill. How come she had magic, dragon roar, and divine skills? The next moment, Arya casually swung her fist, and the ferocious dragon phantom behind her followed Arya's movements and slapped hard. The majestic energy overflowed like a flood bursting through a dam, suppressing the emerging black dragon with one palm, and even the space shook. My dear daughter is awesome. Field exhaled a breath of turbid air and held the gluttony greatsword. But we are not just eating for free. The revenge of the warhorse must be paid with blood. The chains swam around her body, and the smell of fishy smell and corruption appeared faintly. The corrupt divine power from Resaria made the air particularly evil. With the help of Resaria's divine power, Field flashed to the side of a black dragon, slashed with the sword, and bombarded the black dragon's body. Suddenly, the newly grown scales shattered instantly, and the corrupted divine power penetrated into its body through the wound, destroying it wantonly. The black dragon screamed miserably. It wanted to fight back, but the power of Longpo sealed most of its strength. Even its strong tail and sharp claws were weak at this moment. Field was merciless and swung the sword vigorously. Although he had a good impression of the dragon clan and wanted to catch a dragon as a mount, the five-color dragon was an extremely pure evil dragon, insidious, cunning, and cruel. It was better not to raise bombs before crushing their strength. In just half a cup of tea, the young dragon was chopped without any resistance. With murderous intent, countless chains controlled the black dragon's limbs, and Field aimed at the head and swung a sword to execute it. First-level magic skill, Endless Slash. At the same time, Resaria also cooperated to launch the magic skill. The sword energy that crushed the void rolled out, and without any resistance, the black dragon's head was chopped off and blood splattered. The young black dragon that was slain struggled and rolled twice, and then it was motionless. Dear warhorse, rest in peace. Field carried the gluttonous sword, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Alas, Invincible can beat the boss at level 1, who else? Field seemed to see a new achievement in life. Although this dragon is in its juvenile form, most of the output was done by Resaria, and the weakening was also done by Arya. Rosalia smiled happily. The taste of dragons is so delicious. I feel my life energy is increasing dramatically. Field, following you is the wisest choice of my life. That's right. Field swelled his hands on his hips. Let's team up and kill people. The two people who cooperated more and more laughed like the elders of the Soul Hall. Heh, it's faster than me. The sword skills just now were incredibly strong. Arya witnessed all this and was in disbelief. Could it be that the man really had a fighting power comparable to hers? She couldn't help but be curious, but she was fighting at the moment. She stretched out her hand, dragon soul peel. The body of the killed black dragon instantly gushed out a misty dragon soul, which was absorbed by Arya with reluctance and pain. After obtaining the new dragon soul, Arya's dragon soul phantom became more solid, and her fighting power increased. In just 3 breaths, she caught the 2 young dragons with the real dragon phantom, crushed them to death, and absorbed the dragon soul. Oh, what a pity. If the dragon could be added to the army, it would be invincible. Field wanted to be a dragon knight, but with his current strength he couldn't control the dragon, but being a dragon knight is still possible. I'm almost there, and I can advance to the 2nd level. Thank you for your help. After absorbing the dragon soul, Arya looked very happy, and the gentle smile on her mouth could not be hidden. Miss Arya, be my mount. No, be my chosen one. Field stopped and said solemnly that every chosen one who could be conquered must not be let go. No. Arya refused without thinking, and the smile disappeared, replaced by the iceberg face before. You are insulting me. She raised her head coldly, tossed her long flowing hair, and turned her face away and said, Don't think I am a free man now, but my soul is a deified dragon. How can I submit to you? Cooperation in battle is fine, but it is impossible for me to make a contract. She was hung up by me before and called me daddy, but now she is so arrogant. Is it all a disguise? Bad woman. It's too heartbreaking. It is also possible that she has more confidence after absorbing the dragon's soul. Field narrowed his eyes slightly. If you don't agree, you don't agree, but how can being my chosen one be an insult? Besides, what's wrong with humans? Humans can still slay dragons. Even if the Nibelung family comes to me and uses the family's dragon as a gift. I didn't even look at it. As for other great nobles, they have visited me many times. You are no different from a kitten or a puppy or a little bug. I saved you simply because I was kind. Arya was not talking nonsense. She had 3 artifacts on her body, all of which were given by nobles. However, she was a dragon soul in human body, and her way of thinking was different. She only regarded gifts as offerings and had no good feelings at all. She accepted them with a clear conscience. As a dragon descendant, the reincarnation of a deified dragon, she also shoulders the natural mission of protecting living beings, and she is covered with a sacred coat. No human noble would dare to disrespect her, but would try their best to provide her with convenience. From the moment she woke up, her door was trampled by visitors. She is gentle to everyone just because no one can catch her eye. Just like humans look at cute puppies and kittens, they can easily crush them to death, but because they are cute, they will indulge and spoil them, but it does not mean that puppies will become human masters. Dragons are even more proud. That's how Arya looks at everyone. They are all pet puppies, including the Empress of the Empire. Although you have some ability, you are still an ant after all, not worthy of my noble dragon soul, so forget it. Damn, I hate it most when others pretend to be cool in front of me and they look discriminatory. Field's face turned green. Okay, now even if you beg me, I don't want your contract, but I want to see how powerful your dragon soul is to treat me as an ant. Are you challenging me? Very good, stupid. Arya released the phantom of the real dragon. This time I'm going to be serious. Thank you for saving my life. I will compensate you in the future. Field raised the gluttony great sword, but now let's fight. If you lose, you will be defeated. This is my lord Resaria, and I am full. Resaria sneered. Corruption is not afraid of any living thing, as long as it is a living thing. Even if it is a god, I will kill it for you to see. Arya rolled her eyes coquettishly. You can't understand the power of the Dragonborn at all. Except for the magic of the chosen god, I can master all the conventional magic. Besides, I have absorbed 3 dragon souls. What can you use to fight me? First level dragon roar, flame dragon breath, first level magic gale. Arya waved her hand and the giant dragon shadow behind her spit out a magnificent flame, and under the blessing of the gale magic, it swept out. Wherever the dragon flame went, it turned into scorched earth, and the energy explosion sounded like thunder, echoing in the space. Leave it to me next. Resaria said seriously, I know you want to contract her and you won't be cruel. But don't play too hard, she saved my life. Leave it to me. Field's consciousness was empty, allowing Resaria to control. His body suddenly felt lighter, and Fielder did not retreat but advanced, swinging his sword fiercely. Divine skill, endless slash. The heart-pounding wave of sword energy drew a shocking arc in the air, layered and intertwined with the dragon flame. 2 completely different energies devoured each other, repelled each other, and made a thunderous explosion. It's interesting. Arya smiled slightly and said in a contemptuous tone, but it's not enough. I haven't used 70% of my strength yet. Originally, she was very curious about Field. It's unreasonable for a man to have such a powerful force. I just want to test where Field's strength is. However, she was disappointed. She seemed to be able to crush him with 70% of her strength. Humph, ant, let me show you the power of the dragon. Arya's divine power surged, and the dragon flame of the real dragon phantom was strengthened again. The manic dragon flame was overwhelming. Boom! As expected, an unshakable impact force came and Field was blown away. The pain from his body made Field grimace. Resaria, teach her a lesson, she is not polite at all. Resaria's confident voice echoed in his ears. Of course, the endless slash has just been charged. Divine skill, endless slash. After using the endless slash for the 3rd time, 13 giant sword kai slashed out. Resaria's divine skill is very special, and it can be used continuously by burning her life. It happened that she just killed the dragon and gained a lot of vitality. Now she has plenty of vitality. Dare to fight back again. Alia said so, but after casting 2 amplification magics on herself, she released the flame dragon breath again. The dragon breath and sword energy intertwined again, and the mixed energy almost lifted the swamp. What's going on? Such a high-cost skill can be used continuously. Arya was secretly shocked. I can't lose to humans. This time, Arya did not hold back, and a steady stream of divine power blasted out. The sword energy was broken and the dragon flame was crushing. Countless blood threads flowed out from the gluttony great sword, forming a large shield, blocking the damage of the dragon flame, but Field still flew backwards. Alas, I found that the divine power consumption was reduced a lot when we fought together. Resaria was surprised, but are you okay? Because it's your body, the gluttony great sword can't heal you. I'm fine. Field staggered to his feet. Resaria is really awesome. worthy of being positioned as a guard with high output, and the key is that she can possess and protect herself. Okay, I don't want to kill you either. It's not too late to surrender now. Don't dream of contracting me. You don't deserve it. Arya didn't want to fight anymore, so she gave Field a step down. Surrender is useless. You're still confident. Rosaria's divine power is so great that the life energy brought by slaying dragons is inexhaustible. Seeing that Arya was still joking, Field was really angry and said angrily, "Don't think that you are awesome just because you have a dragon's soul behind you. You're just a reincarnation of a big lizard in the West. I am the descendant of the dragon, and I am afraid of you. A woman as arrogant as you. I will beat you 8 times a day in the future. You can only call me brother. In addition, you must speak softly, do you hear me?" Arya was also furious. He actually asked her to call him brother and speak softly. Even if her mission is to protect living beings, it is the first time that someone dares to speak to her like this. Go to hell. First level Dragon Roar, Flame Dragon Breath. Dragon Roar dares to fight against divine skills. First level divine skills, Endless Slash. The world of the Chosen One. Magic and Dragon Roar are useless. Boom. This time, Arya did not see the scene of the dragon flame and sword energy interweaving. Because the almost endless sword energy exploded the dragon flame cleanly and neatly, and also blew up her dragon soul phantom. It's over. I underestimated the enemy. Arya's pupils trembled. This domineering skill was actually a stacking skill. Each release was stronger than the previous one. I only felt feeling dizzy. Arya flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed into a pile of rocks. It hurts. Arya's limbs trembled and she barely got up, her face full of disbelief. After all, a human body with a dragon soul is not a dragon. Even if you have a dragon soul, you are essentially a first-level chosen one. Field sneered, and seeing Arya's confused expression, he was so happy. Even if you are really a dragon, you are only a first-level one now. A typical mismatch between cognitive level and practical ability. Arya is the reincarnation of a dragon, but now she is in a human body. The chain of the Gluttony Greatsword couldn't wait, and directly tied Arya up and hung her up again. Are you convinced? Arya's white rabbit kept rising and falling, looking miserable. She spat HMPH, the noble dragon will not surrender, ants, bah. Rosaria let her do some of the Knight Leader's features, the defeat animation. Field was unhappy and snapped his fingers but coughed lightly. Just give her a hit of sugar-roasted chestnuts. You are too gentle. Rosaria was amused and hit a sugar-roasted chestnut. No, it's too humiliating. Arya struggled desperately and was hit on the head. Although it didn't hurt, she gritted her teeth. How is it possible? How can a human beat me? Field felt a little less angry. Woos, let me go. Be careful, I will dissociate the dragon soul. And we will all be finished together. Arya threatened with tears. Scum. Field narrowed his eyes. You still dare to be arrogant? Rosaria tickled her. The Chosen One has a strong physical fitness and can heal wounds quickly, but he still has normal feelings such as being ticklish. Ha ha ha. Arya almost laughed out of breath. Who is the puppy? Field hugged his arms. Do you surrender? Don't be like this. I will make a contract with you 3 days. How about it? Arya had no choice but to give in. What did I say just now? Call me brother, Field said seriously. Arya's cold face was full of unwillingness, crying and shouting for surrender. Please stop making trouble. When the black dragon comes back from foraging, we will all die. I surrender unconditionally. Okay. Field nodded. Isn't this solved? Who said I want to contract you? Field proudly put his hands on his hips. Woo, I feel like peeing when I'm tickled. The human body is too weak. Arya's pretty face flushed red. Her original icy face now showed that she was in disarray. Brother, I was wrong. Please contract me. 60 days. Why do you want to extend the time limit? Field was dissatisfied. You can actually extend the time limit. This is my special contract. Besides, this is the bottom line, otherwise I would rather die together. Woof. Arya's eyes were determined and her divine power surged again. She looked like she really wanted to explode. After the artifact was dissociated, the Chosen One was fighting desperately. Field knew the power of the artifact dissociation, so there was no need to fight hard. Besides, he didn't want Arya to really die in battle, even if she didn't contract for a day. Okay, I'll forgive you this time. Don't look down on humans in the future. Field was relieved and felt relaxed. It's not that easy to get the approval of the Chosen One. Field sighed, looking at the Gluttony Greatsword in his hand. Once a person is blinded by greed, he is likely to do something out of line, especially when he has mastered a power that does not belong to him. Field looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Violence should be used against enemies. but not against neutral or friendly ones. Rosaria's smirk sounded in his ears. You are right, but it's not all your fault. The gluttony greatsword will affect your sanity. You need to be cautious about all corrupted chosen ones. Their artifacts may have a greater impact on sanity. It's just like the Lord of the Rings. Field laughed very uncivilizedly. Haha, I just made up a few words and expressed my feelings to make me look very profound. Crazy. Rosaria almost laughed to death and glared at Field coquettishly. You are worthy of being my lord. Okay, no more nonsense. Take a few deep breaths. Field regained his previous calmness and sanity. Arya took a long breath, turned her back and wiped the tears from her face. My mission is to stop the dragon from destroying the world. You should think about it. It's better not to contract me. Whether to contract or not is not necessarily related to saving the world. Field was confused, and I can help you. I'm about to leave the Morrowind province. Wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting your only contract position? If I don't go, there will be terrible consequences. Very considerate. Field was shocked. You are not going to Skyrim, are you? Don't forget to bring me the complete volume of Full of Energy Argonian made. Where is Skyrim? I want to find the place where the ancient dragons fell and collect their knowledge. I can only go alone. Others will be killed by the Dragon Soul Guard. Arya obviously has never played the Elder Scrolls V. Of course, no problem, Miss Arya. Since you have joined the Night Territory and made contributions to me, I will do my best to help you in the future. The Night Territory will fight with you. Field made an okay gesture. I still hope to contract you even if it is only for 60 days. Of course, you can leave at any time, even now. Well, after hearing this, Arya felt a little happy for some reason, and she was not so resistant to Field. The mark is on my back. Arya hugged the flower ball, tore open her dress, and revealed the goddess mark on her snow-white back. The mark of the Chosen One shone with a domineering and strong light, and the dragon's might full of oppression surged out, gathering into a sacred goddess phantom. Then, a divine power connected Field's body tightly. Field's Lord panel has Arya's name. Name Arya Akatosh, contract for 60 days level. First level, Dragon God's Chosen profession. Dragonborn divine skill. True Dragon Shadow shows the divine giant dragon shadow, copies and greatly enhances the original body skills, and assists in combat artifact. Akatosh's Dragon Soul possesses the potential to master all dragon roars, conventional magic, and conventional fighting skills. At the same time, by devouring the souls of other dragons, one can master their knowledge and heritage. It possesses all kinds of incredible powers artifact not included in the original body. Daylight Bow first level, Skeleton Dragon Spear first level, Emerald Quiver first level, Legion skill, none territory gain, none lord gain, none oh my god she's not bragging. Field broke out in a cold sweat. Someone really gave Arya a divine weapon, and 3 of them. When did the divine weapon become so worthless? The dog licker is really awesome. Fortunately, she underestimated the enemy, otherwise Field might have been knocked off his head by taking out a bunch of small props. As for the panel, it's hard to describe. It's actually useless to the territory, the Legion, and myself. What she said about the contract being useless to the Lord is true. If there is only one contract position, even if it's a waste of time, it's wasted. Let's go, Dad, the Black Dragon is coming back. Arya spoke softer, and it felt like they were communicating on an equal footing. Field laughed out loud. I was joking before, just call me Field. Dad, let's go. Arya was not happy. Arya. Do what I say, this is the pride of the dragon. Do you feel that your favorability has inexplicably increased, or even a little spoiled? This is not an illusion. Field has observed so many gods chosen and discovered an interesting thing. That is, the gods chosen really has divinity. In simple terms, it is not to treat people as people. The simplest example is that Rosaria treats corruption as her own kind, but she kills them without mercy and even eats them as food. The pink cat-headed butterfly, had a lot of teammates killed, but she quickly recovered and talked and laughed with Field. Even Ashna has a little bit. She never speaks for her own kind, but treats humans and subhumans equally. The Chosen One only cares about the Lord and will not look at others. After the contract is signed, the Chosen One will treat the Lord as a member of the same class. The most intuitive manifestation is increased favorability, and the words are much gentler. So, it may be feasible to sign a contract first and then cultivate feelings, which is a bit despicable. Field rubbed his chin, but it is difficult to do because the chosen one who does not recognize you will not cooperate with the contract. In the future, you should use less and more violent means. Arya, can you take the 3 dragon corpses away? Maybe they can come in handy. Before seeing Arya transform props out of thin air, Field guessed that she had spatial ability. No problem. As the space twisted, the 3 dragon corpses were all taken away by Arya. Let's leave here quickly. Yeah, my army may be waiting anxiously. After that, Arya grabbed Field and left, and released the skill at the same time. Dragon roar, purify the sky. In the swamp, the breath of the 2 people was purified to prevent the black dragon from smelling and finding them. After leaving the lake, the 2 hurried back to the territory. It was already afternoon. The soldiers were already anxious. But Field had no choice. The warhorse was gone, and he couldn't ride back on Arya, right? So it took a lot of time to hurry. With Arya's joining, the combat power of the First Army doubled. In the following time, Field did not go to flatter Arya, but instead was busy with his own business, extorting all the villages he passed by and training the First Army by the way. In addition to running exercises and cues, the rest of the time was a simple phalanx of long spears. More complex formations could not be done, and being able to skillfully form a defensive phalanx of long spears was already considered a combat-ready soldier. On the 3rd day, Field finally saw the First Army rushing to the front line, followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, and more armies heading to the front line. The dull sound of horse hooves and the mixed footsteps even caused a slight tremor in the land. Large and small noble armies poured in from the skyline like a rushing river composed of people. Okay, let's set off too. Field mounted the warhorse. This spare horse was not as good as the previous one, but it could also be used. Yes, sir. The guards threw away the chicken bones in their hands and burped with satisfaction. They had extorted too much food these days, and everyone lived a paradise-like life. They were even more grateful to Field. How many nobles participated? Field was amazed. The noble army seen on the road was carrying a variety of family flags, wearing different costumes, and even had different accents. Of course, they also had something in common, that is, the knights were all showing off their power, while the regular soldiers and guards were holding weapons and marching seriously. As for the serfs or slaves, they could only carry a pile of baggage and stagger on the road with painful faces, and they were whipped or scolded from time to time. There were also many mercenaries, who were holding a variety of equipment and carrying trophies on their backs. Mercenaries were often the worst disciplined and would hardly miss any opportunity to plunder. In the province of Morning Wind, Field only extorted, not plundered. Firstly, there were not many high-value items, so they could ensure sufficient food by extortion. Secondly, the immediate superior they were facing was the Morning Wind people. These mercenaries would become the first wave of cannon fodder. Field couldn't wait to go to the front line. He followed the other noble armies and advanced slowly. Hello, Sir Field, I've heard of your name. A young man in navy blue clothes came over on a white horse. He smiled kindly. My name is Laurent from the North Wind family. Nice to meet you. I haven't heard of it, but Field pretended to be enlightened. Oh, North Wind family, I've heard of your legendary stories a long time ago. Laurent smiled happily. Great, you are worthy of being Sir Field. Do you know, the whole Morning Wind is spreading your title. Fuck, is it true? I'm actually angry. Is it the Northern Lion or the Devil Muscle Man? Field was very proud and couldn't help but show a confident smile that was invincible. Not those. Your title is Baron Joy Bean, the one who brings good news to men. Puff what? Field almost fainted. The name that he had thought of at random turned out to be a boomerang, hitting him hard on the head. Your army is very powerful. I look forward to fighting the enemy with you. Laurent sat on his warhorse and gestured to Field. The First Army that he had urgently trained was the weakest of the weak in Field's eyes, but in the eyes of Laurent and other nobles, it was not the case. The army was well organized, marching in neat steps, and everyone was wearing armor. It was already a superior army. My God! They didn't fall behind or escape into the woods at will. They can actually keep the queue all the time. They are worthy of being the elite of the Ross family. The little nobles stopped to watch and cast envious eyes. In addition to themselves and their entourage, they only had some serfs, using broken sticks and farm tools. Of course, there were also a few unfriendly eyes. Baron Happy Bean has made a lot of money. It is said that Simon is crying poor. I heard that he is very weak. Haha, we will see the result in the battle. Field ignored them and continued to march. 2 days later he finally arrived at the border fortress of Morning Wind. Groups of troops were stationed here, stretching for dozens of miles. Bonfires, huts, and chevox de fries formed a long dragon-like camp. Large tracts of trees were cut down and built into simple huts. There were endless tents, some for living and some for placing the wounded. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Please, don't saw off my arm. I will collect money to buy healing potions, please, ah. The wounded wailed, and the unlucky guys were directly bled for treatment or sawed off the festering limbs. What genius arrangement! Put the wounded soldiers at the assembly point, and they will lose their morale before they can even get morale. Field's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to see that his soldiers were already showing a look of fear. No one wanted to become disabled or a corpse. Baron Naslu returned to the arms of the goddess and died in the siege of the cultists. Knight Safton left us. He died on the way to the charge. People kept reporting the names of the dead nobles, and there were special officials recording them. A group of nobles were mourning. Hey, they are all soldiers who are dedicated to the country. Rest in peace. Did they die in the enemy's attack? Field came over to mourn, lowered his head, and asked quietly. After a kind-hearted noble made a pattern on his chest, he turned his head and said, "They died in the reconnaissance mission. Some died in testing the cultist fortifications, and some died in ambushes. Hey. Don't think about it. These young people arrived early, and most of them are passionate, but they happen to have no background." Then the governor assigned some dangerous tasks, which happened to hit the guns of the enemy. Rosaria couldn't help but sigh. Hey, they are all warriors of the Empire. My Xingai family also died defending the Empire. They are indeed warriors. But it's a pity that those nobles wish they would die more. Field sneered. He had seen through the calculations of the nobles. Why do you say that? Rosaria was confused. Because the more the cultists make trouble, the more nobles they kill, and the bigger the pie they will get after the rebellion is suppressed. Where do you think the land and wealth of the Irevan province and the nobles who died in the war will go? In the stomachs of some nobles. Rosaria understood it at once. So you want to expose them? Of course not. We want to be the ones who divide the pie, not the ones who become the pie, nor the ones who turn the table. Field arranged for the army to camp and went to the fortress to show his face. This is a good opportunity to brush up his reputation. Maybe he can get rid of the stupid title of Happy Bean Baron. After passing through several gates, Field entered the heavily guarded fortress. Someone came up to him and said Lei Ying invited him to reminisce about the past. Good day, Happy Bean, Baron Field. Lei Ying wanted to follow etiquette and call him by his name first, but when he saw Field's frighteningly dark face, he quickly changed his words. You're late, and I and Aisha have been waiting for a long time. Wait for me? Who is Aisha? Field's mind was full of question marks. Sorry, sir, I encountered a big trouble on the way. You may not believe it, I was attacked by a black dragon. Field drew a huge circle in the air with his hands, shook his head slightly, and then let out a long sigh. I almost couldn't serve the Empire. Fortunately, my mount saved me, but the warhorse was eaten by the black dragon. Too bad. Field looked guilty, tears flashed in his eyes, and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he was about to bow. So, I was much later than the agreed time, I'm sorry. Oh, thank the goddess, fortunately you are fine. You actually ran into the black dragon. I heard about the black dragon, but it was driven away by the gods chosen of the Nibelung family last night. At least you don't have to worry when you go back. Lei Ying put his hand on Field's shoulder and said to his entourage, pick a warhorse with the blood of a monster from the stable for Field. The black one is good. It has the blood of the Death Claw monster. It has first-class speed and strong impact ability. So generous. A warhorse with Warcraft bloodline, at least 1,000 gold coins. Thank you for your generosity. Field was a little confused. He couldn't understand why Lei Ying was so enthusiastic. Then, Lei Ying looked him up and down with a greedy look, and then licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Fuck, what kind of look is that? Field subconsciously took a step back. This old deng couldn't be a homosexual. Haha, Field, do you still remember Aisha? Lei Ying poked Field's arm, then winked with a funny look, grinning. Give you a hint, she is my niece. No impression, not even in the original owner's memory. Seeing Field's slightly embarrassed look, Lei Ying said regretfully, thank goodness Miss Aisha still remembers you. It's not the knight's fault to disappoint a girl. Field was speechless. Sorry, please don't keep me in suspense. Aisha Valga Nibelungen, one of the Earl's granddaughters. The family's new god-chosen one, and your childhood playmate. Remember when you were little, you always ran around behind her and she called you an oversized slug. Damn, God, meow, an oversized slug. Although his mind was still blank, Field pretended to say, "Oh, I remember the lovely and charming Miss Aisha. Yes, I'll take you to see her. She has mentioned you many times. What's going on recently? There are a lot of peach blossoms and they are all God-chosen ones. Field can't do it." Soon, Field saw Aisha, who looked forced to work. Her beautiful face was extremely gloomy at the moment. She sat on a chair, holding a teacup dignifiedly, wearing a black and blue satin dress. "Did you see my niece? An elegant and beautiful noble lady. I think a true knight will never back down in the love field." Lei Ying gave Field an encouraging look. "Your charm is absolutely good." Field felt puzzled. This enthusiasm was wrong. Since he became a noble, his understanding of nobles has become clearer. That is, things without benefits, almost never done. There is an alternative, that is him, Field. Introduce a God's chosen to himself? Impossible. He is not long Aishan, and he will be scared to kneel down and worship with a tremor of the tiger's body. "Where is her lord?" Field asked tentatively. "Well, Aisha's contractor is her second uncle. Barren, but he didn't come today." Lei Ying obviously didn't expect Field to mention this. Should an ordinary young people, seeing the God's chosen's amazing appearance, come up to him and lick him with a flattering face? Don't think too much. If she finds someone she likes, she can change the contractor. The God's chosen will naturally respect the Lord and despise others. Lei Ying, this old man, asked himself to lick a contracted God's chosen, which was inexplicable. Wait, isn't it a plot of the nobles messing around? There are many close relatives who marry, after all, to ensure the purity of blood. And when there is a child, just find an honest person to take over. Just like my eldest brother messing around with my sister-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandmother, it was all told by Cow. Field laughed and teased, "Oh, aren't they getting married? I'm looking forward to attending the party." Misarrangement is not a knight's doing. The contract is a family decision. Miss Aisha is still a pure girl and has no experience in love. Lei Ying very embarrassed but kept serious. Field cast a puzzled look. "How do you know it's pure? Have you opened it and checked it?" "Oh, that's great. I like to get along with beautiful ladies the most." Field raised his eyelids, pretended to be very excited, turned his head and walked towards Aisha, but the corners of his mouth were playfully raised. In his heart, Field had a guess about their tricks. Aisha was surrounded by 7 or 8 handsome and confident nobles. Those proud men were telling boring jokes to make Aisha happy. Why do soldiers always bring a chair to the battlefield? Because they want to win. Ha ha ha, this joke is so interesting. You are so humorous. The men flattered each other, but their eyes were always on Aisha's beautiful face. Aisha reluctantly raised the corners of her mouth, and the blue veins on the back of her hand bulged slightly. If it weren't a public place, she would have wanted to twist the heads of these annoying flies off. "Hello, Miss Aisha, do you remember me?" Field walked over, waved and greeted, and said in an aristocratic tone that he himself found disgusting, "I am Field from the Ross family. You are really the brightest star today." "Of course, I remember." Aisha stood up, apologized to the men around her, and walked out of the crowd. She glanced at Field, hiding the disgust in her eyes. She put her hands in front of her and said indifferently, "Let's go. It's too stuffy here. Let's go out for some fresh air." Field immediately felt dozens of unfriendly eyes, but it doesn't matter. These handsome men who can chat up a chosen one with a lord are all idiots. Either don't understand internal affairs or have no background. They try to get on the big ship of the Nibelungen family, but Field's purpose is different. He wants to use the other party's identity to gain some benefits. At least on the battlefield, he will never let the Earl's granddaughter rush to the front line. The two walked out of the fortress and went out for some fresh air. Of course, outside the fortress, there is nothing good to smell except the stench of soldiers, excrement, and blood. Field was very twisted. This bad smell makes me miss night territory. Although night territory is poor and leaky, at least you don't have to worry about stepping on shit. I heard that you defeated a 3rd-level rat demon. Aisha kept a distance and didn't turn her head when she spoke. How brave. It was my knights and soldiers who did it. And I have to thank the goddess for her favor. Aisha was very curious about this matter. Did you really survive in night territory? There are only rotten corpses there. You should change a territory. There is no choice who would want to open up wasteland. Field said, "Nonsense. I'm just struggling to survive. If I can't hold on one day, I will come back. At worst, I don't want the noble title. In fact, I want to be a bounty hunter, haha." "No, it's stupid. Well, I mean, it's good to have ideals, but it's unwise to give up the noble title." Elsa was frightened by Field. She wanted to curse him irritably. Without a noble title, she was just a lowly servant. What's the point of talking about it? But she opened her mouth and changed her words. I believe you will make a rational choice. It's hard to hold on. Look at my army. At alone nights there are not even a few horses, not to mention weapons. They were all lost in the battle with corruption. That's not a problem. I will send you some horses and weapons. Our family can give some help. I will. You are really an angel. Field almost laughed to death. He had confirmed his guess and got some benefits. Rubbing his chin, Field sighed in his heart. It seems that my adopted father, Count Kurt, is going to die. The Nibelungen family can't wait to get a share of the spoils. Hey, I didn't even think about the inheritance, but someone else helped me think about it. What an honor. From the map of the Empire's family power, the Ross family is mainly in the Rick province, but in the Morning Wind province, it also has enclaves, a total of 2 cities, 3 fortresses, and a large area of land directly under its jurisdiction. The Night Territory is also one of the Ross family's enclaves. When the 6th-level god of the Ross family was not dead, it was at its peak. There were enclaves and industries everywhere, and the family power was extremely strong. But now, even the ancestral land has been targeted. When we first met, he said I was a good person. It turns out that he had already inquired about it and caught the honest people to bully. After the death of Count Kurt, Field, as a descendant, was able to get some land. If Field married Aisha, the Nibelungen family would have room for operation at this time. First, through interpersonal operations, let Field obtain the territory of Morning Wind. Then let someone kill Field, and Aisha will be the wife and inherit all the land. The Nibelungen family can easily get huge benefits and pretend that nothing happened. From the fact that Aisha has already signed a contract, but still needs to find a husband, it can definitely be seen that there is a problem, because they have no intention of really getting married. Of course, it may also be true love, although the possibility is 0. Field muttered he still knows how much he weighs. What are you thinking about? Aisha put her hair behind her ears. Nothing, thinking about the war. The two chatted casually for a few words and Aisha left, but Field believed that as long as he was more proactive, Aisha would be happy to contact him, although her face was full of forced business. Soon, soldiers delivered equipment and horses. There were a total of 6 war horses, one of which was particularly handsome and had the blood of a magic beast. In addition, there were 20 hickory crossbows, 50 square shields, and 50 standard sabers. Very good. Field was so happy that he played with the shield and long sword in his hands. Woo, the horn of assembly came from afar. Field found a high platform, put his hands on the awning, looked out for a while. It immediately came down to urge. Hammer, distribute the weapons, the rebels are attacking, prepare for battle. The next morning the sky was slightly bright. In the sound of the dull horn, countless people in tattered linen clothes, holding sticks, dung forks or hatchets, densely mixed together. There were men, women, and even children. They looked terrified, trembling and taking steps of different sizes, but they shouted slogans in their mouths. Shadows descend to the world, blood sacrifice to the true God. More than 50,000 villagers were evilized by the eye of long-cherished wish and began to gather under the order of the cultists. They were boundless, stretching for dozens of miles, preparing to attack the fortress. The nobles have blocked the cultists in Idhaven for almost a month. If they don't break out, they will be trapped here. In the middle of the crowd of villagers, a group of about 3,000 armored warriors stood out. They were wearing gray and white uniforms. Wearing a long robe, with unknown runes on his face, he screamed loudly. God's will orders you to take the fortress. The commander-in-chief of the imperial army in this battle, Governor Taklin, also fully demonstrated the pride and arrogance of the nobles. He didn't take the peasants and cultists seriously at all, not relying on the defense of the fortress, but taking the initiative to attack head-on. Amid the high-spirited roars and prayers, the noble coalition poured out from the gates of the fortress and formed different sizes of military formations on the field. This battle involved the private elites of the nobles of the 3 provinces of Kadar, Morning Wind and Rick, as well as the Imperial Legion and the Griffin Knights, and the knights composed of adventurers, patriots, and small nobles from all around. Soon, military flags were everywhere. The magician kept throwing long-range magic or reconnaissance magic at the opponent's military formation. The soldiers shouted excitedly, their voices shook the sky. Fight for the Empire. Fight for the Queen. Fight for glory. Very good, the formation is almost complete. Let Livlasa lead 1,000 heavy cavalrymen to attack the rebels head-on, then the whole army will attack. Taklin stood on the watchtower of the fortress, and he was full of heroic spirit. He slapped the railing and said angrily, "I will make these mud-legged people pay the price." "Sir, do you want to let the scouts test? We haven't seen the enemy's chosen ones yet." A noble asked. Taklin waved his hand indifferently. "No need, they are just a mob, we must crush them head-on." "Yes, sir." "Follow your will. Use the sound transmission magic to notify everyone and prepare to attack." The commander of the rebels was also possessed by some kind of demon. His subordinates were all pale and skinny mobs, but they were not at all inferior to the coalition forces of tens of thousands of nobles. The heavy horn sounded, echoing in everyone's chest. The controlled people trembled wildly, tears squeezed out of their eyes because of fear, but their bodies could not help but move forward, surrounded by soldiers and cultists shouting, "Blood sacrifice to the true God! Blood sacrifice to the true God!" Field was in the 3rd Corps on the left wing of the coalition army. It was a small square formed by the nobles' private army. If we use the war in China as an example, this kind of small square formed by a large group of people fighting on their own is a taboo in war. Once a noble retreats, it is likely to lead to a collective rout. Governor's order, full-scale attack, annihilate the enemy army. As the commander of the left wing, Lei Ying shuttled back and forth between the army formations, constantly encouraging or issuing orders. His roar was accompanied by fighting spirit, which made Field's ears buzz. "Attack! Attack!" Countless soldiers shouted in unison and stepped forward. More than 10,000 nobles' private army on the left wing stepped forward slowly. At the same time, magicians from various families began to chant, and various enhancement magics fell into the coalition team as if they were free. Unfortunately, there were no magicians in the night territory, and there was no enhancement. Field shook his head helplessly. Second-level magic, light feather. Field felt his whole body lighten, and the iron armor on his body seemed to be nothing. Turning his head, he saw a familiar figure. It was the knight Laurent he had met before. His family magician generously gave Field a buff. "Hi, Baron Field." He gave Field a thumbs up, then raised his lance with excitement and shouted, "Show those damn rebels a little color." To the nobles, the rebels were just a group of hungry rabble walking merits. "Of course." Field smiled and then put on his helmet. He was wearing 2 layers of iron armor, and the violent beating of his heart could still be heard clearly. The 3 armies, with flags waving, pressed forward. There was no temptation, and they attacked directly. An elite cavalry phalanx was lined up in front, and Livla, the chosen one from the Empire, shouted, "Imperial heavy cavalry, follow me to charge." Level 3 magic skill, Comet Impact. She turned into a sky-blue flame and rushed towards the cult phalanx. Wherever she passed, all the blockers were crushed into powder. Even if they were not directly attacked, the bodies of the people around them who were touched by the flames almost immediately burned up. There were miserable howls and explosions of people being burned to ashes everywhere. Livlasa was like a high-speed train, directly crashing into a bloody railroad. With Livlasa leading the way, the heavy cavalry followed in a wedge formation by following the bloody path. They actually used precious heavy cavalry to charge the first wave. They are really confident. Field was shocked. This governor was really a tiger in fighting. Don't you need to consume arrows? At least let the magicians bombard for a few rounds. Similarly, if they let the chosen ones rush in directly, they would not be afraid of being caught by the enemy's chosen ones. The griffin flag of the Empire was flying high, and the heavy cavalry had reached within 100 meters and began to urge the horses to sprint at full speed. The armor hit by the rebels' slings and arrows made a ding-dong sound, and there was no way to penetrate it. "Beware of the scorpion crossbow," someone shouted, and the rebels pushed out a small crossbow cart, which was 1 person tall and much smaller than the city defense crossbow, but it was easy to break armor. The field weapon called scorpion crossbow suddenly started, and dozens of giant arrows penetrated the heavy cavalry square, immediately nailing 20 to 30 heavy cavalry to death. The more tragic guys were even nailed together with their horses. Such a loss could make most barons bankrupt in an instant, but for the entire coalition, it was just a drizzle. The heavy cavalry's charge came in a blink of an eye. Although the rebels set up countless halberds and spears, the heavy cavalry still crashed into it without fear. Bang! It was like a wall hitting another wall. The front line was instantly covered by blood mist. The sky was filled with pieces of meat smashed by war horses. A large number of rebels were pushed and fell, and then trampled into the mud by horses' hooves. The coalition heavy cavalry also suffered a lot of losses, and many heavy cavalry were strung like candied haws. It was too late for Field to look at the situation ahead, because the left wing where he was about to meet the enemy. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, a dense firebomb passed over his head and landed in a square formation not far from Field. I don't know which small family's private army was in trouble. Under the saturated firebomb attack, the general formation was blown into a pile of fragments in an instant, leaving the noble stunned in place, looking at the blood splashed on his body at a loss. In the extraordinary war, ordinary people completely consume magic power and fighting spirit. If they consume divine power, it is a bloody profit. Although ordinary people have a chance to kill the chosen one by relying on their numbers, it is definitely not in a field battle, and it is not something that can be done by cannon fodder soldiers. Damn, it's more cruel than I thought. Field saw the rebels calling in archers through the crowd of people, and immediately shouted, "Raise your shields." The knight army, which was highly focused, immediately raised their shields and walked forward slowly. The sound of arrows hitting the shields rang out immediately. Arrows penetrated the gaps in the shields and shot down the enemy. Several soldiers were killed. Fortunately, the rebels' bows and arrows were mainly hunting bows, which were okay for shooting rabbits, but the lethality of attacking soldiers wearing leather armor was extremely low, and only 3 or 4 people were shot, and they were all slightly injured. "We will shoot again." Seeing that the other side had shot around, Field was not a person who was willing to suffer a loss. He immediately took advantage of the gap and ordered his soldiers to shoot arrows. The support materials obtained earlier were now just in use. After a burst of machine guns, more than a dozen rebels fell immediately. There was no time to shoot the second round. The coalition forces at the front collided with the rebels face to face, and the two armies immediately fell into a chaotic and tragic hand-to-hand combat. Swords, spears, swords, and halberds were madly harvesting lives, and blood and flesh was splashed everywhere. Even if a knight or warrior with fighting spirit was trapped in a crowd, there was no room to dodge at all. There were people in front, behind, left, right, and even under his feet. Any fighting skills or fighting techniques were shit. If you were unlucky, you couldn't even raise your hands. At this moment, only strength and armor were the most reliable. Field saw with his own eyes that a strong warrior, with a burst of second-level fighting spirit, swept through several rebels. Then his fighting spirit was exhausted. He was stabbed by random guns, and finally his head was smashed by farm tools. The two sides had no formation at all. It was just a bloody collision. In just 10 minutes, the heads were kicked and rolled around, and the blood almost gathered into a pool of blood. Let's stabilize the formation. He came here to fish, but he didn't really intend to bury the whole army here. Field had already gotten off the horse, and there was no room to sprint at this moment. It was better to stay in his own army. He asked the first army to maintain the defensive gun formation and stop advancing. As the saying goes, if you don't run to the front line will run to you. Soon, Field was surprised to find that he actually met the rebels. The other troops in front of him either collapsed or died. The howling rebels rushed forward with tattered weapons in hand. Their morale was terrifyingly high. They were controlled and had no right to escape, just like the corpses in the Night Lord. Really, I'm dreaming of the night territory. Field was shocked. Did he have a grudge against the corpse? However, the enemy was already on his face, and it was meaningless to avoid the battle. He suddenly drew out his sword and commanded, "Ready, stab." The soldiers overlapped their spears and fired at the same time. The thin rebels were instantly stabbed and blood was sprayed. Keep the rhythm, stab. The rebels were like onions, neatly peeled. Hysterical screams had not stopped yet, and more rebels surged up, like huge waves hitting the gun formation. Fortunately, the thin linen clothes and rough farm tools were no match for the gun formation. The rebels could only fall down piece by piece, like wheat being cut. Both the rebels and the coalition forces fought without any rules. The battlefield gradually became chaotic, and the two sides were strangled into a piece, like a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, black and white mixed together. The chosen ones also joined the battlefield. They went to the rear of the rebels and fought with the chosen ones of the rebels. They were of no benefit to the front battlefield. They could only hear the fierce battle like thunderstorms in the distance. Soon, magic disappeared from the battlefield. All kinds of magic that destroyed the world before were almost extinct. Occasionally, a magician would come up with one, but it would be solved by defense or purification magic. Ordinary soldiers, who were originally cannon fodder, gradually became the absolute main force on the battlefield. After an hour, the magicians were almost exhausted and could only retreat to the rear to replenish magic. The fighting knights could continue to fight with their physique. The battlefield completely turned into a pure melee. Due to the governor's bold fighting style, there was no reserve team, and many people were exhausted, especially the infantry wearing heavy armor. At this time, the army led by Knight showed an extremely tenacious will. Stab, stab. The endless spears stabbed, maintaining an excellent rhythm, and madly harvested the rebels. The first army of the Knight territory firmly occupied a small earthen slope, with the wolf flag flying high, and the surrounding area quickly piled up a wall of corpses with the bodies of the rebels. The soldiers, on the other hand, did not change their expressions. They found that this was no different from the familiar Knight territory. It was even more comfortable, because the rebels were not as scary as the corpses. More and more noble soldiers, or soldiers who were dispersed, gathered under Field's flag and stood firm together. Damn, I wanted to keep a low profile. Field was embarrassed. A bunch of small nobles gathered around him, and everyone stared at each other. No one expected that the fearless mudlegs would be so fierce when they went crazy. Fortunately, Field felt that the rebel army was shaky. After fighting for 2 hours, someone was heard shouting, "The rebels retreated! The rebels retreated!" The rebels retreated to the rear like a receding tide, stepping on the blood plasma on the ground in the noise, but only the strong men retreated. The old, weak women and children who were previously trapped were all torn to pieces on the ground. Destroy the enemy. Glory be to me. After hearing an excited roar, the gate of the fortress opened again. Governor Tacklin shouted glory, rode on a handsome lion-like monster, led his guards and 3,000 light cavalry who had been well rested, and pursued the fleeing rebels. The blood-red sun shone on the blood-stained land, corpses were everywhere, blood gathered into rivers, and there were ownerless war horses or crying soldiers everywhere. My hands are sore. Field sat on the pile of corpses piled up by the rebels, gasping for breath. He couldn't remember how many people he had killed. Even with Rosaria's blessing, he still felt tired. Thanks to you, Baron Field. I really didn't expect the rebels to be so tenacious. Laurent looked like a bloody man. He was also uncomfortable, breathing like a bellows. Field was thirsty, licked the corner of his mouth and smacked his lips, saying, "This is the power of the 5th-level artifact. Tens of thousands of people have been turned into fearless monsters. It really surprised me." My Lord Water. Iron Hammer came over and he still had the strength. He tore off his armor, and a bunch of arrows fell out with a clang. He smiled, tore off his inner armor, wiped the blood on his hands on his clothes, and then handed over the kettle. Ton. After drinking, Field felt much better. Send some water to other lords too. Field didn't mind brushing his favor. He stood up and rode on his horse, intending to go to the front to see. After climbing over a small hill, he saw the governor's light cavalry chasing the defeated army, and farther away was the battlefield of the gods chosen, with all kinds of gorgeous skills bursting out, and the surrounding beautiful mountains and rivers had been flattened. Before he could take a look, the 3 gods chosen of the rebels fled. Sure enough, the stronger they are, the harder it is to die. I heard that the Empire didn't even send out the 6th-level gods chosen. Field shook his head and then planted the wolf flag in his hand on the hill. The 6th-level gods chosen will not be dispatched easily, each guarding the core of the Empire. But in a moment, Field saw the returning Imperial chosen one. Damn it, that pighead actually let the heavy cavalry charge the spear array head-on. I was beaten by 3 chosen ones and almost died. Livlasa had loose red hair, half of her shoulder was festering, and the bones could be seen faintly. Her artifact had been dissociated, and she rode a unicorn, complaining angrily. I almost returned to the arms of the goddess of war. The artifact has been dissociated for half an hour. You didn't come earlier. We have to obey orders too, won't you rush back? Some chosen ones didn't care. Sorry, Livlasa, I will heal you. There were also companions of the Imperial army who kept comforting her. You better keep your voice down. If he hears it, I will let you rush the city wall directly next time. The Nibelungen family will provide you with the best conditions. Field also saw Aisha, but as a 1st-level chosen one, she could only walk at the end and had no say. That must be the chosen one who ran into him at the beginning. He really suffered a lot. Field looked around for a while, but he didn't see the figure he wanted to see. He was very disappointed. He felt sick because of the fishy wind, so he returned to the First Army of Night. In this battle, the First Army of Night died 17 people and injured 61 people. But the amazing thing is that they gathered more than 100 masterless soldiers. Their masters either died in the battle or disappeared. At night, everyone in the camp was resting. There were wailing and crying of the wounded everywhere. We just left the fortress gate. Field rubbed his eyebrows. In this battle, not many elite soldiers of the noble coalition died. After all, they were overpowered by equipment. But many of them collapsed. In the era of cold weapons, collapse was a normal thing. The winner just needed to slowly gather the troops. The most serious casualties were Livlasa and her heavy cavalry corps. More than 360 knights died, dying from exhaustion and siege. She herself had her divine weapon disintegrated and was seriously injured, so it would take a long time for her to recover. In the first battle to suppress the rebellion, a chosen one was forced to leave the battlefield. Arya was cooking the soup, stirring it with a spoon in the pot, her long hair draped over her shoulders. She seemed to be afraid that her hair would fall into the soup, so she gathered it with one hand. Worried that her identity as a dragonborn would be exposed and ridiculed by the dragons, Arya specifically asked Field for a black robe and a veil. Does this guy care so much about the pride of the dragons? He wears the same clothes as the Arabs. Field shook his head helplessly, lowered his head to check the new orders on the parchment and the map of Idaven province. The cultists broke through the fortress, and the plan to roam the Morning Wind province was shattered. The governor's plan to suppress the rebellion was to attack in 6 directions, take down all the fortresses and cities in the rebellious areas, and finally go to the Viscount's territory to encircle the cultists' base camp. Field, it seems that you have found a new love. I am very happy. A familiar voice came, and Field looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 unforgettable figures. Brother Adrian and his chosen one. You're not dead. I thought you would die like a pig or dog in the attack of the cultists. Adrian licked his lips and looked at the dragonborn who was cooking with greedy eyes. His eyes stayed on the dragonborn for a while. Although she was covered by a veil and a black robe, he was still shocked by this veiled, enchanting woman and showed his desire without hesitation. "Ha, long time no see, my dear brother." Field was overjoyed and stood up quickly. He was not angry at his words at all. Instead, he looked at him with a dead look, then showed a harmless smile and walked forward slowly. "You have changed a lot. Your nose is not as straight as before." When he first came to this world, Field punched him in the face. "What did you say?" The younger brother narrowed his eyes slightly. Field spread his hands. "You are still so irritable and perverted. I thought you would be more mature." "Mature like you? You dare not go to the fiefdom to take office, but hide in Maple Leaf territory or come to Idaven to fill the number." The younger brother shouted very loudly, wishing that everyone could hear, "I will expose your cowardly behavior." The nobles who were camped nearby loved to watch the lively tearing scenes and immediately came up. "What's going on? Aren't they all from the Ross family?" It is said that Field is very cowardly. His lover was tortured to death by his younger brother, and he did not fight back. "Oh my God, it's so funny." "I don't think it's likely." Field fought bravely. The nobles whispered. Field rolled his eyes, but he was very excited in his heart because he saw his younger brother's chosen one here, which means one thing: the defense of his younger brother's territory is extremely empty. He participated in the rebellion step by step, just for this moment. "Oh, you dare to hit me, you're done, bastard." Adrian's eyes were filled with shock and hatred. He staggered back in embarrassment. "Kill him for me. You're like a dog barking non-stop." Field was not polite and wanted to punch him again. But when he saw his brother's chosen one raising his hand, he immediately stepped back a few steps. Field still remembered that he had asked her to be thrown out by the neck last time. Although she couldn't kill a noble in public, she could still beat herself up. "You actually hurt my lord, unforgivable." Allison didn't expect that Field would dare to attack her lord in front of her for the second time. She was shocked and angry, and her divine power surged immediately, and fire butterflies flew out, each of which contained amazing fire energy. Field subconsciously touched the gluttony greatsword. "Fuck her, Field." Rosaria was already yelling in her mind, "I'm going to chop them into pieces." Enough, a terrifying fighting spirit slashed down, directly cut a bottomless crack in the ground. Lei Ying folded his arms and warned, "Do you want to fight in public? We are suppressing the rebellion. Anyone who dares to do it will be punished by the imperial military law." Who do you think you are? He hit me first. Damn my face. Adrian covered his nose, blood flowed down, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Lei Ying's tone was calm, and the long sword in his hand pointed at Adrian. Don't let me say it a second time. Please maintain the dignity of a noble, and don't let your family be ashamed. Field let go of the sword, he shrugged. Your Excellency's face still needs to be given. He knew that he couldn't fight. In public, he couldn't be killed by other nobles. Similarly, he couldn't kill Adrian. This was challenging the authority of the entire empire. Besides, he wouldn't get any benefits from fighting for the time being, and it was a profit to punch him. Very good. Lei Ying nodded. He liked people who knew what was good for them. Damn it. Adrian was very angry. Field walked forward with a smile and whispered to the two of them, remember, this punch is only 1/10,000th of the interest. In addition, there is one thing I want to return to you. I will take away your beloved and then ravage her severely, hee. After Field finished speaking, he smiled coldly, turned around and left, leaving Adrian screaming. Fuck, you dare to confront the Lord who has the chosen one. You are really a role model for our little nobles. Some little nobles were full of admiration. Tesk, you are just a fool. You actually beat your own brother. This is not what a moral person should do. It's too cold-blooded. It was obviously Adrian who provoked it. Everyone was talking about it, but the Ross family was undoubtedly embarrassed. Field didn't care. After he returned to his tent, the Dragonborn actually took the initiative to find him and expressed his gratitude with a shy face. Well, I didn't expect you to stand up for me. Thank you very much. I'm not just for you. This revenge has been longed for a long time. You don't have to take it to your heart. The original owner's bloody revenge, the caddy's old phase, was abused and killed, and the innocent little girl who was killed by fire butterflies was threatened by many times and made him super unpleasant. Back to the camp, but lying down the moment when I lie down. In the forest, 60 or 70 figures were wearing black robes, or leaning on trees or sitting on the ground, all silent. Ashina's scarlet eyes kept watching, and finally put their eyes on the estate in the distance. Field lowered his voice and whispered, Ashina. My lords, you are here. The girl showed a look of surprise, turned her head and showed a bright smile to Black Crow. How is the war situation in Idaven province? Can Rosaria protect you? If she doesn't work hard, I will go back and bite her. I'm fine here. Have you arrived at Fulan territory? This is the border of Fulan territory. We arrived here this morning according to your instructions and rested for a day. In front is the manor of a knight, and his village is not far to the east. It is very rich. The manor has a watchtower, stone walls, and even a small crossbow. We are waiting for your order. Good. Field was overjoyed. The rebellion was just a cover for the looting army, and the war of revenge has just begun. No matter whether the owner of your manor is a good man or a bad man, the butt determines the head, and it should have been a long time ago. Without saying a word, Field directly controlled Black Crow to spread its wings. The high-flying black crows hovered over the manor, and the manor's defense was in full view. Field passed the intelligence he had been collecting to Ashna. The soldiers on the stone wall were a little slack, holding long spears in their arms, or leaning against the parapet to sleep, or walking back and forth. They didn't notice at all that a pitch-black crow had exposed their defensive positions. Yeah, a sharp crow cry. The gatekeeper suddenly woke up, almost throwing the long spear in his hand, and staggered, almost falling to the ground. Damn crow, bad luck. The soldiers cursed. Their attention was attracted by the black crow, so they didn't notice a series of black shadows, cheetahs, and arrived at the bottom of the city wall at a fast speed. And one by one, the corrupted great swordsman with fighting spirit surging directly hooked a claw on the wall and climbed up quickly like a spider. The vertical wall was like flat ground for them. Did you hear any sound? It's like there are rats running around in the wall. I don't know. The soldier holding the bow was confused. I guess I've been too angry recently and I'm hallucinating. When will I go to the village to deal with 2 women? The captain of the wall fiddled with his ears with his fingers, looking unhappy, and subconsciously stuck his head out to see what was happening under the wall. Puff! A silver-white arrow, like a silver meteor, hit the captain's face directly. With a crisp explosion, his whole head exploded like a watermelon. Enemy! Before the soldier, holding the bow, had time to speak. Large group of tall and ferocious figures easily climbed up the parapet with an extremely light posture. One of them stabbed straight with a sword, and the sword suddenly pierced through the back of the soldier's neck. The sharp tip of the knife was still bleeding. The great swordsman casually swung it, and the headless body rolled to the ground like a rag. Without any hesitation, the great swordsman quickly found a sentry post. His corrupted gray eyes swept through the crack of the door and saw two soldiers chatting and a guy lying down to take a nap. Bang! He kicked the door open with such force that the door panel flew off. Sudden movement scared the two soldiers who were chatting. They trembled and subconsciously thought it was the commander. When they saw the person coming, it was a heavily armored soldier covered in blood and holding a ferocious sword. They were shocked and subconsciously reached for their weapons. The terrifying sword swept out with a strong wind. The blood was like a gorgeous red curtain splashing on the wall behind. The two soldiers were cut in half, including their armor, and their intestines flew everywhere. This scene was seen by the soldier who had just woken up. His pupils trembled, his legs softened, and he rolled off the bed directly. He opened his mouth several times, but he couldn't say the words of begging for mercy because he was afraid. "Let me go." I managed to squeeze out the words when he came out. The great swordsman chopped off his entire head with one sword, and the mixed sword energy even crushed the bed behind him. "The order is to kill everyone." The corrupt throat squeezed out a difficult-to-hear sentence. Beep, beep, beep. A whistle alarm sounded outside the house. The whole manor was like boiling water poured into a hornet's nest, and everyone began to panic. The guards began to line up, and the slaves were scared and hid everywhere. Before a soldier died, he used his last strength to blow the alarm. But it was too late. 50 great swordsmen had already rushed into the manor and quickly eliminated the most threatening crossbows and sentry posts. After getting rid of the 3 great swordsmen, he turned around and left the sentry post, and saw 2 of his kind jump downstairs and slowly open the door. "Disperse them, don't let them line up," Field shouted. "Cavalry charge." The next moment, Asuna led the subhuman cavalry and rushed in directly from the open door. More than 30 soldiers who had just assembled in formation were directly dispersed by the cavalry. The terrifying impact of the Black Wolf directly turned 6 soldiers into blood mist. The corrupted swordsmen and cavalry quickly followed and madly harvested lives with spears and swords. Almost instantly, the battle turned into a tragic massacre. The guards or slaves of the manor, as long as they were alive, even dogs, all fell in a pool of blood. The owner of the manor, Knight Crowling, was still being affectionate with the maid when he suddenly heard the sound of killing outside. "What's going on, sir? It seems someone broke in." The guard inside the house answered tremblingly, secretly glancing at the Lord. "Could it be those mountain bandits? You actually ask me, you useless thing. Even with the city walls, people still broke in. I will hang everyone later." Clawling was furious. He didn't have time to put on his armor, and he picked up an axe with a curse. "How dare you come to my territory and make trouble, damn bastard. Come with me, let them see the combat power of the 2nd-level fighting knight." Crowling led all the guards in the house and pushed open the door. "Goddess, is this hell?" The guards were dumbfounded as soon as they opened the door. The manor was in chaos, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The previous cries and begging for mercy had completely disappeared, replaced by the whistling of the cold wind. Corpses piled up on the ground, and even his hounds were killed. The Black Crow flag was inserted on the pile of corpses, and the blood sprayed on it added a bit of gloomy color to it. "Who are you?" Crowling suddenly felt it difficult to breathe, and a terrifying atmosphere made him breathless. Asuna smiled and said, "Tell me everything you know, any valuable information, and I will give you a quick death." "It's too early to say this now." Crowling's fighting spirit burst out, and he held the axe in front of him. However, he found that more than 20 big swordsmen in heavy armor had already climbed into the house and cut off their retreat. The two-handed sword flashed with a cold light, and all of them contained the 1st-level Dukai. "All of them are Dukai soldiers. How is it possible?" Clow Ling was stunned. "You know, people with Dukai can at least be knights and have fiefs. What heavenly law did he break to be besieged by so many Dukai soldiers?" Obviously, this group of people in front of him are not mountain bandits at all, but a powerful regular army. "Tell me the valuable information." "Don't make me say it for the 3rd time." Clow Ling has already begun to retreat. His brain is working rapidly. "Although they are all Dukai soldiers, I have the 2nd-level Dukai. As long as I grab a warhorse, I can escape to Fulen City for help." He quietly moved his feet and said arrogantly, "Do you know where this is? This is the territory of the Ross family, and the noble Baron Adrian is in charge here. Leave here immediately, otherwise the Baron will not let you go. Since it is Adrian's territory, it is not wrong to kill him." All the enemy's little movements fell into Asuna's eyes. Seeing that he had no intention of surrendering, Asuna sneered and immediately lost her patience. Clang! Asuna casually took out her gun, and a vast ripple of divine power surged out. The lance stabbed heavily, so fast. The casual attack of the Chosen One was so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to catch it in the eyes of the Dukai Knight. Clawling's pupils shrank, and he did not dare to be careless. He quickly mobilized his Dukai, and the Dukai energy surging in his body allowed him to strike a peak blow. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out, and the floor could not withstand the sudden pressure and burst directly. Clawling groaned and retreated 10 steps. His knuckles were torn, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His gathered fighting spirit was actually dispersed, and his body was in chaos. I'll tell you. Seeing that the great swordsmen around him were trying to capture him, Clawling immediately pushed with both hands, looking flattering. Tell me. Asuna looked at his backward steps with amusement. Sure enough, the next moment Clawling exploded his fighting spirit, shaking off the great swordsmen nearby. Then he turned around and ran, crashing into a house at high speed, intending to leave through the window. Humans are so cunning. Asuna drew her bow and shot an arrow, and the silver arrow shot straight through the wall, accurately penetrating the wall and breaking Clawling's calf. Clawling felt dizzy, and before he could figure out what was going on, his body rolled to the ground like a rolling gourd. Ugh! My legs! Yes, humans are very cunning except for me, who is pure and innocent, like a white lotus growing in a swamp. Field manipulated the black crow to land on Asuna's shoulder and said shamelessly, Yes, sir, you are the best. Asuna shook her wolf ears. Anyway, whatever the Lord said was right. But her treatment of the enemy fully demonstrated the cruelty of the white wolf subhuman. Black wolf, eat that fighting knight bite by bite. I said before that only by providing valuable information can you avoid torture. Talking crows, you are evil demons. Several guards were already scared to death. They didn't even have the courage to stand up and huddled together. Asuna shook her tail behind her. If you don't want to be eaten up bit by bit and go to hell, say something useful. By the way, you guys speak separately. Whoever says something different from others will be eaten. Listening to Clawling's screams, the guards were already scared out of their wits. There was no need to torture him at all. They knelt down one by one and said everything they should and shouldn't say. The guards told all the manors, secret posts, trade routes and villages of several knights around. Search for all the weapons, coins and high-value items in the manor, and then hide them in the nearby mountains. We need a small base to hide the spoils. By the way, if the crossbow on the wall can be dismantled, pack it up and take it away. It's good that the main one is not wasted, Field said in an orderly manner. As for the livestock in the manor, I will reward you. Eat as much as you can. Don't eat dry food, you can't finish the meat. Great. Asuna was so happy that she shouted long live. Next, we will still hide during the day and go out at night to attack every place we can take. Kill all those who should be killed and take away all the things. Field said in a cold tone, it's time to give Adrian a little looting shock. If you have the guts, you can also come to the night to lead the robbery. I am fair and welcome you at any time. Soon, whole boxes of gold coins, gold and silver jewelry and magic potions was searched out. These are the fruits of several generations of business. It can be seen that they are rich to be able to support such a large group of soldiers. Everyone spent the whole night happily looting. The next morning, Field yawned, got up from the camp bed, walked out of the barracks and took a deep breath of the bloody air. You didn't sleep well last night. Why do you look so tired? Perhaps because of helping her yesterday, the Dragonborn's attitude was much better today. She held the baked bread and stuffed it into Field's hand. To be honest, I went to open a small account yesterday, blew up a heavily guarded manor in one breath, defeated the guarding knight, and then robbed the whole night, even moving the city defense crossbow away. Field said seriously, I never lie to my chosen one, even if it's temporary. Tusk, boring. Arya rolled her eyes. A liar is a liar. You didn't leave your bed yesterday except for giggling in the middle of the night, grinding your teeth in the second half of the night, and mumbling about wanting to touch the beast-eared girl. You didn't do anything. Are you observing me? Field's pupils trembled and shrank his neck. Girl, you are not coveting me, are you? Puff, go away. Arya walked away angrily, returned to the campfire and baked her own bread. Alas, sometimes no one believes the truth. Field rubbed his brow. Knight Laurent came to greet him early in the morning. Good day, Baron. Field immediately smiled back. Good day. I heard some bad news, which may be very important to you. Laurent said mysteriously, lowering his voice and glancing around. Phalide, who had friction with you, is also in the 3rd Legion and is a military advisor with the army. Phalide, he is. Field felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Aisha's admirer, a dandy from the capital of the empire, is said to be the illegitimate son of a great noble. Field slapped his head and remembered. Isn't it the guy in Maple Leaf City who mocked him? No wonder he was inexplicably hostile to him. He must have heard about the Niblung family's plan to match him with Aisha. That's indeed a little trouble. Field nodded, surprised. He's actually a military advisor. I didn't expect him to be so capable. You're joking. Ability can never beat noble blood. Besides, whether you are capable or not is a matter of the nobles. You can do it or not, and you can't do it or not. Although he laughed dryly a few times, Lawrence's face was full of bitterness, and he kicked 2 stones with his boots to vent. The governor who suppressed the rebellion this time had ordinary command ability, but it did not prevent him from getting the greatest credit. Anyway, you'd better be careful. Thank you very much for your help. I will pay attention. Field cast a grateful look. Lawrence scratched his head, then looked shy, rubbing his fingers constantly, and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Damn, what's this expression, you are not gay? Are you going to Van Game? Field's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Well, I hope you can take care of me during the battle. All the serfs I brought have fled, leaving only my 6 knights and my wife, a magician. But for the glory and future of my family, I can't be a coward. Wiping off the cold sweat, Field nodded and agreed. That's no problem. He was so happy to get the help of cavalry and magicians for free. The governor ordered that all the people in the 3rd Army of the Allied forces should break camp and march to the Howling Fortress. After defeating the cultists' plan to flee, the Allied forces were going to launch a counterattack. The magician used sound transmission magic to notify everyone. Amid the noisy noise, the surrounding troops began to pack up in a mess, and from time to time there were sounds of abuse and scolding. Lead the army in the night, set off. Field gave an order. With Field's order, Iron Hammer and others began to roll up their bags and load the baggage onto the car, and the whole process was orderly. This scene shocked Laurent greatly. I suddenly feel that I can really earn military merit. This time, Laurent was very happy and secretly vowed to work harder. Is Sir Field here? A pleasant voice came. Looking at the voice, it turned out to be Aisha, who jumped off the carriage in a chic manner. A beautiful day starts from seeing the beautiful Miss Aisha. Field shamelessly said cheesy love words that he himself found disgusting. He glanced at the goods that she brought. We meet again, the boastful country baron. I heard that you are devoted to studying things that make the Kun girl happy, hee. Speak of the devil will appear. Before Aisha could reply, Folly hurriedly rolled down from a majestic warhorse and quickly stood between the 2 of them, blocking Field's sight. Field frowned. This guy was determined to go against him. I didn't bother with him last time, and I guess he was regarded as weak, and he started to take advantage of me. He actually said that the Ross family was countryside. If it was when the family was strong, he would have stepped into the coffin with his right leg. But now, he is so hostile to himself, and his left leg has already stepped into the coffin. Have you used the Happy Beans? Field's focus is different. Happy Beans are more popular than he thought, and the speed of spread is incredible. How much do you sell them for? It seems that selling them to Simon for 40 silver coins is still a loss, even though the price is higher than expected. No, of course I haven't used them, but I'm afraid you can't do it, so you developed the happy pills. Huh. Field was angry. I can solo the Chosen One, and the White Wolf demihumans meowed when I did it, and you actually said that I can't do it. If you have a wife, I can prove it to your wife. Field looked playful. Puff Aisha almost couldn't hold it. Pervert. The Dragonborn couldn't bear to look at him with an expression that I didn't know him. Folly almost couldn't catch his breath. You bastard, what are you talking about? Okay, we are a coalition now, don't it's useless to say these things. It's not the style of a noble to be secretive. You should introduce yourself, a noble from a big city. My name is Phalide Jifeng from the Griffin province. Phalide was very proud. He was indeed proud of being from the imperial capital, where people were either rich or noble. However, the surname Jifeng was a fake surname. All illegitimate children from the Griffin province would be called this surname. If his biological father recognized him, he would get his real surname. Field raised his eyebrows. Title. Phalide was embarrassed. A legitimate child had a title. He blushed and said with his neck stiff, After this battle, the Irevan province will set aside the best place as my fiefdom, and then I will have a title, no title. No fiefdom, oh, It turns out to be a little jerk. Field rolled his eyes. Go play. I just want to chat with nobles now, not the lower class people. Wait until you get the title and then come to chat with me. I never thought that one day I would actually use class to despise others. Field shook his head secretly. And still fell. Countless people have lost their fortunes, even their lives, to obtain the title, perhaps just for this moment. As soon as these words came out, many nobles immediately sneered. Fortified was furious. His eyes were full of hatred. He clenched his fists and didn't speak. That Field is finished. Folly is very vengeful. There's a good show to watch. Several people who also came from the imperial capital whispered, with an expression of watching a show. Okay, Mr. Fortified, I believe you can rise to the top, and capable men will shine wherever they go. At the critical moment, Aisha gave a step and comforted him with an encouraging and admiring tone. Fortified's face improved, and he turned to Aisha with admiration and gratitude. I will become the pillar of the empire and then marry my beloved woman. Field saw everything and nodded secretly, thinking, the diplomatic ability of the Nibelungen family should not be underestimated. A little girl who has just reached adulthood can easily control a man. They obviously invested in the power of the Griffin province and were able to do it with ease. Turning her head, Aisha smiled at Field again. Your heroic performance on the battlefield is remarkable. My uncle wanted to help you several times, but you solved it yourself, thanks to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives. Field answered without hesitation. That's also your credit. I brought 10 sets of large leaf-scale armor. I hope it will be helpful to you. Field accepted it embarrassedly. This makes me feel uncomfortable, thank you. Don't refuse it, it's all gold coins. I specially asked for it for you. Armor is very scarce now. Aisha's tone today is much gentler and full of affinity. Most men would probably fall when they see a beauty treat themselves like this. She curved her eyebrows and said intimately, talk to me about the battlefield. It's an honor. The two walked side by side, chatting casually. The scene almost made Folly angry to death. Chatting with the woman I was going to marry, very good, you have already got away to die. Without saying anything, Fortified walked to Field's right side in a mean manner and suddenly bumped his shoulder. Field staggered after being bumped and involuntarily pounced on Aisha, and then accidentally buried his head in Aisha's broad chest, very deep, and even on the way, it seemed that he had rubbed something incredible, and it felt very protruding. Aisha screamed, and even though she had been educated as a lady since childhood, she couldn't help her rage, and immediately a powerful divine power surged. Nemoth. Fortified's eyes were red, and he almost went crazy. This can't be blamed on me. Field touched his face, feeling very happy, but he said innocently, don't push me, Fortified, this is not a gentleman's behavior. The milk-flavored buns are really good, crunchy and soft. Humph. Aisha glared at Fortified fiercely, turned around and walked away. No, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Fortified hurriedly chased after him. After watching them leave, Field shook his head and said to his soldiers, give the scale armor to the 10 captains, and then we will set off. Iraven province was not a wealthy province, but it used to be a beautiful place, but now it is devastated and full of smoke. After marching with the army for half a day, the small nobles were given the task of clearing out the rebels, and Field was also one of them. Attacking Shanquin village, a once peaceful village with clear springs, where the villagers made a living by planting fruit trees. Now it has become a rebel outpost. They rely on the village to build a wooden fortress and provide beacon signals for the rebels. Take down Shanquin village and wipe out the rebels. I will give you a credit, and there will also be a grant from the Empire. Lei Ying patted Field on the shoulder to encourage him. I will try my best. For Field, it is easy to take down a village as there are 2 chosen ones hidden in his army. Of course, he will not attack too quickly, and fighting too hard does not conform to his plan of fishing. Baron Field, I will record your military exploits in this battle and serve as a military supervisor. Provide you with military assistance at critical moments. A resentful voice sounded behind him. Field turned his head and saw that it was Fortified whom he had seen in the morning. He rode a warhorse, wearing colorful and gorgeous robes, and his armor was also bright gilded armor. There were 30 knights following him, and only 2 of them had fighting spirit fluctuations, and they were all first level. Even though he was the illegitimate son of a powerful person, it was difficult to equip a large number of fighting spirit knights. The chosen one was even less likely to think about it, because there were chosen one families begging to give him his real surname. Field made an irritable tisk sound. This guy was just like a fly, endless. Obviously, his self-esteem was very strong, and he could not tolerate any grievances, even if the grievances were his imagination. Don't worry, although you are very rude to Miss Aisha. I will never let you die in the hands of the rebels for the sake of my colleagues in the Empire. I will generously help you. Phalide is now relieved. Although he is an illegitimate child, he is only a little bit away from obtaining the title. His father has connections, and this rebellion is just a gilded journey for him to gain legitimacy and recognition. He is now a military advisor to the Third Army and can play whatever he wants. In his opinion, the number of rebels in Shanquin village is definitely not something Field can handle. He thought to himself, I will not send out cavalry until the last moment. Of course, after rescuing them, whether they are disabled or not depends on my mood. Oh, I am happy to cooperate with you. The biggest grudge in life is to kill your father and take your wife. Although he has no interest in Aisha, he still makes a mortal enemy with him. Field was murderous and he didn't want a knife hanging over his head. However, Field pretended to be nonchalant and shrugged his shoulders. He glanced at Lei Ying helplessly. He shook his head, indicating that he could not help. Don't worry, the noble's life will definitely be protected. Lei Ying promised. Okay. Field completely lost hope for this group of selfish people who love infighting and conspiracy, although he never had any hope. The First Army of the Night has now expanded to 370 people, of which 87 are recruited unemployed soldiers with extremely poor training and no loyalty to themselves. Field uses them as free labor and cannon fodder. Under the crazy urging of folly, Field led his troops to turn around and march along the path to Shanquin village. After about 2 hours of rapid march, Field arrived at an area where dense forests and mountain roads intertwined. The ground was full of simple chevaux de frise and antler obstacles. There were also many corpses along the way, most of which were villagers who were stabbed in the back. The children lying in the bushes made the soldiers of the night silent. Be careful of traps, temporary army. Explore the way ahead. 20 recruited soldiers trembled and advanced on the mountain road. Field was observing the terrain on both sides and comparing the small map at the same time. Hey, you're too slow. Mud-legged people, stinking reptiles, hurry up. A supervising knight rode over on horseback and cracked the whip in his hand, causing Field's soldiers to look at him sideways. This is a necessary reconnaissance. Field was a man who protected his shortcomings and immediately responded coldly, if you are in a hurry, you can sprint up first. Okay, disobey military orders and delay the opportunity. Folly recorded something in a mean way. I will report everything truthfully. Damn it, you are disrespectful to the adults. Tai Chui clenched his weapon, wishing he could go up and smash their heads. Don't get excited, let the bullets fly for a while. Field sneered twice and waved his hand indifferently. I seem to have heard the adults say this. Tai Chui scratched his head in confusion through his helmet. Report to the adults, there is no danger ahead. The scout came back to report, his face full of happiness and 3 or 4 wrinkles squeezed out. Well, let's move on. Field had actually looked at the small map. There was indeed no trace of the enemy, but the Knights of Folly were very hostile to him. Walking through the narrow mountain road, you can see the mountain village halfway up the mountain. It has built complete wooden defense facilities. Even the bodies of several coalition soldiers were hung with ropes as a demonstration. Rebels in the village patrolled back and forth, and the rising and falling long spears could be seen from a distance. Attacking from low to high, the opponent still has the village as a defense, and it is impossible to attack under normal circumstances. Field found a high slope, kept looking around, and then returned to the woods, where his army temporarily hid. Attack quickly. The impatient look on the face of the supervising knight became more and more intense. He kept urging, otherwise delaying the opportunity to fight will only hinder all the coalition forces. Well, after a moment of silence, Field pretended to be helpless and said to his army, this battle can only be won, not lost, and escape is not allowed. Iron Hammer, take people to collect all the barricades and roadblocks on the mountain road and pile them all at the exit of the mountain. Be sure to block the retreat. Yes, sir. Iron Hammer was stern. In this battle, I want to cut off the retreat, and there are the adults of the supervising team watching, so don't think about retreating. Field glanced at the people in the supervising team, and they all showed a proud look. When we attack later, I hope your army will not just stay in the woods, but help us reach the wall of the village. Field asked sincerely, haha, I know, The legal principle was so inflated. Listen, cavalry, no one can step out of the forest without my order. You. Field waved his sleeves and left. After Tai Chi and others blocked the retreat at the foot of the mountain, Field gathered everyone in formation and marched silently towards Shanquin village. Haha, it's so cool. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to wag your tail and beg for mercy from me. Let's get off the horse and rest and watch the show. Since ancient times, several coalitions have often been defeated by one family. A big reason is that the coalitions have their own thoughts and interests, and it is difficult to use their strength together. This is human nature. Before Field even walked far, he heard a burst of laughter from behind, and he had to laugh out loud. Laugh, it's not me who is really desperate. Felt turned his head and glanced back with the eyes of a dead man. No one noticed that he didn't carry the big sword behind him. In the best house in Shanquin village, a master of the Shadow World sect sat by the fire, praying with strange gestures. On the fire, a little goat was pierced with an iron fork and roasted. Master Priest, all the high-end combat forces have left. Should we go back to the Screaming Fortress? An old man in religious clothing knelt in front of Amasta. This place has no value anymore. Praise the true God. Amasta did not reply but raised his hands high as the end of his prayer. Listen, everything we have should be dedicated to the true God. Don't be afraid of the enemy. The stupid coalition has already started to counterattack. You should sacrifice all the captured women first, and then drive the men to actively attack the coalition. Sacrifice the women now? I haven't had enough fun yet, haha. Damn, I've been playing for a month, and I'm still reluctant to leave. Several fanatics laughed viciously. Wait, what sound? As everyone was talking, they suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from outside, yelling, screaming, or wailing, all kinds of sounds mixed together, very noisy. Amasta, who was about to use a knife to cut meat, threw the knife on the ground with an unhappy look on his face. Did the sacrifices escape again? I want to see who is on duty and tear his bones apart. Amasta and the fanatics were about to go out when they ran into soldiers who were crawling and rolling to report. Oh no, priest. The Imperial Coalition has launched an attack on us. It's faster than expected. Let them see my magic. No, let's start with you. Amasta shook off the dust on his robe. He was very unhappy to be hit by a soldier. He stretched out his skeleton-like arms from under his robe and quickly recited a spell to the terrified soldier. Kachaputchai? The soldier fell to the ground and twitched wildly as if he was possessed by a demon. Then his flesh and blood suddenly exploded, and a bloody skeleton monster stood up from the broken flesh. Let's go, let the coalition see how powerful we are. The soldiers around him were not afraid at all when they saw this scene, but shouted excitedly. Amasta pushed open the door, climbed up the wooden wall, and saw the well-organized knight army. They look like the elite of the empire. But it's wishful thinking for such a small number of people to take over this place. Amasta is very confident. Do you want me to charge in directly? Seeing Field's fierce expression, Arya mistakenly thought that he was under a lot of pressure. I have been eating your food these days. As a thank you, I will help you fight. Arya resolutely did not mention the contract. No need. Whether it is siege or street fighting, our army needs to hone. Our vision cannot be limited to the present. You can help break the gate later. We don't even have siege weapons. Everyone listens to the order. Line up to attack. Field did not ride a horse, but stood with the army on foot, following his order. The team of 100 people slowly advanced in the form of a shield wall. The spears, like reed forests, were still stained with blood or internal organs. The soldiers tried their best to hide themselves behind the shields, but their eyes were fixed on the front. Shoot! The rebels on the wooden wall immediately threw arrows, but the rebels hunting bows and thin arrows like drizzle were completely useless except for leaving some small white marks on the shields. Although archers are the best among soldiers and strong, their equipment is very different. Soon, Yimu led the first army to the foot of the city wall. The rebels filled wooden barrels with boiling water or raised stones and prepared to throw them down. Crossbowmen shoot at the wooden wall, pinpointing the moment when the enemy's upper body was exposed from the parapet. Field made a prompt decision and asked the soldiers hidden in the team to shoot. There's almost no threshold for crossbows. As long as you have fingers and eyes, you can easily kill the enemy. A burst of dense machine gun sound, a blood mist immediately burst out on the wooden wall. The rebels who originally planned to stop Field fell down in an instant and died on the wooden wall. The boiling water in their hands was overturned and splashed on their teammates, causing a large area of chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Field shouted, "Arya, blow open the gate." Dragon roar, fire dragon breath. Magic gale. The thickened gate was ignited in an instant, and the hot flames burned fiercely. The next moment, an invisible whirlwind spread out and hit the gate, actually directly blasting the wooden gate into pieces. The rebels lined up behind the gate were suddenly attacked, blown away and burned to death. Fuck, what's going on? Amasta was shocked. There is such a powerful magician, damn it. Fanatical believers of the shadow world true God, stop the enemy for me. The fanatics under Amasta, wearing all kinds of messy armor, raised their weapons and shouted incomprehensible scriptures, howling and rushing over. Blood sacrifice to the true God. The first army of night was not to be outdone, and immediately burst into a strong shout and poured in from the broken gate. For the barren charge. Iron Hammer held a shield in one hand and a mace in the other. With a fiery fighting spirit burning in his eyes, he saw the captain of the fanatics rushing over at a glance, and without saying a word, he shouted the word die, and then used all his brute force to swing his hammer fiercely. The village was small, and there were many people on both sides. There was no room for retreat, so the fanatic could only grit his teeth and raise his beheading axe to block. There was a loud clang. Wow! In just one move. The fanatic who was addicted to alcohol and sex felt a strong force coming. His hands were sore, his knuckles were torn, and his weapon was directly knocked away. Before he could panic, he was knocked to the ground by the hammer with the shield, followed by another powerful hammer. The fanatic's head was smashed to pieces, and his bloody body was still twitching. The soldiers of the night simply held up their shields to protect themselves, and then stabbed with their guns, killing the rebels wherever they stabbed. Come out, servants of the evil god. Seeing the situation was critical, Amasta immediately squeezed out all his magic power and created 5 more blood skeleton soldiers. Kill them all. Before he finished speaking, a crossbow arrow quickly penetrated Amasta's forehead. The priest didn't even groan and fell to the ground and died immediately. Really, a mage dares to be so arrogant? Thinking I can't see you, right? The small map has long marked the enemy first-level mage. Although the mage has strong destructive power, it can still be killed by ordinary weapons. Field put away the crossbow arrow that was shot in the air, and after turning the iris brooch into a long sword, he whistled and slashed with a sacred light. The blood skeleton looked terrifying, but in fact it was not even a first-level creature. It was immediately bombarded by the iris long sword, and its bones were shattered to the ground. Kill, kill, kill. Long live Lord Field. The crowd was infected by Field's bravery and rushed into Shanquin village like a torrent, launching a fierce massacre against the rebels. In the distant forest area, Fortified looked at the boiling Shanquin village. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong, and his smile gradually disappeared. Why is the script wrong? Field should not have been repelled by the cultists many times, suffered heavy casualties, and then knelt down in front of him and begged for mercy. Sir, they seem to have attacked. A knight was shocked. Is the intelligence wrong? Fortified was also confused. It doesn't matter. We will also launch an attack later and get a share. No matter what, I will not suffer any loss. The knight asked weakly, what if Field comes to settle accounts with us? What can he do? You soldiers to besiege me. As long as one soldier leaks the secret, his noble career will be over. Besides, he is not our opponent at all. Fortified was not at all intimidated. He waved his hand. Get on the horse, let's go. I led this battle properly and it's time to take over. Hee, where are you going? This road is blocked. An elegant figure walked out of the woods. Rosaria wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and said gently, my stomach is empty, you look a little delicious. Who are you? The knights drew their swords vigilantly. Hey, woman, who are you? Fortified's pupils shrank sharply. He was not dazzled by beauty. In a war-torn land, seeing a stunning beauty smiling and walking out is definitely not a good thing because the other party may be the chosen one. Ahem, blood sacrifice. What is blood sacrifice? Blood sacrifice corruption. I'm going to kill you. Rosaria smiled morbidly, and the gluttony greatsword flashed out from behind her, and the demon pupil on the sword flashed the fierce light of corn. Run away, it's the chosen one. The knights were so scared that their pants almost flew off. Damn, why are there enemy chosen ones here? The number of chosen ones is very small, and they will only be used on the tip of the knife, such as breaking the formation, beheading, or defending the fortress. In the woods outside a small village where no one lives, the probability of encountering the enemy chosen ones is almost zero. Run, run, it will taste better. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth with her bright red tongue, her eyes slightly condensed, and the majestic divine power surged out. The gluttony greatsword was thrown out by her, and it pierced through the space in an instant, directly breaking a knight who had just mounted his horse in half. Not yet finished, food for human taste. Resaria recalled the greatsword, and the chain on the sword rolled back 2 knights. Puff, the 2 figures who screamed in fear, were torn into pieces by Resaria, and a large amount of life energy was absorbed. The chosen one of the Shadow World sect is so terrifying. Folly was so scared that his pupils shook, and he swung the whip to leave an afterimage, and tried his best to urge the warhorse to escape. Although there were 30 riders, the crowd had no desire to resist at all, and they just focused on running away. From time to time, screams and the sound of flesh and blood bursting came to his ears. Folly was already scared to death, but fortunately he saw the mountain road down the mountain. As long as he went down the mountain, the plain was more suitable for horses to gallop, and then he would find the coalition forces for help, and he would survive. However, Folly was soon stunned, because he saw a wall of debris piled up at the exit of the mountain road, tied together with chevox de fries, roadblocks and ropes. Nima, the road is blocked. He suddenly remembered that Field blocked the retreat before attacking. He was watching the joke, but he didn't expect that this thing would pit him. Field, I will never forgive you. The only 3 remaining knights were desperate and cursed Field at the top of their lungs. Heh. Resaria almost laughed to death. She certainly knew what was going on. Then, Resaria dodged and swung her sword to kill all the surviving knights. I have wanted to join the Shadow World sect for a long time. Folly was in tears, knelt down, and begged for mercy. Resaria didn't bother to talk nonsense and swung the chain, twisting his limbs violently. The corrupt divine power immediately began to destroy his soul, and the painful cry echoed in the mountains. Ugh! The sun set into the mountains. The battle of Shanquin village ended. Corpses were everywhere. The moonlight enveloped the fluttering flags. The soldiers of the First Army led by Knight were not idle, pushing out carts of rebel corpses and piling them up in the open space outside. Where did the governor go? Why has there been no movement for a long time? Those who are not injured, come with me to find him. Field walked out of the house. He put on the gluttony greatsword again and asked everyone knowingly. Killing a fool is easy. But he has a background and is a military advisor to the Imperial Army. It is absolutely impossible to kill him openly. This is treason. Field doesn't like to play tricks, but if there is a traitor in the army, it will be a big deal. To be on the safe side, it is the safest way to let Resaria do it secretly. Everyone went down the mountain with torches and soon found the missing cavalry. To be precise, it was the hero fragments of the cavalry. What did they experience? The temporarily recruited soldiers were scared. Looking at the fragments on the ground, their legs trembled and they kept looking around. As long as there was a little movement around, they would run away immediately. Let's run away, someone whispered. Bar, it's good to die. Taichui laughed, feeling relieved, and took off his pants to urinate without saying a word. Other carefree night soldiers, by the light of the fire, eagerly searched for scattered property. Field did not show his joy or anger but rubbed his chin. Everyone, look around to see if there are any other discoveries. Sir, we found the warlord's horse in the woods. Soon, a team of 10 soldiers came back with the cavalry's warhorse with incredible faces. 30 warhorses are not missing a single one. The captain's eyes widened. These are wild horses, you are wrong. Field coughed twice, ignored the saddle and reins of the warhorse, and silently praised Resaria in his heart. These warhorses are extremely expensive, and even 3 of them contain trace amounts of magic beast blood. This wave of blood profit, the captain immediately smiled. Yes, this is a wild horse, we caught it. At the end of the mountain road, everyone found Folide, who was everywhere, but fortunately his clothes were luxurious, and everyone barely pieced together a pattern. The roadblock at the bottom of the mountain was also split open. The hateful attacker has obviously left. The Lord fought to the last moment. He was a brave warrior. Field sighed, his face full of emotion. Although I had some unpleasant experiences with him, we fought together after all. Let's search carefully and collect all the fragments of the Lord. Arya frowned and squatted down to study. This is a massacre. The murderer is not an ordinary person. Yes, in the next few days. Wait to assist Lord Lei Ying in the investigation. We just have a few days to rest. Field wandered around for a while, then asked the soldiers to collect the relics of the supervision team first and sent someone to notify Lei Ying, and then everyone returned to Shanquin village. Just in time, the rebels even prepared roasted goats for themselves. Using a knife to cut off a large plate and sprinkled with seasonings, Field ate while roasting the fire. The lazy and comfortable feeling made him lazy all over. Feld, you can still eat roasted lamb leisurely. Arya saw that Field was eating with oil dripping from his mouth and hurried over to grab Field, gather the army and leave quickly. Those knights were killed silently, which must be the enemy's chosen one. If she continues to assassinate, I can't protect you. Thank you for your concern, but my army is exhausted. If we act rashly at this time and run into the enemy, we will suffer huge losses. Field didn't expect that the cold dragonborn would still care about him. Wait for Lord Lei Ying to come, we still have to assist in the investigation. But, good girl, have a bite. Field immediately forked a piece of roasted lamb and handed it to her mouth. Ah. Arya used her index finger to gather her hair, took a small bite, and then gave a serious evaluation. It's a little overcooked. No, that's not the point. Go quickly, don't blame me if you get assassinated. I don't have the ability to protect people. Field thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Don't worry, my dear daughter, I know what to do. Hey, I really can't do anything with you. Arya held her forehead, looking helpless. I'm going to cook. Do you want to eat anything else? Since joining the army, Arya has been a chef, which has improved the army's food by several levels. The army is full of rough men and no one can cook, so the food they make can barely be called pig food. Give me a bowl of tomato soup. Okay, you must finish it all. When Arya pushed the door, she turned back and added, this is related to the glory of the dragon. Glory, humph, I don't believe it. As soon as Arya left, Rosaria slipped out of the gluttony greatsword, holding up her skirt, and turned around twice like dancing, then wandered around the house aimlessly, looking around. Are you looking for something? No, I'm just waiting for my pet to feed me. Then kneel down to lick the dust off my feet, she said with a slightly depressed tone. With a dull look, he glanced at Field, pouted and muttered, you are partial to one and the other. I don't want to pay attention to you for 30 seconds. Hey, when did I become your pet? Also, don't slander me. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this little girl jealous? Sorry, dear Miss Rosaria, it's my fault. He immediately forked a piece of mutton to Rosaria. That's better. Rosaria came over and ate it proudly like a child, but a solemn expression immediately appeared on her face, and she swallowed the mutton directly after a moment of silence. It's delicious. Rosaria wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, but there was no satisfaction in her tone. Field saw the clue, stood up and asked softly, don't force yourself, can't you? Eat ordinary food. I have never seen her eat anything other than tea. Rosaria seems to be able to get food only by killing living things. No, I just don't want to eat. Rosaria turned her head away and denied stubbornly, but then she withered and asked carefully, well, ordinary food tastes like chewing wax. Are you afraid of me, like being afraid of the devil? If it's a devil with a curvy figure and who can act coquettishly with me, then what's there to be afraid of? I'm so happy. Field laughed and stretched out his hand to touch her head to comfort her. What a noble says is somewhat credible. Rosaria grabbed Field's outstretched hand, looked at Field with a charming smile. With a bit of playfulness, but her body trembled slightly, exuding a charming and joyful atmosphere. Since you have served me for a long time, this lady reluctantly believes you, but I don't want to be touched on the head. Okay. Rosaria looked at Field's regretful and disappointed expression and felt very happy. She felt needed and able to dominate the emotions of others, rather than being feared as a corrupt creature, or respected or used as a tool simply because she was the chosen one. Any bright and positive woman longs for admiration. Admiration without any internal affairs or money. This is vanity and care, which brings double happiness. Rosaria suddenly showed an enlightened expression. I know, it must be that your feeding method is wrong. Field was confused. Is there any relationship between the feeding method and the taste of the food itself? Of course it is related. It must be the lack of the smell of living things. Rosaria put Field's hand on her waist, and she was like a kitten scratching people, sticking softly to her, exhaling a slightly cool breath. Your body temperature is really intoxicating now, my servant, feed me with your mouth. Good guy, this little girl, I can't keep up with her rhythm. Field was almost choked. I really didn't expect Rosaria to take the initiative to tease people. If you don't take advantage, you are a bastard. Field's hand immediately wandered. The lower back outlined by the inner arc has a very beautiful outline, and it is even more amazingly round and drum-shaped. This is just her girlish state, and her figure is 99 points. Field dares to say that in the queen state, her figure is definitely 120 points. That is, The kind of S-shaped figure that only half of the dress will fall off when the skirt is untied, and will not fall to the ground. Field's mind went blank, and he was about to stick to it. Squeak! Suddenly, the sound of the door opening was heard. Field only felt the breeze blowing past, and Rosaria instantly hid back in the gluttony greatsword, and he didn't even touch a hair. "I'll rest first, dear lord." Rosaria's laughter echoed in her ears, and then she stopped talking. Meow. Hee-hee-ha-ha-ha, tomato soup is here. Arya held the plate, full of a sense of accomplishment. Field was speechless for a while. His heart was messed up by Rosaria, and then she ran away as she said, and he felt very lonely. "Hey, the dishes are here, why don't you eat them?" Arya tilted her head, her eyes began to turn cold again. "You don't want to drink, do you?" I'll drink." Field drank the soup in one gulp, almost dying of sourness. "It's not salty or bland, it tastes great. Even if it tastes good, you don't have to drink so much, right?" Arya scratched her head shyly. She was still very happy that her cooking skills were recognized. "Sir, we found villagers who were not evil. How should we deal with them?" The voice of the guard came from outside the door. "Wait a minute, let me go and see." Field blew the wind by the window for a while, and after he calmed himself down completely, he went to open the door, followed the soldier to the pigpen. Yes, it was a pigpen. Field was even stunned for a while. He saw two brown pigs at first glance, only a quarter of the size of modern pigs, with pointed noses and long faces, similar to wild boars. Then he saw an outrageous scene. More than 30 women huddled in the northwest corner of the pigsty, covered in feces and mud. They were tortured beyond recognition, many of them missing arms and legs, and looked demented. "Those damn cultists." Field waved his fist. "Killing them is a bargain for them. Next time we should torture them to death. First clean up the survivors, and interrogate them one by one to see if we can get any useful information. And give them some food and wait for Lei Ying to come and give it to him." After taking Shanquin village, there was too much food to eat. After filling the baggage cart, there was still a lot of food left, so it was harmless to share some. Then Field went to visit the wounded again. In this battle, Yimu led one person to death and one person to be seriously injured. 13 soldiers who were temporarily gathered died, and 6 were seriously injured. They almost collapsed. Due to the sufficient medicine, minor injuries can be cured quickly, but as for serious injuries, they can only leave it to luck. It was late at night when the duty was arranged. Field felt very tired. "I'm so sleepy. It would be great if Ashna was here. She could help me share a lot of things. War is not a computer game. You just need to select soldiers and attack the enemy. It's already very tiring to take care of both the deployment of troops and the logistics supply." Field doesn't think he is good at those trivial details, such as reconnaissance, terrain, or grasp of fighter planes. Ashna is very good at reconnaissance and raids. You can only hone it slowly in battle. Field rubbed his eyebrows and muttered to himself while lying on the bed. "We have to train a quartermaster quickly and let him take care of logistics. But who should I let go? He must be literate and absolutely loyal. Iron Hammer Lynx and others are loyal and reliable, but unfortunately they are all rough. Cow can read and write, but unfortunately he is unreliable. Think about it later." Early the next morning, Field was awakened by Arya. "Field, Lord Lei Ying is here." "So soon, wait for me," Field said silently, changing clothes, because there was no maid. "It took me a long time to put on the complicated clothes." When Field opened the door, he saw Lei Ying rushing in with a powerful knight group. Hundreds of people moved in unison, and the aura of solemnity and calmness came over them. There were blue and gorgeous feathers on their heads. They were all ruthless people who rushed to the strong enemy and disrupted the masses. The azure armor and the long spears shining with magic luster, the most eye-catching thing was their mounts. A kind of blue velociraptor, it has slender claws and beautiful feathers on its arms and head. All of them are third-level fighting spirit. Whether they are knights or mounts. Rosaria whispered to Field, "It doesn't matter." Field was not panicked at all. He glanced at the small map, and the knights had no desire to attack. It should be the guard of a chosen one. "Baron Field, I'm glad to see you're okay." Lei Ying rode a tall horse and quickly came to Field amid the neighing of the war horse, nodding heavily. "Thank you for informing me immediately. I have a great responsibility for this tragedy. I didn't expect that the chosen one would ambush us here, and those cultists caught us by surprise." It must be said that Lei Ying did a good job in commanding, and dared to take responsibility instead of blindly blaming his subordinates. "Please don't blame yourself too much. No one wants to see this kind of thing." Field didn't pretend to be very sad. After all, he and the law don't get along, everyone knows it. You can come to pick me up, which makes me feel friendship and justice. Let me introduce you. This is Milani, who is married to our family and is a third-level chosen one from the Imperial Army. Hello, the woman greeted him indifferently. Field looked at Milani, a woman wearing gorgeous clothes, holding a court feather fan commonly used by noble women in her hand, shaking it from time to time, looking like she had just attended an aristocratic ball. She also rode a velociraptor, but hers was bigger and had a more ferocious look. She looked like a cavalry class chosen one. Could she be the same type of chosen one as Ashina? This is a blue-feathered dragon beast. Unique magical beast raised by our family. Lei Ying seemed to see Field's confusion and explained. After hearing this, Field lost interest immediately. After a few simple greetings, Lei Ying began to investigate the cause of Farid's death. Unlike the aggressive questioning imagined, Lei Ying did not even interrogate Field, but just let Milani take charge of the investigation and went back to command the Legion. It seems that I am too cautious again. Field shook his head. Even in the world of magic, the current criminal investigation methods are definitely not comparable to the future. The more important point is, Farid is valuable to them when he is alive, but he is a disgusting trouble after he dies. If Lei Ying did not need to give an explanation to Farid's father, he would not even come. The next few days, Field was just slacking off in Shanquin Village, teasing Dragonborn and Rosaria from time to time. But the atmosphere in Fulan territory became more and more solemn and panic-stricken. This originally peaceful and prosperous land was being ravaged by the terrifying devil. Rumors of the three-eyed black crow and the devil's massacre spread everywhere, and people were panicked for a while. Snap, hurry up for me, you useless slaves. A flat-nosed man swung his whip and snapped it. You must get to Alfalfa Town tonight. Otherwise you won't have food to eat. So tired. Lumi's eyes were blurred and she felt that the world in front of her was spinning randomly. She stopped because the rope on her feet was holding other members of the same tribe, and her stop immediately tripped the others to the ground, and the slaves rolled into a ball. Damn thing, you dare to hold me back. The man with the whip was unceremoniously whipping Lumi on the back. Like scraping bones with a steel knife, Lumi was immediately beaten over, with a hideous look of pain on her face. She fell to the ground, curled up into a ball, and bloody saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Are you pretending to be dead? The man raised his hand to beat her again. Okay, Flatnose, don't beat her to death. How many slaves have you killed along the way? Every slave is money. Do you know how hard it is to catch a running cat, man? The companion next to him spat, looking unhappy. You don't understand my good intentions. Fulan territory has been in turmoil recently. It is rumored that there are demons from hell, looting and slaughtering everywhere, and even several knights have died. It is said that they will appear at nightfall with blood-stained black crow flags and return to hell during the day, so it is safer for us to go to town as soon as possible. You must be kidding. They can kill knights. It's just a story to scare children. Everyone sneered, but it is true that cat-like people are dangerous. It is said that the Baron of Maple Leaf territory was assassinated by cat-like people. Nonsense, they bit me when I was doing an oral examination on the cat-like people. Ha 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 ha. The slave-catching team laughed evilly. Boom, a burst of thunder sounded and the sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, it's going to rain heavily. We can't get to Alfalfa Town today. Let's go to the villa of the rich man Ajim. It's nearby. I have some friendship with him. We were mercenaries together. Later, he made a fortune by selling addictive drugs and returned to Morning Wind to become a local tycoon. Flat Nose had just offended everyone, so he immediately seized the opportunity to improve his favorability. That's great, brother. I don't want to stay in the wild on a rainy day. I will be invaded by evil spirits. In fact, it's just a cold, but for ordinary people in this era, a cold is almost the same as evil spirits entering the body, and both will die. This cat-like person seems to be dying. Flat Nose poked Lumi's head with his toes. Seeing that she moved very little and exhaled more than inhaled, he simply kicked her in the stomach twice. Damn, I'm really going to die. Cat-like people are trash. I don't know what the nobles want them for. Lummi moved her fingers weakly, tears streaming down her eyes. No, don't abandon me. Let's go, Flat Nose. Everyone still had to rely on him to lead the way to avoid the rain. Oh, they didn't say anything. Yeah, the crows cried in the sky. Field controlled the black crow and found the whereabouts of the merchant by following the axle marks of the caravan. Field had a great time playing with his small account while assisting Milani in the investigation. In total, 3 night manors, 5 wealthy villas, and 2 caravans were captured. The upper-level combat power of Fulan territory was completely withdrawn due to the rebellion. With the power of Asana, he was completely able to walk sideways in Fulan territory. The only thing that limited Field's looting speed was that they didn't have enough manpower and couldn't transport the goods. I need more manpower. And the lower the possibility of betrayal, the better. Capturing the villagers didn't work, so forcing them to the lowest loyalty. In fact, Field already has a candidate that is the subhuman slave. I always have a bad feeling. Flat-nosed man shrank his head. He looked at the black crows that had not left the sky for a long time and thought of the horrible rumors. Are we being targeted by the devil? Don't talk nonsense. I want a glass of barley wine now. A member of the slave-catching team said, and then he suddenly listened and heard the rumbling thunder in the distance. He wondered, why doesn't this thunder stop? The leader of the slave-catching team was horrified. Idiot, it's the cavalry, there are cavalry approaching us. The deputy jumped out on his horse, waving the caravan flag in his hand. We are the caravan heading to Fulan City, our own people, our own people. As soon as the voice fell, a brilliant silver line crossed the dark sky, and an arrow directly killed the deputy, and the strong impact made him fly off the horse directly. Fuck, it's not the cavalry from Fulan City. It's an enemy attack. The whole caravan was immediately in a frenzy before everyone even saw where the enemy was. Lumi seemed to hear the howling of wolves in the wind. The trembling sound of the howling made her feel fear in her bones. She lay on the ground, unable to move, but she was inexplicably excited. She could see the fluttering flags slowly rising in the direction of the horizon. A trembling, murderous aura swept the whole caravan. The Night Leader cavalry was like a giant eagle, posing a neat, human-shaped attack formation and falling towards the position of the caravan. Silverclaw and others were all in the Night Leader. Through countless killing practices, it can be said that since they got on their war horses, they were either killing or on the way to killing. Therefore, once they launched an attack, the murderous aura was like substance. The leader of the slave hunting team was also a ruthless person. Hold on, as long as you repel them, everyone will get 10 gold coins. When everyone heard this, they immediately became ruthless. They were all thugs who were willing to lick blood on the tip of the knife. They mounted their war horses and launched a counterattack. The cavalry of both sides charged at each other, and it only took a moment for them to touch. You are looking for death. Silverclaw casually swung away the lance that was thrusting in front of him and then held the lance with both hands. With the unique acuity of the White Wolf subhumans and the personal training of the Chosen One, his martial arts had long surpassed that of ordinary people, and he immediately drew his lance quickly. The tip of the lance was instantly released and retracted. Puff, the enemy cavalry who crossed over, felt a pain in his throat and fell to the ground helplessly while holding his throat that was bleeding. The 2 cavalry teams were entangled with each other, and the cavalry of the slave-catching team was constantly stabbed off their horses. In a blink of an eye, only a few empty horses were left, trotting at a loss. The leader of the slave-catching team just wanted to escape, but was immediately cut off by a slender cavalry sword. Ow! The cavalry roared wildly and rushed into the caravan at the right time, like a wolf into a flock of sheep, killing anyone who dared to resist, and pieces of blood curtains were constantly splashed, and the curtain never ended. When Ashina, wearing a black robe and riding a giant wolf, came slowly over, the caravan had been captured. All the rebels were still warm corpses, and all the surrendered people knelt on the ground. To deal with barbarism, you have to be more barbaric than them. Field controlled the black crow and landed on Ashina's shoulder. You are right. Ashina smiled and patted the black crow's head. The rumors about the devil are true. The flat-nosed pupils trembled, and warm urine immediately flowed into the pants. The subhumans were also very scared, huddled together and shivered, not daring to look at Ashina. Hey, this slave's still alive. Lummi was struggling to crawl on the ground. She hoped to stand up, but her lower body was almost unconscious, and she didn't know if she was crippled by the beating. The strong desire to survive made her crawl blindly. The black crow circled and landed beside Lumi. Looking at the lifeless eyes full of desire to survive, Field was shocked. These ants at the bottom knew nothing, but they could survive tenaciously like weeds. They just lacked the help of cohesion. Hello, cat people. Field took the initiative to greet. Lumi had no reaction and still crawled stubbornly. Field had to call her several times in a row before the cat people in front of him regained some spirit. "Do you want to live?" Black Crow approached the little girl. "Yes, Lumi wants to live." Field nodded. "Ashina, give her the potion. If she can survive, take her away." "Yes, my lord." Ashina glanced at the slaves with her scarlet eyes. She smelled the smell of urine, looked around at the looting cavalry, and said in confusion, "I smell the breath of cowardice. We are not that scary, right?" The blood-soaked cavalry were either wiping the cavalry knives stained with grease and blood, or finishing the knife, beheading the people they killed, and piling them up to form a small jingyuan, which were all gifts for their younger brother. "Where is it scary?" The knights showed a nuclear-kind smile. "Yeah, it's okay." Field was also used to war. The corrupted great swordsman did not participate in the war, otherwise it would be even more terrifying. The subhumans were scared to death, and many of them even snuggled up with the slave-catching team, praying to the goddess constantly, muttering words like devil in their mouths. "I am a white wolf subhuman." Ashina was speechless. She took off her black hood and shook her wolf ears. "I am not a demon. I came here to save you." "It's a saint." "Great, we white wolf subhumans also have a saint. May our ancestors bless us." "And thank the goddess of winter." More than 20 wolf subhumans all jumped up. The cowardice they had before disappeared immediately. Instead, they jumped and shouted with joy, looked down on other subhumans with proud eyes, and some even cried out loudly. The status of subhumans is low because they don't have big cities and lack God's chosen ones. They have also suffered from bullying. "Saint." Field was confused. "It's God's chosen one, but there are very few God's chosen ones among subhumans, so they are more sacred." Ashina shrugged indifferently and whispered to Field, "Don't worry about it. Just use me when you need to." The little girl is still so considerate. "Okay, since we are all family, it will be much easier to manage." Field was very happy. "Ashina, use your people as the backbone. Let them manage and recruit other subhumans step by step." But isn't this nepotism?" Asuna was very nervous, looking at Field softly. "I don't want to form my own power. I just want to be your chosen one, so let's just pick someone randomly." Field waved his hand, and the black crow also waved its wings. "I trust you 100%, don't worry about it. However, if you don't take care of your own people, all the subhumans will be uneasy. I need the power of the subhumans now. Leave the power problem to me, I will solve it. Just like in the same school, if you don't take care of your own students, or even to suppress them, but to give some garbage from other places super high treatment. Not only can you not win the hearts of your own people, but outsiders will also think that you are trying to please him and look down on you. As for the problem of power, Field has plenty of ways to solve it. Okay, all of you are incorporated. Follow my lord, and he will generously give you freedom and food." Asuna announced in a cold voice, and then her scarlet eyes swept around. "Who has any objections? We are willing to follow the adults." The wolf sub-people immediately raised their arms and shouted, and there were even gray and black wolf sub-people among them. "Very good, where are the others?" I want to leave. We rabbits are vegetarians and have little strength. We should be of no help to you." A man with rabbit ears trembled like a quail. "I don't like fighting. I faint when I see blood." I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it." Ashina waited quietly for 3 seconds. Seeing that he still wanted to leave, she let the black wolf slap his chain and then smiled. "You go first." Thank you, thank you." The male rabbit sub-man thanked him profusely and ran away. Seeing this, some other weak races showed pleading expressions and were about to speak. Swoosh, Ashina suddenly drew his bow and arrow without even aiming. The arrow was like a comet. The head of the rabbit sub-man was like a ripe watermelon falling to the ground. With a crisp sound of bang, it was directly shot by the arrow. The body fell to the ground with a plop, and those who were really willing to go left first. Someone seems to have not heard clearly. "You have been incorporated. If you have any objections, you can raise them, but I never said from the beginning to the end that those with objections can escape." Everyone was stunned and dared not say a word. Field looked at this scene and was amused by the naivety of the rabbit people. He has seen his own troops and the chosen ones. How could he let him escape? Waiting for him to inform. However, other people who wanted to leave were also noted by Field, and they will be given special care in the future. Okay, the wolf people were very happy. They liked cold-blooded and violent leaders. They were all excited. "We have no objection." The subhumans' legs softened, and they surrendered one after another. Field suddenly had 163 more laborers, including 28 wolf subhumans, and the rest were cats, dogs, and rabbit subhumans. Don't kill me, I have important information. Field looked in the direction of the voice and saw a flat-nosed, ugly man crawling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. What important information? If it really works, I can forgive you. The flat-nosed man pleaded without hesitation. Are you robbing? I know where the villa of the rich man Ajim is. He has a lot of shiny gold coins. I guarantee that the adults will like it. He made his fortune by selling moon candies, and some are gold coins. Moon candies are addictive in this world. They were originally used as comfort items and painkillers for the army, but they are highly addictive and will have irreversible side effects on the mind. The Empire has banned them. I used to be a mercenary with him, so we have some friendship. Let me trick his door open later and you can rush in without any effort. The flat-nosed man smiled flatteringly, rubbing his hands together. I have long wanted to join the subhumans. Don't look at me as a human, but I have subhuman blood flowing in my body, I swear. Field was speechless. This guy is so shameless. This news is really interesting. We have interrogated many people before, but no one has mentioned this rich man. Flatnose immediately said loudly, because he and Moan, the confidant of Baron Fulan, have a secret affair. Ajim provides money and addictive substances, and Moan will provide cover. Field immediately felt that he had grasped some key information. He paced back and forth, connecting the information one by one, and then clapped his hands with his fists. Okay, take down Ajim Villa now, but before that there are still things to deal with. Don't kill Flatnose first, kill everyone else, so as not to waste energy on them. Yes, sir. Listen, subhuman slaves, I allow you to take revenge on the slave hunting team. Ashina raised her chin and signaled Silver Claw and others to give weapons. The remaining few members of the slave hunting team were immediately drowned by the angry subhumans before they could struggle, and screamed continuously. Field left Flatnose to lead the way and didn't let him trick the door open because it was unnecessary. Ajim's villa was very hidden in a reed marsh with 20 gangsters, but they were no match for the looting army. Silver Claw rushed in and took over the villa in just a quarter of an hour. Lumi survived tenaciously. She was brought into the villa in a daze and was given food. At this moment she was drooping her ears, looking very depressed, curled up in a corner of the hall, stuffing wheat cakes into her mouth, swallowing slowly, but her eyes was staring at the pots set up in the hall. These bracket pots were all cooking fragrant meat, both beef and mutton. The luxurious furniture in Ajim's villa was all chopped up as firewood. It was raining heavily outside, but the atmosphere inside was very good. Silver Claw and others gulped down the slightly cool olive wine, all from the villa's wine cellar. Silver Claw tore a roasted goose leg from the grill, put it in his mouth and bit off a large piece. His mouth was immediately full of meat fragrance. I never dreamed that I could live such a good life. Silver Claw has been eating meat every day recently, and he looks radiant. Even the fur on his tail has become brighter. Yes, when I was in the wolf tribe, I could only eat 1 meal a day. The life I live now is nothing compared to the heavenly life I have now. Serving as a soldier for the adults is the wisest choice I have ever made. Praise the adults. Everyone clinked their glasses, toasted each other, and the atmosphere was warm. Lummi also wants to eat meat. The little cat girl was almost greedy, and her saliva flowed down uncontrollably. Of course you can eat meat. I will treat you this meal. You can also eat meat if you work hard in the future. Field controlled the black crow to land next to her. Although Lumi was still very weak, she squeezed out a silly smile at Field. Really, Mr. Crow? When the meat is cooked, everyone will have a share. Of course, vegetarians are excluded. Field was shocked to find that many of the rabbit sub-people were vegetarians. He had previously thought that the animal characteristics of the sub-people were something like decorations, but he didn't expect that there were really big differences in habits. Yes, thank you, sir. Lumi will work hard. Soon, Field fulfilled his promise and distributed the meat to the sub-people. Anyway, it was snatched from his brother's territory, so he didn't feel bad about giving it away, and they ate it freely. The people gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and prayed. They cherished this hard-earned food very much. For them, today was more grand than the New Year. Lumi held the hot big piece of lamb meat, grunting and gnawing non-stop, occasionally looking up and showing Field a happy silly smile. Heh, eat, work hard for me in the future. Field rubbed his hands and smiled like an elder of the Soul Hall. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Field called Silver Claw. My lord, you are looking for me. Silver Claw knelt down respectfully. I need you to do something. Field waved his hand, his face full of mystery, a very interesting thing. Adjim and the servants were locked in the basement, staring at each other. They were originally making and eating moon candy and then holding a shameless meeting. As a result, a group of subhumans suddenly came and killed them. Most of them were dressed in rags, but among them were some fierce warriors who easily subdued them. "What should I do?" a maid cried. "Those subhumans escaped. They are crazy. They don't want to be slaves, but rebel." "Quiet, I'm thinking," Adjim yelled. "As long as someone tells the guards of Fulan City, Moan will come to rescue us. But there's no one here who would pass by here. We'll all starve to death if we're discovered." "Damn it, I'm tied up tightly. I want moon candy." Several drug addicts screamed crazily. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Silver Claw, who was drunk, walked in with two equally drunk cavalry members. "Ha, hiccup, you humans, you finally fell into my hands." Silver Claw sneered and walked forward slowly, raising his eyebrows at a male servant with a fake smile. The male servant was so scared that he trembled all over. When his anus loosened, the smell of urine came out through his pants. Then, Silver Claw looked at the maid again, stretched out his hand in a very bad way, and played with the big ball for a while. The maid was not afraid of being happy and showed a flattering smile. "My lord, let me serve you. Please put the long bread into my oven." "Get away, don't you know how loose it is? It's sagging to the belly button, disgusting." Silver Claw burped, waved his hand impatiently, and rejected the maid. And he walked to the white and fat housekeeper. This time, Silver Claw showed a satisfied smile and the scar on his face wrinkled. "This one is good, with a protruding front and a curved back, white and tender." Silver Claw licked the corner of his mouth, looked up and down with greedy eyes and looked perverted. Fuck, he actually likes this. Everyone was stunned, looking at the housekeeper with more sympathy and strangeness. The fat housekeeper gritted his teeth, showing a shy expression, constantly squirming his body, posing a seductive posture. As long as he can survive, sacrificing his appearance is nothing. However, a sneer interrupted his fantasy. "Tie this guy to the kitchen, starve him for 2 days. And when the food in his stomach is emptied, skin him alive. I want to eat his heart and liver raw." Silver Claw patted the fat on his belly with his hand, salivating. This scared everyone crazy. It turned out that they were going to eat people. Adjim shouted, "Master, I have plenty of ways to get money. I know the rich and powerful people in Fulan City. I can satisfy whatever you want." Silver Claw didn't even look at him, but grabbed the fat butler with his companions. "Wow, goddess, no, I'm not delicious." The fat butler was shocked and immediately urinated and struggled to no avail. He was taken away by the 3 people, tied up and thrown in the kitchen. Seeing Silver Claw and others leave drunkenly, the fat butler cried for a while and found that no one paid attention to him. He sympathized with himself. He finally became a butler and had a good life waiting for him, but he was eaten. Eating him was fine, but being skinned alive was unimaginable. It was not until the evening that the fat butler found that no one cared about him. He looked around and saw the meat cleaver in the corner. After sharpening the knife for a while, the fat butler felt relaxed and the rope fell to the ground. He was ecstatic. He immediately climbed out of the window, relying on his familiarity with the villa and the cover of the rainstorm, sneaked out of the villa, and then ran away and disappeared in the reed marsh. However, all this was seen by Field. The black crow cut through the night sky and landed next to Ashina, who was sitting in a pile of gold coins, counting the gold coins with her fingers. "My lord, why did you let him go?" Ashina leaned over, her wolf tail swaying constantly, confused and questioning. "And when attacking the villa, you didn't let me and the main force attack. There must be a purpose." "Yes, I do have a purpose. In order to continue to live a good life, the butler will definitely report to Fulan City to save his master." "Well," Ashina nodded thoughtfully. "From the beginning to the end, we have not shown strong combat power, and the subhumans we have recruited are even more of a mob. The army of Fulan City will definitely not be afraid of us," Field slowly pointed out. "Oh, so Fulan City is likely to send troops here. First, to protect the territory, this is a responsibility. Second, Fulan City's consultant Moan is very worried about his moon sugar income." Asuna suddenly realized, "Then we can wait here for the Fulan City army to come to the door." "Yes, if there are few people coming, we will annihilate them. If there are many people coming, we will eat some of them. Anyway, we will not suffer any loss. They are limited in number, and there is no chance of winning if they take the initiative to attack Fulan City, but eating up a part of the mobile force is still very likely." Field considered using Adjim to blackmail Moan, but this does not fit the character of slave subhumans and will be suspected by them. After all, subhumans are generally simple-minded, not so cunning and despicable. So, I should let the subhumans build defense measures as soon as possible. Asuna threw down the gold coins and hurried to make arrangements. Field smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ashna, follow my instructions." On the other side, the first thing the fat butler did after escaping was to use his connections to get a fast horse and quickly rush to Fulen City. Fulen City has already begun martial law, and the recent frequent looting and massacres have made people panic. The several consultants, retainers and knights who stayed behind are in a state of panic. What do you think of the recent killings? A consultant stood at the conference table, with a map of Fulen City in front of him and a dozen red flags on it. The attacks were almost irregular, and there were no survivors. Even the third-level fighting knights were not spared, and where the slaughter was done, there were piles of corpses piled up with human heads. Fortunately, the property was looted, otherwise I would have thought it was a demon. It must be a demon from hell. I went to the scene and saw that the position of each dead person seemed to be known in advance. It was as if someone was watching from the sky. Even those who hid could not escape the pursuit. They are omniscient. This made everyone shudder. Still the previous strategy, wait for the Baron and the Chosen One to come back, and then deal with it. Fulen City can the powerful fighting force mobilized has all participated in the war zone. The Chief Knight said in a deep voice. Now guarding Fulen City and the important facilities around it is the top priority. Have you contacted the adults? The messenger has been sent. It's not easy to find people on the battlefield. Everyone was silent for a while. Report, a guy who claims to be a butler wants to see Lord Moan, saying that there is an emergency. Moan frowned and went to see the fat butler. In just 5 minutes, he hurried back and said in a deep voice, "A manor near Yonti village was attacked by subhumans. I demand immediate troops." Subhumans. Everyone was a little confused and even wanted to laugh. Those trash can attack humans, the village can repel them. They are subhuman slaves. It is said that they are dressed in rags, and there are no more than 100 people. It is estimated that they rioted after killing the slave-catching team. There is a survivor who can prove that they have the habit of cannibalism. It is very dangerous to leave them alone. It is unwise to mobilize troops to kill the subhumans at this time. The Chief Knight shook his head. The nearby garrisons or knights will kill them. The devil scared you out of your wits. If the master knew that we dared not even deal with the subhuman slave riot, guess how he would punish us? Moan narrowed his eyes and kept playing with the ring with his fingers. He had to take care of Ajim's affairs, not because of friendship, but for interests and safety. The transactions between Ajim and himself were clearly recorded on his bill. Ajim was even more ruthless, and both sides had handles on each other. If anyone else wiped out the subhumans first and then saw his handle, it would be over. Whether it was blackmail, reporting, or threats, he didn't want to see it. Everyone was silent, not daring to offend the Baron's favorite, and besides, Baron Adrian was indeed very cruel. Give me 200 infantrymen, let the third-level fighting knight Unova take 50 light cavalry with me, set off immediately, wipe out the day, and come back the day after tomorrow. There is nothing to worry about. That's right. After all, the enemy is a subhuman, and with such strength, ordinary forces dare not attack. Everyone dared not offend and reluctantly agreed. Moan sneered and immediately went to the barracks to mobilize troops. Unova and his light cavalry regiment had 3 second-level fighting knights and 10 first-level fighting knights. The rest were excellent riders picked from 100. They were a very strong mobile force in Fulen City. The next afternoon, "Hurry up, you lame sick dogs." Moan rode on his horse and cursed at the infantry who fell behind. "Too slow, you are all trash. The adults' food should be fed to dogs, not to you. Forward, quick, quick, quick. If we can't reach Yonti village tonight, everyone will be whipped." Moan was sweating profusely from cursing, and sweat ran from his forehead to his cheeks. He pulled open the tie on his chest and kept fanning himself with his hands. Knight Unova couldn't stand it any longer. "Sir, there's no need to be so urgent. If we rush over, the soldiers will have no strength to fight. We should let them rest for a while." "Absolutely not. If the group of demihumans flee to other places, the Baron will suffer huge losses." Moan was worried that if he went too late, the demihumans would be defeated by the knights around him. When he arrived, he would be stared at with playful eyes. Then he would have to spend the rest of his life in prison, attacked by disgusting prisoners, and his chrysanthemum would turn into sunflower. The best situation is that the demihumans have left and Ajim has been killed. He only needs to deal with the evidence. But Anova wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Moan, who provoked him. Why, are you afraid that the demihumans can defeat you? Of course not. Even the roaring legion of the forest bear demihumans is no match for my knight Anova. The two immediately urged the army, and under the guidance of the fat butler, accelerated to Ajam's villa. The Fulan army arrived at the reed marsh before the sun set. Did you hear the sound of gongs and drums? Anova looked confused and stopped everyone. It's just in front, it's chaotic. Moan was impatient. I'm not a fighting knight, I don't have such good hearing, don't worry about it, just kill it. Soon, everyone arrived at Ajam's villa. The sound of gongs and drums came from the villa. The soldiers rushed forward. They imagined that the Central Asians would resist vigorously, but it didn't happen. Everyone broke open the door of the villa and entered in a line. The open space of the villa was full of various sundries, reeds, wooden boards, or furniture. Moan saw the moon candy on the ground at a glance, and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Anova just frowned and looked around and didn't ask. Everyone found the source of the drum sound. It turned out to be 2 sheep and 3 kunkun. They were tied to their legs. Every time they struggled, they would hit the surrounding utensils and make various noises. Report to the Lord, the subhumans seem to have left. The soldier circled the villa twice. Moan was relieved, called 2 confidants and said loudly, I will search the house, you wait outside first. Anova, thank you for your hard work in keeping watch outside. Yes. Anova looked unhappy and cursed in his heart. Old Biden, no wonder he ran so fast. It turned out that he came here to make extra money, and he didn't even take me with him. However, they didn't notice that Field controlled the Black Crow, took off from the roof of the villa, and then let the Black Crow howl 3 times with a sharp voice. In the distance, Ashina's wolf ears shook slightly, and the corners of her mouth outlined a beautiful arc. Set fire. The subhumans had prepared torches long ago, wrapped wood with cloth, and then poured oil on the torches, and instantly ignited. Now is the transition between spring and summer. The weather is dry, even if there was a heavy rain in the past 2 days. The villa and the reed marsh are still flammable. The subhumans set fires everywhere in the reed marsh, while Ashna drove the dragon wolf to the villa quickly and let the black wolf spit dragon flames into the villa. They had piled up a lot of flammable materials in the villa in advance. Moan hadn't even gone up to the 2nd floor yet. He was still staring at the pile of reeds in the house. The fire outside the house was soaring into the sky, and the soldiers screamed in panic. Run away, this is a trap. Anova turned his head and saw a black wolf as strong as a bear, clinging to the villa wall and spewing fire into the yard. His heart suddenly tightened. No matter how stupid he was, he understood what was going on. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn stupid pig, I'll kill you first. With a lance, the butler who led the way was instantly hit by the violent fighting spirit and exploded into pieces. Anova pulled the reins and his fighting spirit surged. Brothers, follow me and fight. I will clear the way for you. Level 3 fighting skill. 10,000 pounds of fierce attack. Anova is worthy of being a level 3 fighting knight. With just 1 strike, the wall collapsed and the black wolf was driven back. Level 3 fighting knights are already able to fight against the chosen ones. It took a long time to entangle, not to mention that there were so many cavalry and armored infantry. Asana chuckled and refused to fight, driving the giant wolf away at a terrifying speed. Captain Lord Moan is still inside. A knight hurried forward to remind him. He kept coughing. For some reason, he felt it was difficult to breathe, but he was inexplicably a little high. Anova gritted his teeth and said, You escape first, I'll go to save people. After that, he got off the horse and rushed into the villa where the fire was the most severe. The entire reed marsh instantly turned into a sea of fire. What's worse is that because it rained before, some dark corners was still damp, and the damp tinder was difficult to ignite, and only released a steady stream of thick smoke. What a thick fog! Asana rushed out and blocked the exit of the reed marsh. Her eyes kept scanning. As long as anyone rushed out, she would go up to finish off the knife. Similarly, the subhumans and corrupted great swordsmen have already formed a formation, ready to let the enemy go at any time. Interestingly, each of them is wearing a simplified version of the mask. That's called poisonous smoke, not fog. Everyone, try not to smell it. Don't blame me if you get hallucinated. Field chuckled. I call this operation the Wolf Gate Destruction of Opium. Wolf Gate Destruction of Opium. Asana didn't understand at all, but she still smiled at Field lovingly. The tons of moon candy found in Ajam's villa was spread in the yard. After being ignited, the thick smoke released would definitely make the enemy scream, "Fuck, ice!" The raging fire spread, and the Fulan city cavalry tried to rush out, but they either got lost in the flames or were choked by the smoke. The war horses were afraid of fire, and they ran and jumped in panic, trampling and knocking over a group of infantry. The unlucky infantry could only be burned into fireballs or pushed and trampled to death. There were wailing and screaming everywhere like hell. Swoosh swoosh, after waiting for a long time. No one rushed out. Asuna was bored. She taught archery directly. She listened to the sound to identify the location and threw arrows wherever there was screaming. The wolf men, who had a strong talent for archery, immediately learned to shoot randomly. Arrows flew everywhere, smoke and fire burned, and the Fulan city army was completely wiped out. Occasionally only the Dauki knights managed to escape, but the scattered Dauki knights were no match for the crowd and could only be hacked to death by random swords. The scene was extremely horrifying, coupled with screams and flames like hell. Until the end, Anova ran out with Moan on his back, looking embarrassed. Seeing the Yimu leading soldiers waiting outside, he smiled bitterly and threw Moan on the ground. As expected of a third-level Dauki knight, there is not even a trace of burns from the flames. Field couldn't help but marvel. Anova's armor and weapons were all there, but his mount was gone, and Moan was also well protected by him, with no obvious burns. The chosen one of the demi-human god. What a big battle! No wonder he captured Ajam's villa. Moan sneered, forced himself to get up from the ground. The flames behind him were burning, but the screams of the soldiers disappeared. Most of the soldiers had traveled all night and were already exhausted. They were in the fire zone and had no strength to escape. They lost the battle miserably. The only thing to be thankful for was that the evidence of his crime turned into ashes with the flames. Moan smiled bitterly. "It's my fault. My greed hurt everyone. At first I just wanted my family to live a better life, let my son become a fighting knight, and let my daughter marry a good family, but it got out of control." Anoa didn't know what Moan was talking about and shook his head at him. "It's too late to say this now." "Yes, so I will die to apologize, hoping to change one or two." Moan laughed wildly. "You subhumans are just freaks born from animals and humans, destined to be wiped out from this world. When Lord Adrian comes back, he will kill all of you. I surrender." Anova calmly put down her weapons, threw away her armor, knelt on the ground with a flattering look and chanted a hymn. "You will be my queen from now on, and I will be your knight. I am willing to charge for you even if I sacrifice my life until eternity." "Ah, you don't plan to resist?" Ashina was stunned. She thought Anova would fight to the death. At least the human knights she had met were all hard bones, but she didn't relax at all. She held the feather arrow in her fingers, ready to attack at any time. "What are you talking about?" Moan was stunned, his eyes widened. He turned his head in disbelief, spitting wildly. "You are betraying Lord Adrian. Where's your damn chivalry?" After saying that, Moan picked up the long sword on the ground and shouted angrily, "It's just a death. Humans will never surrender to hybrid creatures. You stand up." But Anova was unmoved. "Then I will chop you first, damn traitor." Moan was furious and swung his sword to chop, but was easily taken away by Anova, who then slashed with a sword, and the majestic fighting spirit made a sharp explosion, directly chopping Moan into 3 pieces. "My queen, he is the confidant of the Baron of Fulan. I killed him. Please believe me, I fell in love with you at first sight." Anova spat at the corpse with a flattering face. "I can let you get more benefits. You can let me kill anyone. It's cruel. I admire cruel people the most, but it's a pity that cruelty has nothing to do with intelligence, nor with fate." Field nodded silently, moved to Ashna and whispered, "Ask something valuable and then kill him immediately. I am enough for the cruel people in the night territory." In comparison, Field likes Moan very much. Although he is greedy, he is loyal and angry. Perhaps people see different scenery in different positions. Field is on a military adventure, and the fewer variables, the better. "Yes, sir, I hate betrayal too. This guy is just like a despicable rat." Asuna agreed very much. She nodded slightly and then lied in a calm tone, "Tell you what you know. If it is valuable, I don't mind having more subordinates." In Shanquin village, Field felt his nose itchy. Achoo, when he opened his eyes, Field saw a snowy and tender toe. He looked away subconsciously and saw that the snow-white calf was like glass, and the black long skirt was dotted with bright red ornaments. Rosaria's temperament is like an elegant and proud princess, but her current movements are very strange. She sat on the bedside table, hugged her legs, and poked Field's nose with her toes. "What the hell are you doing?" Field sat up speechlessly and gave Rosaria a sugar-roasted chestnut. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You will get athlete's foot in your lungs sooner or later, and then your lord will die young. I am very clean, not dirty at all. Although I am corrupt, I am spotless, hee. Rosaria didn't think so. She waved her hand in a disdainful manner, and then showed a disdainful expression. "I don't mind your dirtiness, I'll lick your feet next time." "Damn it, what porridge, brother reincarnation." Field rubbed his temples and comforted himself. "Corrupted creatures are just stupid, don't take it seriously." "Puff, I'm kidding." Sure enough, 3 seconds later, Rosaria's eyes regained clarity, and she became more normal. She restrained her usual rebellious aura and showed a wicked smile. "Do you want to play tiger chess? If you lose, you will unlock one." Tiger chess is a common asymmetric competitive game. Simply put, black pieces can eat white pieces and white pieces can surround black pieces. In Field's original world, there are similar games in the north of China. Field looked Rosaria up and down. The beautiful black dress gave people a very precious feeling, light and gorgeous. This was the first time Rosaria had played chess with someone else. She used to play alone. She would play chess pieces as marbles when she had something to do. She bounced them around. She looked like a noob. "You only have one piece, right?" Field asked. Rosaria winked playfully. "This is a piece of clothing made of divine power and blood. It is tightly wrapped and will not affect the battle. You usually sneak a peek, but you can't see the beautiful things at all." "No wonder." Field wiped the cold sweat. "Oh no, I never sneak a peek. I always admire openly. Hee, I am very generous, so I'll count it as one piece." "Okay, that's what you said." Field quickly put on the marching windbreaker and robe and sneered disdainfully. "You will lose miserably. My nickname is the Chess Saint." Field thought, "I am a cunning human, and I also know how to play chess. How could I lose to the stupid corrupted God's choice? Besides, I have at least 12 or 13 chances to wear a full set of clothes, including pants and socks, and she only has one chance. Isn't this a sure win?" "Oh, I'm looking forward to your victory." Rosalia raised her eyelids and smiled, dotingly. "Feld, there are new orders, don't sleep all day." Dragonborn Arya pushed the door open, and a figure with a blurred body stood in the room. Arya was stunned for a second. "Wow, pervert." Arya immediately covered her face and screamed. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. "Why are you not wearing clothes in broad daylight? Why didn't you knock on the door first? Get out quickly." Feld was furious, and he lost all the tiger chess games. Not only was he laughed at by Rosaria, but he was also seen by Arya, and his cold image was completely ruined. "Pervert." Arya ran out blushing. After getting dressed and going out, Arya looked at Field with a look of contempt as if she were a weird uncle. "Milani has finished her investigation and asked us to go to the front line with her for support. Their attack on the Screaming Fortress was frustrated, right?" Arya looked at Field in surprise. "I didn't expect you to guess it. The Screaming Fortress is a fortress built on an iron mine. It has strong defensive capabilities and is rich in high-quality city defense equipment." "What about the Coalition's chosen ones?" "The Coalition does not have chosen ones with siege characteristics. Besides, the enemy also has chosen ones to block them. There are also crossbows and magic on the walls. If you are not careful, you may be sacrificed." "Okay, let's go." After slacking off in Shanquin Village for so long, Field felt bored. He immediately reorganized the troops and went to the front line. On the 6th day, Field arrived at the Screaming Fortress. The giant catapults outside the city kept throwing huge stones, and the enemy used crossbows and catapults to fight back. The corpses piled up like mountains under the city, and various corpses blocked the roads, and blood flowed like streams. The moat was filled with mud and corpses, but the city walls were still intact. Today, the fortress walls are made of magical materials, and it is extremely difficult to blast them open. "Attack the city." Lei Ying gave an order, and the big flags waved. One by one, the battering rams and siege towers were surrounded by soldiers and slowly moved forward. On the city wall, the rebels ignited the arrows and crossbows with braziers, and cooperated with the city defense crossbows to fire waves. The arrow rain fell like a meteor of sky fire, and the coalition soldiers were immediately killed and wounded. Then hot oil was poured on the wall, and the siege weapons and the soldiers inside were instantly ignited by the flames. The flames rose up and turned the coalition soldiers into firemen. "This siege is a disaster. They are using their bodies to consume the enemy's arrows." Field smacked his lips. Those who rushed up were all human beings. It takes at least 13 or 14 years for a person to grow up and have a barely combat capability, but they died in an instant on the battlefield. It was a meaningless death. In the era of cold weapons, it was common to siege a city for half a year. Milani, you are finally here. It's your turn to attack. Field looked in the direction of the voice. It was the chosen one from the Imperial Army. He had seen her several times before. She was very gentle. He always saw her visiting the soldiers and giving them food. But now she was in a bad state. Her rouge-colored long skirt was quite damaged, and there was a lot of dirty blood splashed on her body, which had dried up. She looked extremely listless, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Levin Rhoda, why are you like this? Milani spoke rarely. She swung the feather fan in her hand with a look of contempt. No matter when, please maintain basic decency. Did you wash your face today? As a chosen one, don't you even have time to wash your face? Levin Rhoda seemed to have gotten used to Milani's character. She puffed her cheeks and wiped her eyes. When you attack, you will understand. I advise you to be careful. The heavy crossbows on the wall and the magic tower are not strawberry decorations on the cake. In addition, the rebels' chosen ones are no weaker than us. Humph, I can't even take down a mere rebel. Wait and see my performance. Milani sneered and turned away. Field also wanted to report to Lei Ying, so he hurried to catch up but felt his sleeve being pulled. Turning his head, he saw Levin Rhoda covering her mouth with her hands, revealing a friendly and sweet smile. You just came here. You don't know the terrifying defense of the Screaming Fortress. Please be sure to tell the soldiers to be careful. Of course, you too. If you are accidentally injured, please ask me to treat you. Thank you very much. Field didn't want to crash into the towering wall and die. He would just lead the troops to wave flags and shout. If he had to attack, he would stop at a certain point. After walking around the wall, Field saw Lei Ying, who had messy hair and unshaven beard. He issued instructions from time to time or opened the map to study. Seeing Milani coming, Lei Ying was overjoyed. Milani, I need your ability to suppress the firepower on the wall. This damn fortress was designed by the Imperial Defense Master, but I didn't expect it to be used on us. No problem. Milani was very confident. This is my stage. Go, I found a flaw in the city defense. If you launch a surprise attack, maybe you can win it in one battle, Lei Ying nodded. And then called Milani, don't be reckless. Until now. We don't even know how many chosen ones the enemy has. This unknown Shadow World sect is simply unfathomable. Order the 3rd and 4th Legions. Siege from all sides, cover Milani's action. The sound of military trumpets and drums shook the sky. Teams of soldiers marched in a chaotic pace, pushing towers and battering rams or forming shield walls to launch attacks. A large number of knights or small nobles kept shouting encouragement, urging the soldiers to stabilize the formation. As soon as Field arrived, he postponed the attack on the grounds of running all night. He himself looked at the battlefield from a distance. With the help of the artifact telescope, he could easily observe the situation on the battlefield. The Screaming Fortress is a fortress built on a mountain. It has natural defenses. It is 30 feet high. The outer wall of 100 meters and the inner wall of 50 meters are even more daunting. There are countless arrow holes on the wall, which can be used to shoot arrows or stab with spears. The soldiers of the coalition army roared like a torrent and hit the blue-gray bank fiercely. A pile of stones, boiling oil, spells, or arrows were immediately thrown from the wall. No matter what it is not less powerful when thrown from such a high wall. In an instant, the soldiers of the coalition army suffered heavy casualties. 3rd-level magic skill, Kinkwayu. Milani flipped the feather fan in his hand. Countless feather arrows condensed around his body. He flipped it again, and the feather arrows turned into countless streams of light, shooting towards the fortress wall like a violent storm. Each arrow can accurately penetrate the firing holes of the parapet and easily pierce the bodies of the rebels, elegantly and efficiently. Accompanied by a series of muffled groans, the whole wall seemed to be bleeding, and countless blood burst and flowed down the wall. One person, relying on a magical skill, easily disintegrated the firepower of an entire line of defense. Milani covered his mouth with the palace feather fan and said proudly, "Isn't this very simple? Seize the opportunity. The 2nd Legion will charge and attack fiercely." Lei Ying was overjoyed and immediately commanded the army to launch an attack. "They are just some dirty rats." Milani flicked her fan and shot out feather arrows the size of a crossbow. The feather arrows were steadily chiseled into the wall and continued to the top of the city wall. She lifted her body, and stepped on the feather arrows lightly to jump into the city. Fug, she climbed up first. No wonder she is as arrogant as 2.58 million. She is really powerful. Field was very shocked. Suddenly he exclaimed as if he saw something. Wait, who is the woman on the city wall? Field always felt that a very familiar figure flashed by. Milani just jumped onto the city wall, and a vague sense of crisis slowly enveloped her heart. After she waved her fan to sweep away the soldiers who surrounded and killed her, she hurried to jump off the city wall, but found that a light curtain appeared out of thin air, blocking her way. Then, the space twisted, and Milani found herself in a church with carved beams and painted buildings, surrounded by holy murals, and the dome extended infinitely like heaven. What's going on? Since you're looking for death, you can be one of the sacrifices. A faint laugh came from behind Milani. Her body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her head and saw two chosen ones emitting holy light. This breath, holy light church, oh my God, it turns out that the so-called flaw is a trap. Eliza, wearing a veil, carrying a huge artifact cross, said in a changed voice, "Guessed it right, reward you to die." Milani was shocked. Her heart was beating wildly. She never thought that the church would actually get involved, and it was on the opposite side. Just when she wanted to turn around and escape, a beautiful figure blocked her way, with a little pity in her silver pure star eyes. You can't leave the domain of the Immaculate Church. So don't struggle. Oh no, what a terrifying speed. Milani took a breath of cold air, a haze shrouded her heart, and her arrogance seemed to bring her trouble. She gritted her teeth and took a defensive posture. It's hard to say who will win. I really didn't expect that the Holy Light Church would actually do something to its own people. The taxes paid to the church every year are countless, but what did they get in the end? Eliza took out a bunch of strange materials, drew runes on the ground and looked up and said, "Kadorian, don't talk nonsense with her, judge her sins as soon as possible." Yes, countless poor people who were killed, rest in peace. Kadorian crossed his hands and shook his hands vigorously. Two extremely delicate white artifact swords made a golden sound. Please accept the judgment from the church. Judge your mother Amanus. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. Milani cursed angrily, and the majestic divine power swept over. With a flip of the feather fan in his hand, 7 feather arrows swung out in a wave of space and shot out. You have no right to resist during the trial. Kadolian crossed his swords and slashed them out, accompanied by the crisp sound of swords, and the whole space seemed to come alive. The various fables on the mural seemed to come alive, performing holy and absurd scenes one after another. Clang, the space was surging. The brilliant divine power of both sides collided violently. The violent explosion caused by the collision was transmitted to the real world. Suddenly, a group of rebels heard a buzzing sound in their heads, and they all exploded. The surrounding rebels were stunned and retreated together. Would have thought that their companions would explode inexplicably. Although they were crazy lunatics, it did not mean that they were idiots. It was when they were stunned that the coalition army climbed up the city wall. Lei Ying noticed the disappearance of Milani and immediately rushed to the front line to rescue with other chosen ones. It was not difficult for the chosen to charge forward, but it was difficult to resist the enemy chosen's bombardment. As expected, the rebel chosen immediately blocked the attack, and the two sides fought in a melee at the place where Milani disappeared. Various gorgeous skills were thrown at each other, and half of the city wall was destroyed. Countless people were crushed to dust, and the scene was in chaos. It's a good idea. Field saw through the artifact telescope that the rebels of other defense lines were supporting the loopholes, causing the defense lines everywhere to be shaky. Are we going to take down this fortress? Field, let's attack too. I feel taking down this city can find an opportunity to advance. Rosaria suddenly said, the whole city is in fear and chaos, and this sweet smell makes it difficult for me to divert my attention. Really, that's great. Field was overjoyed. The way the chosen were promoted has always been a mystery, and the construction of the territory is not something that can be done overnight, which makes him often anxious. Rosaria's words suddenly made him extremely excited. Although what she said was vague, he would not give up a glimmer of hope. Warriors of the Night Territory. Attack with all your forces. Yes, sir, Tai Chui and others responded loudly. Without saying a word, Field chose a long away from the main battlefield. They pushed a siege tower and launched an attack decisively. Blood spread and gathered, gurgling like a stream, with broken limbs everywhere, and countless disabled or seriously injured soldiers crawling on the ground. Everyone ignored the purgatory-like scene, silently pushed the siege tower, and slowly approached the city wall. Buzz, a string of crossbows as thick as arms shot over and nailed on the siege tower. The thick tower body resisted part of it, but some people were still pierced to death. Hold steady, keep moving forward. Pushing away the dead warriors. Everyone braved the arrows and gritted their teeth to move forward. Fortunately, the great melee of the Chosen Ones absorbed most of the combat power, and Field and others arrived at the bottom of the city wall at a very low cost. "Beware of boiling oil," a soldier shouted, and his shout was trembling. Boiling oil could flow into the gaps of the siege tower, making them experience burning pain. Once the enemy fired a rocket, it would be even more of a disaster. "Arya, leave it to me." Arya was not afraid at all. She jumped to the top of the siege tower with a surging momentum, dragon roar, invisible impact. The boiling oil seemed to hit an invisible big hand head-on, and was pushed back. "What's going on?" The rebels who poured the boiling oil were stunned, watching the boiling oil flying towards them again. First-level magic fireball Arya raised her hand and added a flame. Suddenly, the boiling oil was like a large ball of magma, making a gurgling sound and splashing on the city wall. Wow! The defense line was instantly shrouded in flames. Countless burning rebels were like moths without light, running around, twisting their bodies wildly and falling from the city wall. Good opportunity. Everyone hurriedly pushed the siege tower and climbed up the wall from the section of the city. Wall without flames. Field wielded the gluttony sword crazily, killing a bunch of people like chopping melons and vegetables, and then helped Knight's army climb the city wall. Everyone immediately lined up on the wide wall. Field glanced and saw a black mass of rebels rushing over, trying to drive them off the city wall. Keep the formation, shields hold, archers ready. The rebels rushed up the stairs with chaotic steps and messy weapons in their hands. Among them were the followers of the Shadow World sect, who shouted slogans, and every loud slogan made the rebels more violent. Rapid fire. The army led by Knight immediately pulled the trigger of the crossbow. They didn't even need to aim. Although the city wall was wide, the enemy had occupied all the gaps, and they could hit with their eyes closed. The rebels in the front row immediately fell down as if they were electrocuted, but more rebels rushed in like marching ants. At this time, Field realized the difference between the crossbow and the bow. The bow had a faster firing rate, especially when it burst. It could fire quickly, but the reloading speed of the crossbow was a big problem. After only 2 rounds of arrows, the two sides collided fiercely on the wall. The shield array was crowded with rebels. The Knight Leader soldiers thrust out their spears and harvested the rebels like wheat. The rebels also used their spears and sticks to stab the Knight Leader soldiers through the gaps between the shield wall and the armor. The two sides stabbed at each other with random spears, and everyone fell down in an instant amidst the howling and screaming. There were even more crazy rebels who jumped directly on top of the shield array and chopped randomly with farm tools or machetes. But as long as the soldiers shook the shields hard, the unstable rebels would fall off the wall. Dragon roar, invisible impact. Seeing the increasing pressure in front, Arya cast dragon language magic again. The powerful impact was like a storm, and 60 or 70 rebels were blown down from the wall directly, screaming and watching themselves fall from the sky. Field turned the city defense crossbow and fired at the densely populated rebels. This city defense crossbow, which can fire 5 crossbows in parallel, uses a capstan to store power and is enhanced by magic runes. It is incredibly powerful. Buzz, the crossbows passed through space with a bang, like a string of candied haws, piercing a series of rebels and nailing them to the stone wall. "I need to go to the inner city," Rosaria whispered, and then said in a serious tone, "I seem to understand the way to corrupt and upgrade, that is to find the intersection of life in the city and then destroy, bring despair and death to the lives in the city, right?" Field suddenly realized this. "Yes," Rosaria responded, but her voice was weak, as if she was worried that Field would be scared. "I can control the desire to kill, don't worry." Field comforted her in a relaxed tone. "It's okay, I won't guard against you. The normal way of promotion of the Chosen One can also be deduced." Field figured out a lot of problems. The rumors are similar. The normal Chosen One is closely related to the prosperity of the city. The more prosperous the city is, the more people there are, the higher the happiness, and it can provide more active life energy or faith and other things. The evil pantheon represented by Rosaria achieves a breakthrough in the level of life by destroying the city. This is a war. The enemy should have been killed long ago. and the rebels are just puppets of the Shadow World sect. Don't be burdened, we will cover you. Rosaria didn't expect that Field would comfort her in return, which moved her greatly. Field is not a saint, and he must strike hard against the enemy. Many soldiers of the Night Territory died here, not for him to do charity. Using the crossbow to smash a group of rebels again, Field shouted, "Advance to the inner city." Seeing more coalition soldiers climb the city wall, Field knew that he had to act decisively and reach the inner city quickly. If you miss this village, you will miss this shop. Although the coalition suffered heavy casualties at this time, more soldiers were still on the way to support. The hugeness of the empire is not something that a small sect can resist. It feels terrible to be alone in the battlefield. Field was nervous and pushed forward. Fortunately, he was lucky. The team of 200 people did not attract the attention of the enemy's upper combat power. They were fighting with the coalition's chosen ones. Under the noses of the two powerful forces, secretly looking for benefits for himself made Field feel particularly excited. Everyone killed, all the way to the high wall of the inner city. Next, it depends on you. Retreat when you encounter danger. I won't let you down. Field stuffed the gluttony sword into an arrow hole in the inner city, led the team to find a hidden place, and defended against the wall. As the gluttony sword fell to the ground, the rebels inside the wall surrounded them in bewilderment. They thought the enemy would continue to attack the city, but unexpectedly a weapon was thrown in, and everyone was extremely confused. What is that person doing? A believer stepped forward in confusion, wanting to find out, what is this? Unexpectedly, the gluttony sword gushed out countless blood lines. Rosaria appeared instantly, surrounded by chains, not disguising her surging murderous intent. You seem to be a little delicious. Rosaria smiled grimly, and at the same time, the mark of the corrupted goddess turned into a black and gray stream of light, falling into the ground under her feet, and then, like a spider web, the invisible mark marked all the life intersections in the entire city. One by one, the gorgeous light balls were marked by the mark of the Chosen One, which could not be seen or touched in normal conditions. In the Far East, the ancient inherited Chosen Ones have a more systematic summary of these life intersections, which are composed of land veins, feng shui, luck, and race itself. In short, the three elements of heaven, earth, and man together constitute the source of power for the Chosen Ones. Of course, it is the source of power for the good gods, and the opposite is true for the evil gods. Divine skill, endless slash. Rosaria's greatsword slashed fiercely. The huge sword energy slash brought a huge wave of energy. Hundreds of low, muffled sounds swept away the surrounding rebels. The land was polluted by the corrupt sword energy, and the death haze slowly emerged. The surrounding rebels were terrified and wanted to call for support, but soon, death found them. As the environment was polluted, the rebels were killed in large numbers, and the life intersection point not far away seemed to be hit hard. Countless energy turned into thousands of brilliant lights and poured into Rosaria's body. Unlike the energy provided by the gluttonous greatsword, the power from the life intersection point brings permanent attribute growth. So that's it. This is why the corrupt creatures are so happy to destroy human gathering places. Sensing the crazy growth of power, Rosaria clenched the greatsword, put aside distractions, and crashed into the residential area, where there are the most life intersection points. Because they were controlled by the eye of long-cherished wish, the people in the residential area worked tirelessly, frantically making various weapons. When they saw the enemy coming, they could only scream in despair, but their bodies could not move at all. I will help you get rid of it. Rosaria smiled grimly, swung her sword wildly, and the sword energy slashed out overwhelmingly. In another space, the holy church bells kept ringing, clang, clang. The sharp sword lights crossed each other, and Milani screamed like a kite with a broken string and flew backwards. Before he landed, a huge silver cross followed, and there was another huge explosion. Bang! Kadorian's figure shook, and he disappeared strangely on the spot. When he appeared again, he flashed behind Milani and stabbed Milani with a sword. The trial is over. A silver cross fell, penetrated Milani's back, pierced through his chest, and then slammed into the ground. Well, I'm so unwilling. Milani's hands gradually loosened, his pupils were dilated, and strands of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. A twisted shadow came out of the strange magic circle drawn by Alyssa, opened his mouth, and sucked Milani's soul away. Shadow smiled with satisfaction and said strangely, "The chosen one of the goddess of war is just a little weak in spirit." After that, he returned to the magic circle and disappeared. Ding ding, the holy bell sounded all around, announcing the end of the battle. Eliza shook her hair and put one hand on her waist. In this way, the third-level sacrifice is done, and the first-level sacrifice is missing. Rest in peace. Catalian closed Milani's eyes, and then prayed silently. This is all for the future of mankind. Okay, Catalian, we have to escort the sacrifice to the Viscount's territory. There is no time to waste. Eliza waved her hand, and the surrounding churches seemed to melt, gradually crumbling and disappearing. Eliza threw out a bottle of magic potion. Don't forget to drink the invisibility potion. It will be bad if we are discovered by the people of the Empire. They are guarding against us like thieves, and we obviously haven't done anything excessive. Wait, why do I feel that the life intersections around me are disappearing crazily? This is impossible. Eliza showed a shocked expression. Normal God's chosen ones would not destroy the intersection points, nor could they. Even if they killed people, they could not destroy the local ley lines and luck, and they could make up for it by migrating here afterwards. But the problem was that Rosaria was not a normal God's chosen one. The space twisted. When Milani's body fell, everyone in the entire battle zone was stunned for 3 seconds. Lei Ying's pupils trembled, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. A God's chosen one has fallen. Someone stuttered, and everyone was sure that they were not dreaming. Under normal circumstances, even if the God's chosen one cannot win, he can dissociate the artifact to gain a short burst, and then leave the battlefield or hold on. In the first battle, Livlasa went deep into the enemy's territory alone, and was besieged by 3 God's chosen ones for a long time, but was only seriously injured. Now one of them has really fallen. Lei Ying's eyes were red, and his future was mostly ruined. A chosen one, and a chosen one of the imperial army, and born in a noble family, died in battle under his command. He dared not imagine what would happen to him next. Even if he was seriously injured or simply disabled, it was not as serious as dying in battle. Kill them! Lei Ying roared, his fighting spirit bursting out. He rushed directly into the crowd to fight crazily. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely. A rebel chosen one heard the exclamation behind him, glanced back, and was almost scared to death. What's going on with this fog? Is this the death fog? Both sides were confused, and their eyes were wide open for a while. They were shocked to find that the inner city of the Screaming Fortress had been shrouded in death fog, and there were rotten corpses rushing out, attacking the coalition forces and the rebels indiscriminately. How despicable! Lei Ying's eyes were red with anger, and he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. He thought it was the work of the Shadow World sect. The death of a chosen one was serious enough. If a fortress was covered by the death mist, the queen would peel off her skin. No, before the queen took action, the Count of Nibelung would take action himself. What's going on? I don't know. The chosen ones of the rebels also looked at each other. Previously, whether it was the chosen ones, the fighting knights, or the magicians, both sides gathered together to mince meat and fought with real anger, and no one paid attention to the inner city. Many fighting knights in the coalition noticed it, but they didn't even attack the outer wall, let alone the inner city. Besides, except for the lords and the chosen ones, who dared to rashly enter the death mist. In the gray fog, houses collapsed. Various buildings were covered with signs of corruption. Blood and rotten corpses were everywhere. Chains covered the entire inner city, and the chains of the gluttonous greatsword were inserted in key points everywhere, madly absorbing the vitality of the city. When the last bit of energy poured in, a terrifying momentum burst out, and the chains began to be quickly retracted from various buildings like steel snakes. Fields first, I got the news in a short time. In addition to the substantial improvement in attributes, the options for the God's choice to advance quickly appeared in my mind. 1. New divine skills. 2. New army bonus. 3. New territory bonus. 4. New characteristics. 5. Qualitative change of original skills. Fuck, is it the Lord who decided it? Field scratched his head, flattered, and didn't know which one to choose for a while. Boom, the gluttony great sword blasted through the city wall and turned into a bloodlight that hit Field not far behind him. The great sword has evolved into a second-level artifact. The black and red sword body is wrapped with strong bloodlight, the sword spine is gray, and there is an extra scarlet eye. There are strange patterns all around, which is very scary. The chain wrapped around the white cloth and slowly closed, covering up its powerful artifact aura. Field pulled the great sword from the ground as if nothing had happened and put it on his back. Burp, I'm full, hi. Rosaria's chuckle came. I can't wait to kill people. Before that, which advanced skill do you want to choose? Field asked very democratically. You choose. Rosaria answered without hesitation. My new knowledge tells me that the skill is related to the condition of the city being attacked, of course. It is also related to your lord himself, and it accounts for the vast majority. Ah, it's also related to me. Field didn't expect it at all. To be precise, the advanced skills are given to the chosen by the Lord. I don't know the specific basis. Anyway, I can't choose, you decide quickly, I believe in you. The Lord and the chosen originally grow together. The army and territory bonus are excluded first. After all, corruption tends to be destructive, and Rosaria is also pure combat. She has no construction and auxiliary abilities. Field doesn't think she can get good construction skills. Even if there are, the benefits will not be high. Forget about the characteristics, it's too risky. One of Rosaria's characteristics, corruption eternity, although it is very powerful, it is usually useless. If a characteristic that you will never use in your life appears, it will be a huge loss. I want both the new magic skill and the qualitative change skill. After thinking about it, Field struggled for a long time. The qualitative change skill is very attractive, and the endless slash itself is an extremely terrifying skill. Field is looking forward to the power of the endless slash after the qualitative change, but Rosaria has too few means now, and once she encounters a targeted enemy, she will be helpless. Finally, Field gritted his teeth and said, I want both. Forget it, choose the new magic skill first to make up for the problem of a single means. Next time, let's see what the power of the qualitative change endless slash is. After making the choice, Field felt a mysterious power and shared it with Rosaria. I also got the information about the new magic skill. Divine skill, blood-stained constellation, passive skill. As the damage received increases, various physical attributes will increase exponentially with the superposition of injuries. After leaving the battle for a period of time and healing the injuries, the attributes will return to normal levels. After carefully reading it, Field exclaimed, Perfect, very suitable skills will not become weaker and weaker in the future. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a garbage skill. Rosaria's fighting style was originally reckless, and injuries were commonplace. As her life energy was consumed, Rosaria would eventually turn into a Lolita form, and her combat power would drop sharply. However, now it is completely the opposite. The greater the injury, the stronger the combat power, a complete positive gain. You know, this little girl was blasted into slag by the Black Wolf, but she was able to recover. Such a terrible injury can bring so many attributes, Field dare not imagine. If it were a normal chosen one, this skill would be useless. After all, no one wants to risk their life to gain gains. From today on, I am also a second-level chosen person. It's better to show the power of the new magic skill now. Field swelled his hands on his hips, looking invincible. Don't smile foolishly, those damn rebels released the death haze, let's get away from here. After Arya swept away a wave of rebels, she turned her head and saw Field dazed and grinning. She was so anxious that she immediately grabbed him. This is going to become a dead place. If you don't want to die, run quickly. You're right, let's retreat. Field came to his senses and immediately issued an order. He turned his head and looked at the screaming fortress that had turned into a corpse. A large number of rebels were corrupted and stood up again, attacking indiscriminately. The screaming fortress will be scrapped within a period of time and needs to be purified with fog lights and purification potions. Fortunately, it is not as bad as the northern province. The death haze in the screaming fortress is very small. As long as it is slowly purified, it is expected to be recovered within 3 months, and the land will return to normal within 2 years. Seeing the inner city destroyed and all logistics paralyzed, the rebels' fighting spirit collapsed instantly. Damn it! The fortress can at least be defended for half a month. But the damn nobles actually use such despicable means. The rebel high priest howled angrily, his nose crooked with anger. He regarded the death haze as the work of the coalition forces. Damn, they are even crazier than us, and all the sacrifices have turned into rotten corpses, damn it. Lei Ying thought that the death haze was caused by the rebels, and he was so angry that his stomach hurt. They actually used such a despicable method, kill them all for me. The rebel god chosen saw that defending the city was meaningless, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran away with a few high priests. The rest of the high-level combat forces also decisively abandoned their companions and fled in the direction of the Viscount's territory. Cavalry, follow me to pursue. Lei Ying personally led the cavalry to chase and kill. As for the remaining rebels in the city, they became prizes for the head contest, and all became the achievements of the nobles. The slaughter lasted until late at night, and the battle in the screaming fortress ended. There were wailing and sobbing everywhere. Field's tent was set up on the hillside far away from the fortress. Arya hid in the tent and slept. She had made a lot of efforts in this battle and was already exhausted. Field had just visited the wounded and came back to sit by the campfire. The warm, swaying campfire could calm people down. He picked up the firewood beside him and threw it into the fire. The greedy flames immediately rose, making the oatmeal porridge in the support pot gurgle. Field thought to himself, now that he has the second-level combat power, it's time to go head-to-head with his brother. He will hang up her God's chosen and beat her brother. Now he just needs a good opportunity. If this hidden danger is not resolved one day, he will be unhappy one day. Many of your soldiers are injured, right? This is for you. A gentle voice sounded, and Field looked up and saw Livenroda, the God's chosen who can heal injuries. She looked haggard, with traces of tears on her cheeks, but she had obviously washed and dressed in a black mourning robe. As the saying goes, a woman should be pretty in mourning clothes. At this moment, she had a kind of coldness that made people love her. Livenroda took out a bottle of golden potion from the basket she was carrying and handed it to me. She was looking for a place to buy medicine, distribute healing potions. This is a special potion I made. It is very effective in treating external injuries. After adding water, it can be used to treat soldiers. Field was stunned, stood up and said quickly, "Thank you very much. That please accept my condolences for the matter of Lord Milani." Although Milani's words were harsh, Field could see that they had a strong comradeship. "Well, we will find the murderer." Livenroda lowered her head and was silent for a moment, then clenched her fist and waved it. "Only by completely defeating the rebels can more people survive. Thank you for your heroic battle. You climbed the city wall early and everyone saw it. You are very brave. You are a true knight." "It should be." Field scratched his head embarrassedly. "Just went to make a profit, although he did help objectively." The roar of a griffin suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, I saw more than a dozen majestic griffins, spreading their huge wings across the starry sky and falling towards Lei Ying's command camp. "Excuse me, I think the Empire's Griffin Knights are here." Livenroda nodded to Field and left. Watch Livenroda leave. Lei Ying is going to be unlucky. He is actually a very good person. Although this guy has a lot of bad intentions, most of them are out of consideration for the interests of the family. In the aristocratic circle, he is already a person of extremely noble character. Field really doesn't want this resolute uncle to be severely punished. Give the potion to Tai Chui and let him apply the medicine to the wounded. Field sat back by the campfire and filled a bowl of oatmeal porridge. Just as he was about to drink it, a white hand came over and snatched the porridge away. Arya held the bowl in one hand, revealing her arms as white as lotus roots, and a smile appeared on her icy face. "You actually eat alone. I am your chosen one. You didn't call me when you had food. That's too much." "Aren't you sleeping?" Field's face was full of black lines. "If I wake up a female dragon, I'm afraid I will be beaten." He, I know. The griffin's cry gave me a headache, so I woke up." Arya came close to Field, which shocked Field. After knowing each other for so many days, this was the first time that Arya took the initiative to come up to him, and she came so close. Field leaned back slightly, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "What are you doing? You are not going to strangle me to death. This is illegal. Puff, I'm not that bad. You should let go of the dragon's nest." "A dragon's nest? Do you mean this piece of wood?" Her inexplicable middle school disease made Field unable to stop. Field immediately moved half of his body away. Arya immediately sat on it, and then stared at the campfire in a daze, licking oatmeal from time to time. The warm waste made Field feel that there was a fleshy cushion with excellent texture next to him. Field was thinking about it and made himself a bowl of oatmeal, blew it gently, and waited for it to cool down before eating. Seeing that Arya still didn't speak, Field keenly captured Arya's emotions and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? I feel like you're in a bad mood. If you have anything to say, please tell me and we can discuss it together." "Fortunately, I'm fine." While saying this, Arya stared at Field. Woman's emotions are really unpredictable. Field felt embarrassed to be stared at, so he turned his eyes to the fire again and asked tentatively, "Is it the death of Milani that makes you feel so sad?" "Yes, even the chosen one will die." Arya nodded silently and threw some firewood into the fire. "I'm not afraid of death, but I'm worried that I can't complete my mission." Indeed, I'm worried about you. Field nodded silently in his heart. He had a second-level chosen one, but he still didn't dare to say anything about saving the world or preventing the end of the world. With his current strength, this woman's mind was full of thoughts about protecting lives, and her life was really tiring. Don't say such things, please cherish your own life. Field was very resistant to Arya's behavior of not cherishing life. Don't interrupt me that. Arya was shy, then her face flushed. Come closer. Field said his eyes widened and he quickly drank a mouthful of oatmeal, smacking his lips carefully. There is no medicine in it. What medicine? Arya tilted her head in confusion, then took 2 deep breaths and whispered, let's go to the tent, I'll show you the good stuff, it's my most precious thing. Fug. The good stuff is a new game. Field took a deep breath. He knew that it was dark and windy at this time. This woman was going to do something bad to him. I can't tell, this guy has a cold and arrogant face. He didn't even touch her head, but she was so anxious. Sure enough, women are all contrasting. Heh. After Arya finished speaking, she drank the oatmeal, waved to Field, and then immediately entered the tent. I'm actually a serious person. How dare I use this kind of thing to test an old cotter? Field didn't even drink the porridge. He quickly rushed into the tent, looked around outside the tent, and made sure that no one was peeping. He directly pulled the curtain of the tent. Why do you want to pull the curtain? It's so dark. Arya lit the candle with magic, looking confused. You don't close the door when you do something interesting like that. Field frowned, but it's okay to light candles, I guess it's necessary. Why do I have to close the door? I usually do it in the wild. That's not the point. Arya waved her hand, ignoring Field's shocked expression. It's like this, I feel very happy during this time with you. You're not as bad as I thought, although you are a pervert. Why didn't you wear clothes last time? That's not the point. Compared to doing that in the wild, can I call it a pervert? Arya glared angrily. It is a pervert. Otherwise, please give me a reasonable explanation. The explanation is that I played chess with Rosaria, lost 15 games in a row, and then lost all my clothes. It's a normal thing, okay. Okay, I am a pervert. Field admitted decisively, but I am a pervert with principles. It is worth mentioning that perhaps thousands of years later, my behavior will not be perverted. Arya got a satisfactory answer, folded her arms across her chest, nodded and said, I will leave you soon to find the remains of the dragon. This time, life and death are unpredictable, so I want. Leave a seed first, for words popped up in Field's mind subconsciously. So I want to give you the most precious thing, clang, 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 dragon's friendship. Arya conjured up a piece of parchment like a magic trick. Oh, the most precious thing you said was actually a piece of paper. Field almost had a cerebral hemorrhage, taking the parchment. There were 2 huge stick figures drawn on it, and a bunch of messy lines, magic, runes, or something strange. Look, this is you, this is me, and your dog Flag and the army of Nightfall, which I drew in Shankwin village. Arya pointed out the content of the parchment with great interest, especially emphasizing the meaning of the 2 stick figures. I'm really happy during this period. This is actually a wolf flag, not a dog flag. Field held it in for a long time, but still didn't tell the cruel truth. Ashna will be mad to death. Rosaria laughed so hard that she almost got a stitch in the side in the gluttony great sword. Well, the painting is very good, with the style of the great painter Picasso. Field gave a thumbs up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and it was in line with what she said, that she liked to do interesting things in the wild, and it turned out to be painting in the wild. Although she didn't know who Picasso was, Arya still hummed with pride, shook her hair, pointed at the parchment and said, of course, look at the details on the flag. I even drew the kitchen knife held by the dog clearly. That's the black wolf holding the gluttony greatsword, dear. Rosaria's laughter stopped abruptly. She couldn't laugh anymore and said grimly in Field's mind, Dear Field, do you want to eat roasted dragonborn? I accepted your painting. Thank you very much, Miss Arya. Field carefully put away the parchment. Rest early, Field, we have to go to the Viscount's territory tomorrow. After Arya said that, she extinguished the candle, opened the tent curtain, paused at the door, turned her head and smiled. Good night, Lord. Yeah, good night. Field also waved his hand, no words all night. The next day, Lei Ying left an army to station and clear the corpses, while he hurriedly led the main army to the Viscount's territory. Field knew very well that Lei Ying urgently needed achievements to make up for his mistakes.